Chapter 561. 0561-inch boss. Aren't you worried too much? We didn't see Scaradon, and we didn't object to Sylvie being the president. We didn't even have any dealings with the Azures Association, so why would they target us? The Leviathan spread out his hands. Boss said to go back, so go back. Why do you have so much nonsense to say, you squid? If something really happens, will it be too late to go back? Aziz scolded. Asmuntis narrowed his eyes and said, Boss means that it's not just about our safety, but also because we have a close relationship with Boss. If they want to deal with Boss, they will have to do it from us. We are scattered all over the world, giving them a chance to catch Boss flaws, so everyone should follow what Boss said and go back to Purgatory Island for a while. Yifan nodded. The slovenly ghost is right. Brothers, we've earned enough money. Without our lives, we won't be able to enjoy it even if we have money. Especially you, Squid. You already have a wife and children. Do you want your daughter, Debbie, to suddenly lose her father? Pa. Boss, what kind of crow's mouth is this? I think I'll go back to Purgatory Island. When the Leviathan heard this, he nervously said, I'll bring my wife and children to the island as well. Shit, boss, you want to scare me to death? Beryl said pitifully, I still have a few appointments for wine parties and dances, and I haven't gone to the fashion show yet. Boss, can I go again in a month and a half? Li Fanxian glanced at him. Lazy bastard, it's fine if you don't go. Since you've been caught, I'm too lazy to save you. Don't. Boss, don't. I'll go. You can't ignore me. Beryl's face turned green as he hurriedly shouted. Everyone laughed out loud, feeling that Beryl was really funny. Actually, it's pretty good to go back. I haven't seen Sally in a long time, so I can go accompany her. Mammon chuckled. Come on, do you think Sally needs your company? The only one she wants to see is the boss. She can't even be bothered to lift her eyelids when she sees us. The Leviathan rolled his eyes. Boss, what about you? Aren't you going back to take a look? Asmuntis asked. Yifan's eyes revealed a complicated expression. After a moment of silence, he looked at Su Qingxue beside him and shook his head. Not for now. I still have other things to do. It's going to be the Spring Festival when I get back. What a pity. I also want to go to China for the Spring Festival, boss. How about we accompany you back to China first? Beryl said eagerly. Yifan hurriedly raised his hand to stop him. Don't. If you guys go to China, the Dragon Soul will definitely fall out with me. Although there was still a huge gap between the strength of the people of Inferno and the legend rank experts. The underground world was so big that the influence of a single legend rank expert was not as huge as one imagined. That was because legendary powerhouses often did not appear to deal with any problems directly. On the other hand, people like Asmuntis, Azazel, Mammon, and Leviathan, the big shots of certain fields, usually affected many aspects of the underground world. For example, a legend rank expert was a nuclear weapon, mainly used as a deterrent. In a real war, it was these conventional weapons that were useful. The group of people from Inferno added together was enough to start a modern war. The Dragon Soul would definitely not let them enter the country. It could be seen from the fact that the Dragon Soul was so afraid of the Leviathan when it appeared on the high seas. After the negotiation, everyone returned to the farm in their cars. They planned to tidy up and take care of some matters at hand before heading to Purgatory Island. On the way back to the farm, Su Qingxue sat in the car and finally had the time to ask, Yifan, what kind of place is Purgatory Island? And who is Sally? Yifan was stunned for a moment, then explained, back then, after the Holy War, there were a few rich people that I knew. They said that in order to repay their kindness, they spent money to get me a small island in the Pacific Ocean. That place was surrounded by a volcanic belt. Although it looked scary, it was actually very safe. Moreover, it was spring all year round, and the scenery was pretty good. We have been running around the world for so many years, fighting and killing. We just want to have a common home, so we build a house there and build a paradise. Liette is one of my sisters. I met her when I was at OLD once. She can be considered a housekeeper and lives on the island. Su Qingxue replied with an "oh," and then said, Is Sally very powerful? Why do you say that? Yifan was puzzled. You said that everyone should go to the island to look for her, as if as long as they see her, they will be very safe. Su Qingxue said. Leaf, a complicated expression appeared in Fan Xian's eyes as he sighed. This question is very difficult to answer. Sally's identity is a little special. If you really want to say it, she might be the strongest among us, even stronger than me. Yes. However, because of some innate problems with Sally, she can't unleash her full strength, so it's hard for me to say. Su Qingxue blinked and suddenly asked, "Then is she beautiful?" Li Fanxian almost lost his grip on the steering wheel. He turned his head to look at the serious woman. "Wife, your question is so strange. She's one of my sisters." "Is it a biological sister?" "Of course not." "Then is she beautiful?" Su Qingxue stubbornly asked. Li Fanxian was speechless. Thinking about Sally's appearance and figure, he really couldn't say anything against his heart, so he nodded and said, "Beautiful." Su Qingxue turned her head and looked out of the window, not saying a word. Fanxian's heart was very bitter. If he had known earlier, he would have let Sally down. Now that he said it, Su Qingxue would definitely be unhappy again. Yi Fan and Su Qingxue actually didn't have much to pack, especially Su Qingxue, who was kidnapped alive. So how could she have any luggage? However, the two of them still had to stay in the country for 2 days, and they also had to say goodbye to the others, so they returned to the farm. Li Fiziz, Mammon, and the others all had their own private planes, but this time they could just take a helicopter to the airport, which was quite convenient. Beryl was relatively poor, so he was used to riding on his big brother's planes. Asmuntis was the last to leave. He came in front of Yifan and said, "Boss, according to what you said before, I've already summoned the most elite Baphomet team to China. I thought about it and decided to let her follow you to China. Firstly, she could be in charge of the security work, and secondly, by your side, she can grow faster." Li Fanxian was stunned for a moment. No wonder he didn't have any luggage and didn't have any intention of leaving. So it was Asmuntis who approved this disciple to go to China? Now that things had come to this, Yifan couldn't reject this kind intention. Coincidentally, he also wanted to teach Fog Knight how to cultivate his body, so he agreed. Soon, everyone left, and the farm became deserted. In the living room, the lights were shining. It was almost morning. Yifan looked at Su Qingxue and Fog Knight, who were left in front of him. The atmosphere suddenly became a little strange. Chapter 562, 0562. When Fog Knight heard this, it hurriedly walked over and said, "No need, brother. How can I let a man like you cook? Let me do it." Without waiting for Yifan to say anything, Fog Knight had already taken an apron and went to the fridge to get the ingredients. Yifan had no choice but to sit down and say to Su Qingxue, "Wife, after breakfast, we'll go back to barley." Su Qingxue seemed to be in a rather low mood. She expressionlessly nodded and softly said, "In." Yifan looked at the woman like this and felt uncomfortable in his heart. However, he didn't know where to start, so he turned on the TV and watched the news for a while. 10 minutes later, Fog Knight had made breakfast for 3 people. There were some exquisite sushi, a few sandwiches, scrambled eggs, lettuce salad, and tomato beef soup. There were quite a few patterns, and they looked and smelled very alluring. Sitting at the dining table, Su Qingxue was a little surprised and said, "Little sister Wu Yi, aren't you an assassin? Why are you so good at cooking?" Fog Knight pursed his lips and smiled. "Sister Su is too kind. It's actually very ordinary. Wife, assassins often have to disguise themselves and do all kinds of roles. Chefs are also one of them, so Schwer must have learned some cooking skills." Yifan explained. When Su Qingxue heard this, her mood was rather low as she let out an "oh" sound and silently ate. After eating, Su Qingxue got up to wash the dishes. Fog Knight quickly stopped her. "Sister Su, let me wash it. How can I let you do this kind of work?" "It's fine, let me do something. I'm a bad cook, but I can still wash it." Su Qingxue said, "Wife, someone will come and clean up the things in this farm. You don't need to wash them, right? We'll be leaving soon." Yifan said. But Su Qingxue stubbornly said, "Then you have to wash it clean? Do you think I don't even know how to wash the dishes?" "Of course not. I just don't want you to be tired." Yifan said. "I'm not tired," Su Qingxue said snappily. Yifan didn't know where the woman's anger came from, but why was her tone so heavy? He could only agree to her request. Su Qingxue walked to the side of the pool and began to wash the dishes. Her hands were especially forceful, as if she had a grudge against these dishes. Suddenly, there was a loud clanging sound. A plate fell to the ground, and the pieces fell everywhere. Su Qingxue exclaimed. She squatted down in annoyance and began to pick up the fragments. Honey, don't use your hands. Yi Fan quickly ran over to stop the woman. However, it was still too late. Su Qingxue let out an cry as her finger was cut open by the fragments, causing bright red blood to flow out. In his heart, he blamed the woman for not knowing how to cherish herself. He grabbed her hand. What the hell are you doing? As if he had eaten gunpowder. Was there a need to wash dishes? You. Halfway through his sentence, Yi Fan couldn't continue because he discovered that Su Qingxue was actually crying with tears in her eyes. Wife. You. Why are you crying? Yi Fan was dumbfounded. Fog Knight was quick-witted. He felt that the atmosphere wasn't right. So he said to Yi Fan, Brother, I'm going to pack my things and go to the next room first. Seeing that Su Qingxue's tears were falling down, her heart was about to shatter. What's wrong, wife? Yi Fan hugged the woman and gently caressed her back. Tell me, don't cry. Su Qingxue choked with sobs and said, I feel that I'm so useless. I'm really like what Xiao Exiner said. Other than dragging you down, I can't help you with anything else. I also want to be like them, able to go through life and death with you, able to live in the same world as you. But I don't know anything. I don't know how to do housework. I don't even know how to cook. And now I even hurt myself by washing dishes. The only thing I can do is earn money, but you don't lack money at all. Yi Fan, you said you wanted to marry me. Did you lie to me? Woo-woo. Yi Fan listened to the woman's sad words and realized that the woman was thinking about these things. Wife, what are you talking about? We've already gotten married. Why are you still thinking about these useless things? I didn't marry you because I wanted you to fight for me, and I didn't want you to be my maid. I just wanted to live with you. Just looking at you makes me happy. Isn't that good? How can it be so complicated when two people are together? Yi Fan sighed. Su Qingxue sobbed, but I don't have any confidence right now. I've never felt that I'm such a useless woman. Compared to the other women by your side, how am I stronger than them? In terms of virtue, I'm definitely not as good as Yu Ying. And in terms of family background, I'm not as good as Chu Yunyao. In terms of appearance and figure, you clearly know beauties like Sally and Wu Yi. There's even a legend rank expert, Xiao Exiner, who seems to like you a lot. I don't have any advantage at all, so why don't you marry them and marry me? I'm really scared. I can't even figure out if I really like you, or if I can't bear to part with everything you've given me. Am I really like what Xiao Exiner said? I'm just using you. I don't want to be that kind of woman. Su Qingxue's eyes were filled with fear and hesitation. She felt like she was going crazy, and a sense of fear that she didn't know what the future would be like made her confused. Yi Fan was stunned. He didn't expect that Xiao Exiner's words would make Su Qingxue think so much. Indeed, the moment his identity was announced, the impact it had on women was too great. From an objective point of view, there was a huge gap between his level and Su Qingxue's. Not to mention anything else, if it wasn't for him, Su Qingxue might have come to Barley empty-handed. In fact, if Su Qingxue hadn't met him, she might have already been assassinated by the people from the Ghost Valley and died a long time ago. If he didn't return to his country and didn't choose to retire, then with Yi Fan's original height, he wouldn't have met Su Qingxue in this lifetime. Yi Fan had always looked at it from his own point of view, feeling that the disparity in status between the two wasn't a big deal, but from a woman's point of view, the pressure it brought to Su Qingxue was too great. For a moment, it was very difficult for him to tell Su Qingxue how much he liked her, how much he loved her, because no matter what he said, it would probably be very difficult for a woman to listen to him. It wasn't that Su Qingxue didn't believe in him, but she didn't believe in herself. Wife, don't think too much about it. I'll help you bandage it first. You're bleeding too much. Yi Fan picked up one of Su Qingxue's hands. For a moment, he didn't notice that it was already covered in blood. Yi Fan pulled the woman up, walked to the table, and let her sit down. Then, he went to find a medical box and bandaged Su Qingxue's wound. After bandaging it, Yi Fan's hands were also covered in blood. Just as he was about to wash it, Su Qingxue forcefully grabbed his hand. Chapter 563. 0563 Fan Xian looked at the woman's trembling little hand that was still wrapped in gauze inside. He squatted down and said, "Wife, I'm just going to wash up. Don't grab me so hard. The wound will split open and bleed. I don't want to let you go." Su Qingxue faintly said, "I feel that if I let go of you, you will leave." Yi Fan had never seen a woman so attached to him. She was like a little girl, afraid that she would get lost and not be able to find her loved ones. If it was in the past, Yi Fan would have been very happy that Su Qingxue could stick to him like this. But this moment, Yi Fan only felt a wave of sadness and heartache. Fan Xian sat on a chair at the side, grabbed the woman's hand, and earnestly said, "Wife, I won't leave you. Even if you chase me away, I won't leave you." Su Qingxue looked at the man eagerly. "Is it because you promised my grandmother? That's why you're with me? Why do you always have such silly thoughts? Do I have to make things so difficult for myself? Marriage is a lifelong thing." Yi Fan had a headache and was speechless. Su Qingxue looked at the man for a while and said, "Then give me the Ghost Valley ring." "You want a thumb ring?" Yi Fan was puzzled. "Why?" "Give it to me," Su Qingxue said stubbornly. Yi Fan had no choice but to take out the thumb ring that he carried with him. He didn't care about putting this thing around. After all, it was very important, so it was safest to carry it with him. Su Qingxue took the thumb ring and didn't care that the blood on her hands dirted the thumb ring. She clenched it tightly and said, "From today onwards, I'll keep the thumb ring myself. You don't need to worry about it." "Huh?" Yi Fan was shocked. "Wife, this is too dangerous. If you're with me because you made a promise to my grandmother, then now that the thumb ring is no longer in your hands, you don't have to fulfill your promise. If you want to leave, you can leave at any time. It won't count as you breaking your promise." Su Qingxue put the thumb ring into her pocket. Fan Xian was speechless and smiled bitterly. "Silly wife, even if you take the thumb ring, what's the difference? How could I change my mind just because of a thumb ring? I didn't marry you because of grandma. I married you because I love you. Why can't you understand? You always say that. You said there was no reason to love me, but I really don't have anything worthy of your love. I don't have any advantage to deserve your love. How do you want me to believe your words?" Su Qingxue was so anxious that she was about to cry again. He felt that he had already said it very clearly, but Su Qingxue just refused to believe him. "Shao Xiner, oh Shao Xiner, you're really going to harm me," Yi Fan muttered to himself. Just as Yi Fan was about to try and see if he could calm Su Qingxue down by kissing her, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. A gloomy aura of death was approaching the house. Yi Fan was very familiar with this aura and immediately felt that something was wrong. "Honey, stay in the room, don't go out." Yi Fan suddenly turned around, rushed to the door, and closed it. It was early in the morning, so it was normal for there to be a thick fog outside. However, this thick fog was formed by waves of death chi. Brother, Fog Knight also ran out from the house beside him. Seeing the aura of death, his face turned pale. Yi Fan said cautiously, "Go into the house and protect your sister Su." Fog Knight didn't dare to be careless. "Then, brother, be careful." At this moment, everyone else in the farm had left, but even if they hadn't, they probably wouldn't be able to help. Yi Fan looked at the thick fog around him and said, "Skeleton, I know you're not dead, but the speed at which you found me is even faster than I imagined." The aura of death grew thicker and thicker, and a black-robed figure slowly appeared from within. "Lucifer, the current you has recovered less than 60% of the energy that your body has consumed. As for me, I have already successfully recovered 100% of my combat strength in the Great Cemetery. This situation is not good for you." Skeleton laughed sinisterly. What Yi Fan was most worried about had happened. This guy had absorbed the undead energy from a cemetery and had already made a comeback. Torrent of death. Skeleton waved his staff, and the gray aura of death that filled the air gathered together, forming a shockwave of death aura that rushed towards Yi Fan once again. Yi Fan dodged and jumped away, only to discover that the torrent had hit the house. The walls of the house were corroded, and it looked like they wouldn't be able to hold on any longer. Yifan hurriedly jumped behind Skeleton, preventing him from attacking the house. "Why did you come looking for trouble with me? We shouldn't have any enmity with each other. Did someone order you to do so?" Yifan asked. "There's no point in asking these questions. Make your move." Skeleton summoned several bone shields to guard his surroundings. At the same time, he summoned a dozen or so bone spears and shot them towards Yifan. Yifan punched and kicked. After dealing with these bone spears, a hurricane swept up and immediately wrapped around him. Yifan stood in the wind and felt that his body was being corroded by the poisonous mist. If this went on, he would definitely not be able to withstand it. He could only grit his teeth and use the disintegration technique. Disintegrate. Yifan, who only had less than 60% of his physical strength left, felt completely different from the previous 3 times he had disintegrated. Although his body felt a powerful force, and the influence of the death aura was once again resisted, Yifan also felt that the burden on his body was increasing. If he continued to fight like this, he would probably run out of stamina in a few minutes. In the battle within 3 minutes, Yifan steeled his heart and fiercely rushed forward. With a single punch, he destroyed a huge white bone shield. With a series of bang, bang, bang punches, he arrived in front of Skeleton. Earth Puppet. Skeleton summoned a huge puppet made of mud. It was more than 2 meters tall and blocked in front of him, colliding head-on with Yifan. Bam! The Earth Puppet was smashed by Yifan's fist, but Skeleton also took advantage of this gap and floated backwards. "Lucifer, do you think it will be that easy to deal with me with the same move?" Skeleton raised his staff high, and the aura of death rapidly circulated around his body. With a sudden wave of his staff, a strong gust of wind howled towards the house. Yifan saw that he was going to attack Su Qingxue and Fog Knight's location, so he didn't care about anything else and directly rushed over, using his body to block the impact. Yifan's body broke the door of the house, but he was able to block the strong wind of death. Su Qingxue and Fog Knight, who were in the house, were so scared that their faces turned pale, especially Su Qingxue. When she saw the sinister and terrifying black-robed Magus, the bones on the ground turned cold. "Thump! Take her through the back door. Quick!" Yifan shouted. Chapter 564. 0564-inch Sister Su. "Follow me." Fog Knight reacted quickly. Su Qingxue's face was still covered in tears as she turned around to look at Yifan, however, Yifan was not in the mood to look at the 2 women. He was completely focused on dealing with Skeleton, and it was already very difficult for him to do so. His own cultivation method had already been countered. In addition, his physical strength was not enough, and his methods had been touched by Skeleton. At this moment, it was even more difficult for him to fight. Skeleton laughed strangely and said, "So your wife is here too? Lucifer, with such a burden today, it's hard for you to escape." Su Qingxue, who was about to be dragged away, heard these words, and a string in her heart was touched. She didn't know where she got the strength from, but with a push, she broke free from Fog Knight's hand. Fog Knight was also shocked. He turned around and said in a stunned voice, "Sister Su." Su Qingxue's watery eyes were filled with stubbornness. She turned around and said in a low voice, but with incomparable determination, "I'm not leaving. If I leave, I'll always be a burden. I want to stay." When Yifan heard this, he was also stunned. He turned his head and glanced at Su Qingxue's incomparably firm gaze. The feeling in his heart was mixed. Logically speaking, he should have scolded the woman. How stupid was this? After all, if she stayed, she wouldn't be a threat at all. She would only become the target of Skeleton's attacks. However, Yifan couldn't say it no matter what. Because Su Qingxue chose to stay, in fact, she chose to live and die together with him. Even if I don't know how to fight, I can at least accompany him, regardless of life or death. Su Qingxue said with red eyes. Fog Knight was stunned, unable to say a single word as he looked at Su Qingxue with a complicated expression. Although he didn't say it out loud or show it on his face, in reality, in Fog Knight's heart, he didn't really like Su Qingxue. It wasn't because of a woman's jealousy, but because Fog Knight was the same as Xiao Exiner. They both felt that ordinary women weren't worthy of Yi Fan. This woman was only good-looking. If she wanted to cultivate, she didn't have any cultivation. She didn't even look like a good wife or a good mother. So how could she marry Yi Fan? Of course, Fog Knight was not convinced, but because of Yi Fan's face, she did not want Yi Fan to be angry, so she did not dare to say anything. She could only pretend to get along well with Su Qingxue. However, at this moment, when Su Qingxue insisted on staying behind and said these words, Fog Knight's view changed a little. Although this woman was very stupid and wouldn't be of any help if she stayed, but wasn't being stupid also an admirable quality? Actually, even if Su Qingxue and Fog Knight ran, they probably wouldn't be able to run far. However, Su Qingxue actually chose to stay, which moved him in the end. Although his body was very tired, Yi Fan's heart was warm. Ugh, Lucifer, you have a good wife. I admire women like this. As a form of respect, I can guarantee that I will not affect the two ladies in this battle. Skeleton laughed. Hearing this, a glimmer of hope ignited in Fan Xian's heart. From the looks of it, he still had a chance. Otherwise, if he kept on defending passively, he would really be waiting for death. As a legend rank expert, it's fortunate that you still have a bit of basic dignity. Yi Fan exhaled and assumed the stance of the ancient martial dragon claw hand. Yi Fan realized that it would be very difficult for him to hit Skeleton with just his strength and speed. Returning to the essence, Yi Fan wanted to use ancient martial arts to give it a try. Yi Fan was no longer able to use some ancient martial arts that required internal energy, but the dragon claw hand, an external technique that had been polished to the extreme by countless ancestors, could still be tried by Yi Fan. Following Skeleton's new round of attacks, Yi Fan stood up straight and charged into the whirlpool of death. Once again, he fought with all kinds of bone spears, bone spikes, and undead summons. Skeleton relied on the strong wind to slow down Yi Fan's movements, thus avoiding Yi Fan's attacks and consuming Yi Fan's physical strength. Although Yi Fan knew the opponent's strategy, he lacked the means to attack from afar, so he couldn't help but feel helpless. After sprinting back and forth for more than a minute, Yi Fan realized that if he continued to fight like this, he would be played to death sooner or later. Seeing that there was a wire pole nearby, Yi Fan rushed over and pulled it out. The wire crackled with electric sparks as it was torn apart. Yi Fan waved the extremely long electric pole and randomly swept it, forcing Skeleton to retreat. Just as he was about to take advantage of the situation to give chase, Skeleton reacted and adopted a new method of attack. Hellfire. Skeleton's staff stabbed into the ground, and streaks of green flames ignited on the ground. Yi Fan was immediately surrounded by all kinds of flames, and his body jumped high into the air, jumping out of the encirclement of flames. Several bone spears shot over like flying shuttles, and when Yi Fan's electric pole collided with them, it was shattered into pieces. Only then did Yi Fan realize that he no longer had his Jinqi and could not use it to protect his weapons. So these weapons could not help but be consumed. Could it be that without Jinqi, there was really no way to defeat this skeleton mage? Could it be that he had really taken the wrong path of cultivation? This was the first time that Yi Fan began to question the results of his cultivation, because he could no longer see any hope of winning. Skeleton didn't care what Yi Fan was thinking. After summoning a storm of death, he once again surrounded Yi Fan, and all kinds of necromancy magic came pouring out. Fog Knight, who was not far away, saw that Yi Fan was trapped in a tight encirclement. He gritted his teeth and said to Su Qingxue, "Sister Su, go hide. I'll go help brother Yi Fan." After saying that, Fog Knight ran to its limit, pulled out the katana from its waist, and turned into a shadow, sprinting towards Skeleton's location. Skeleton noticed that Fog Knight was approaching and sneered. "A mere body refinement stage, cultivator dares to kill me. Hey, don't come over." Yi Fan roared in the storm, but was already too late. Fog Knight was already planning to go all out. 100 shadows. Fog Knight's body turned into a streak of white light. It was so fast that Skeleton didn't even have time to react before it was already in front of him. It was as if Fog Knight had teleported 20 to 30 meters away. Poochie. The katana smoothly pierced into Skeleton's heart. Fog Knight clearly remembered that when Yi Fan knocked off Skeleton's head, it was a skull. It didn't work at all. So, Fog Knight stabbed at his heart. But the problem was, when Fog Knight's knife pierced through the black robe, it discovered there was no blood. Skeleton laughed sinisterly. I already said, I am an immortal, undying body. Who? A grayish-black poisonous gas sprayed out from Skeleton's hood. Fog Knight reacted quickly enough and closed its mouth to breathe. However, the side effect of using Hunter's Shadows was that her body wouldn't listen to her. Chapter 565. 0565. A legend rank expert was indeed a legend rank expert. Even Skeleton, who was born as a mage, was not someone that Fog Knight could resist in terms of pure physical strength. I didn't expect that you, a female assassin, would have such a consummate skill. Unfortunately, it's meaningless against me. Skeleton was also clearly a little afraid. He was simply unable to react to Hunter's Shadows' speed. Yi Fan saw that he was about to brandish a bone spear and kill Fog Knight. He decisively broke through the storm and chopped down the bone spear. Your opponent is me, Yi Fan said in a deep voice. Lucifer, I promise not to make a move on these two women, but if she wants to make a move on me, then don't blame me, Skeleton said. Seeing that Fog Knight was injured, Qingxue ran over and reached out to support Fog Knight. Wife, don't come over. Yi Fan was anxious when he saw the woman coming over. Su Qingxue said, I'll take Fog Knight to the back. You focus on fighting. Su Qingxue usually trained her body, and in addition to the fact that she had been cultivating the Xianwei Sutra for a period of time, although she hadn't cultivated any true qi, her physical strength had still increased by quite a bit. He helped Fog Knight up and hid behind a garage. Fog Knight looked at Su Qingxue, who had come to save her despite the danger, and a trace of emotion appeared in his eyes. Sister Su, don't talk. Are you suffering from internal injuries? Don't talk. Su Qingxue said. Fog Knight was very guilty. Originally, she should have taken care of Su Qingxue, but now, the two of them had switched roles. The key point was that Fog Knight had always looked down on Su Qingxue. Now that Su Qingxue had come to save her from the dangerous area, it made Fog Knight feel even more guilty. Yi Fan didn't have the time to care about the two women, because he himself felt that it was getting more and more strenuous. The consumption of disintegration was too great. The key was that all his strength was used to fight against some undead summons. It was simply a waste of time to disintegrate. A large amount of infernal fire was ignited around Skeleton, and the whirlpool formed by the aura of death continuously interfered with Yi Fan's movements. From time to time, the earth puppets would appear, forming a pincer, making it harder for Yi Fan to get close to Skeleton's main body. After another 3 minutes of fighting, Yi Fan felt that his physical strength had reached a critical point and could no longer maintain his disintegration state. A dizzy feeling made Yi Fan feel so uncomfortable that he wanted to vomit. He knew that this was a sign that his body was exhausted. If he continued to fight like this, even if he didn't suddenly die, he would faint. However, when he thought of the two women he had to protect behind him, Yi Fan's heart burned with anxiety. He gritted his teeth and wanted to persevere. Lucifer, you're very strong, but you met me. I was born to be the nemesis of practitioners like you. Just admit it. You can't beat me. Skeleton laughed loudly. With a wave of his staff, he summoned another death tornado. Boom! The strong wind swept up Yi Fan, and Yi Fan's body was thrown into the air, then heavily fell to the ground. The sail barely supported its body, but it felt that its legs and hands were trembling. Let's see how long you can last. Skeleton coldly snorted. Rotten puppet. An earth puppet, whose entire body was emitting a stench and corpse poison, rose from the ground and pounced towards Yi Fan. Yi Fan's entire body was covered in sweat. He punched out, resisting the corpse poison, and once again shattered the puppet. After that, Yi Fan finally couldn't hold on any longer. He supported himself on the ground with both hands, and his body returned to its original state. Seeing this, Skeleton knew that victory was set. He proudly said, The current you can't even resist my corpse poison. How are you going to fight me? After saying that, Skeleton released a torrent of death, once again charging towards Ifan. This time, Ifan didn't have enough speed to escape. He was stunned by the torrent of death until his entire body began to emit a grayish-black color. It was obvious that he was showing signs of being poisoned. Li Fanxian felt that his brain was starting to lack oxygen. Every muscle in his body, because of the disintegration that lasted for too long, felt extremely sore and didn't listen to his commands. He had been in this kind of extreme state before, but in the past, he had his brothers by his side. But now, Yifan could only bear it by himself. However, where was the hope of victory? Yifan had never regretted it so much. He had crippled the internal energy of the Sky Life Water. If he hadn't cultivated this kind of martial arts, he wouldn't have fallen into a passive state the moment the fight started. At the side of the garage, Su Qingxue saw the man standing in the middle of the deathly aura. He was being tortured, and tears kept flowing down his cheeks. A heart-piercing pain made her feel as if her heart was about to break. On the other hand, because of Fog Knight's internal injuries, it was difficult for him to move at this moment. He could only sit down and urgently circulate his energy to heal his injuries. Skeleton consecutively used a few sets of necromancy techniques. Yifan was already exhausted, and even standing was extremely difficult. The main thing was that he felt a sense of powerlessness in his heart, which made him feel very confused. Lucifer, your legendary career will end in this farm that no one knows about. In this early morning before the sun rises, Skeleton also seemed to be quite emotional. This is the weight that one needs to bear to casually change the path of their cultivation. With that said, a white bone spear was summoned. This bone spear was different from the previous one. A large amount of death aura was absorbed into it, and its entire body gradually turned grayish-black. Let me use this last strike to end your life. I will also make good use of your corpse. Skeleton laughed strangely. Yifan stood unsteadily. The poison was fermenting in his body, and he felt dizzy. His legs were no longer under his control, but he was worried about Su Qingxue, who was behind him. He only wanted the woman to quickly run away, and he tried to hold on for a little longer. However, just as Yifan turned his head, he discovered that Su Qingxue was not there. On the other hand, Fog Knight, who was healing his injuries, had an extremely terrified expression as he shouted, "No!" Yifan felt that the situation was not good. He suddenly turned his head and discovered that Su Qingxue had already run in front of him with a face full of tears. She opened her arms. Pucci. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Whether it was the whistling death aura vortex or the shouts of Fog Knight, Yifan could not hear any sound, nor could he see any other colors in his eyes. He could only see that a bone spear that should have pierced his body had pierced through a woman's body. When Su Qingxue's body fell heavily to the ground, and her chest was pierced, blood gushed out along the bone spear. Only then did Yifan realize that this was not a dream. This was real. No. Yifan crazily shouted as he pounced over. Looking at the woman on the ground, he felt as if his soul was about to explode. Chapter 566. 0566 Y. Why? Yifan threw himself beside Su Qingxue and looked at the woman's gradually pale face. It was as if the blood in his heart was also flowing out. Su Qingxue put her hand on her chest with difficulty and touched it. Her hand was covered in blood. Am I going to die? Su Qingxue's voice was very weak, so weak that it was almost inaudible. Yifan hugged Su Qingxue's delicate body tightly and said with a choked voice, "Wife, you'll be fine. Nothing will happen to you." In the distance, Skeleton didn't seem to expect that things would turn out like this. He watched with a sigh and wasn't in a hurry to make a move. Fog Knight was already sobbing. Although she wasn't the one who was pierced by the bone spear, she could still feel the heart-wrenching pain. Su Qingxue leaned into Yifan's embrace, and a mournful smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. I can repay you once, even though it doesn't seem to be of any use." Su Qingxue's body was quickly corroded by the bone spear that contained corpse poison, and the blood that flowed out began to turn black. When Yi Fan heard this, he felt a strong sense of grief, causing him to be unable to help but roar towards the sky. He reached out his hand to caress Su Qingshue's face, feeling the woman's last breath. "Wife, I haven't proposed to you yet. Can you give me some time? Don't go. Don't go. Don't go. Don't go." Su Qingxue didn't seem to be able to hear clearly anymore. She mumbled in a daze, I'm so cold. So cold." Yi Fan hugged her tightly, wishing that he could pull out the bone spear from Su Qingshue's chest. However, he knew that once he pulled it out, he might lose too much blood and die even faster. "Yi Fan, now, I'm finally convinced. I'm true to you." Su Qingxue seemed to have exhausted the last of her strength. After saying these words, she closed her eyes. Yi Fan felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He didn't expect that in the end. The woman was still suspecting whether or not she had fallen in love with him. However, using such a decisive method to prove her feelings was something that Yi Fan absolutely did not want to see. Yi Fan had experienced this kind of heart-wrenching pain before, but this time, the one who fell into his arms was his wife. What Yi Fan felt, other than pain, was regret and hatred. "Fool, I've never doubted your feelings for me." Yi Fan smiled miserably, lowered his head, and kissed Su Qingxue on the forehead. "Lucifer, you have a good wife. That's good too. I will send all of you to hell together. That's where you belong." As Skeleton spoke, he summoned another bone spear. The bone spear tore through the air and shot towards Yi Fan's back as fast as lightning. Just when Skeleton thought that Yi Fan could no longer resist, Yi Fan moved. He suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed the bone spear. Soon after, Yi Fan carefully put down Su Qingxue, turned around, and once again faced the black-robed wizard. Although there was no disintegration, although Yi Fan looked exhausted. However, when Yi Fan raised his head again, an unprecedented aura surged out from his body. His eyes were burning with a burning desire to fight, like a hungry and ferocious demon, already prepared to fight to the death. Skeleton's spirit was lifted, and he could clearly feel how much pressure was coming from Yi Fan's body. However, reason told him that Yi Fan was already at the end of his tether. "Lucifer, why bother? I'm afraid your body won't be able to hold on for more than a few minutes." Skeleton calmly said, "Give up resisting. I will give you a quick death." Yi Fan didn't say anything. He held the bone spear in his hand, and his mind became clearer than ever before. Perhaps it was because, at this moment, he was infinitely close to death, and was also stimulated by Su Qingshue's life-risking rescue. Not only did Yi Fan's desire to fight become especially strong, the flames of revenge also made his brain spin especially fast. His mind was like an extremely large database of ancient martial arts. Because he knew too many ancient martial arts, he was usually too lazy to sort them out. But at this moment, if he wanted to kill Skeleton, he had to find a weapon that he could use to defeat his opponent. Ordinary ancient martial arts were naturally excluded. What Yi Fan was looking for was naturally the best martial arts he had ever seen. The bone spear in his hand reminded him of the martial art he had used before, but never used again. Ancient sword technique. That's right, ancient sword technique. Yi Fan had never properly studied the ancient and crude sword technique displayed by the two Tomb Guardian bronze men. Because he no longer had any inner force, no true chi, and had always been training his body, he never thought of using sword techniques again. Later on, with the disintegration technique, Yi Fan felt even more that he only needed to disintegrate. There was no need for him to learn other ancient martial arts. But now, Yi Fan was already at a critical juncture of life and death. He suddenly thought of a question that he had overlooked before, and that was, ancient martial arts, did they really need true chi? Back then in the ancient tomb, Yi Fan didn't see those two copper swordsmen. What kind of true chi did they use, let alone the sword chi formed from true chi? Those two copper men had used a pure ancient sword technique to beat him into a sorry state. If he hadn't taken advantage of the situation and taken away their energy source, he would have been killed in the ancient tomb. Then, what was it that allowed a simple ancient sword technique to have such great power in the hands of a copper swordsman? The true essence of swordsmanship or ancient martial arts. Did they really need true chi and inner force to be unleashed? Looks like you've already figured it out. Seeing that Yi Fan didn't move, Skeleton once again raised his staff and summoned a torrent of death. The aura of death was like a surging wave, crazily rushing towards Yi Fan's location, like a ghost of death. Yi Fan stood on the spot, not making a sound. He only silently raised the white bone spear in his hand, as if he was raising a long sword. Seeing the torrent of death approaching, Yi Fan swung his sword down. There were no unnecessary movements, no complicated or flashy moves, and there was no true chi or sword chi. This sword, it was a sword completely natural and coordinated with Yi Fan's body. However, it was this seemingly ordinary sword strike that was like a thunderbolt that could destroy everything in its path. It had actually forcefully cut apart this torrent of death. The aura of death surged past Yi Fan's body, but did not cause any harm to Yi Fan. When Fog Knight, who was not far away, saw this scene, he thought that he was seeing things. He blinked his eyes to confirm that he was not mistaken. Skeleton was also stunned, because this did not conform to his understanding. Chapter 567. Yi Fan raised his head, and there was a trace of surprise in his eyes. Looking at the undamaged bone spear in his hand, he was stunned. Skeleton asked loudly, "Lucifer, answer me. How the hell did you do it?" As a legend rank expert, although Skeleton didn't know ancient martial arts, he knew that it was impossible for an ancient martial artist's swordsmanship to have any effect on his spells without Jin Chi. Therefore, he really wanted to ask about this incomprehensible situation. Yi Fan indifferently glanced at him, but didn't say anything. The hatred of killing his wife had already made him not want to say a single word to this skeleton wizard who had a deep blood feud with him. He only coldly stared at Skeleton. The killing intent in his eyes was so cold that even Skeleton felt a little fearful. The sail was neither fast nor slow as it walked towards the other party. In his mind, there was a question that he had never considered before. In this world, was there an ancient martial arts first? Or was there an inner force skill first? Yi Fan had once thought that without inner force, it would be difficult for the ancient martial arts in this world to display their power. Sword techniques, blade techniques, staff techniques, fist, palm, and leg techniques. Without Jin Chi, there were only a few moves, and moves in the face of absolute strength did not have much meaning. But now that he thought about it, could it be that when the ancient martial arts were born, there was already an inner force skill? Could it be that before people used weapons, they had already thought of the incantation and mental cultivation method for the weapon? No, it wasn't like that, because a sword was a sword, and a sword technique was a sword technique. Any weapon, any martial art, was an attack method in itself. The moment they appeared, they were already complete. Inner force was just another way to interpret it. The later ancient martial artists did not understand the essence of the ancient martial arts of their predecessors. They thought that the ancient martial arts had to have an inner force cultivation method in order to display their true power. That was just a way of putting the cart before the horse. He finally understood why the Copper Man's ancient sword technique was so powerful. This could be traced back to the most primitive meaning of sword. Sword technique, it was sword technique. Jin Chi, sword chi, was just a form of energy. It actually had nothing to do with the sword itself. It was separate. Ancient martial arts practitioners thought that using a sword to wield a dazzling sword aura was a powerful sword technique, but in fact, they had simply forgotten the power of the sword itself. Why did the ancients make swords? Why did swords look like swords? Why is a sword not a saber? Why not an axe? Why not other weapons? This had its own significance. A weapon, a set of swordsmanship. Even without inner force, it was already a complete body. Countless people with special abilities and martial arts experts in ancient times practiced all kinds of internal strength. They could change it here and there, but sword techniques, especially the most basic sword techniques, stab, hack, chop, slash, these were basic skills that couldn't be any simpler, but no one would question their correctness. Because this was the purest way to unleash the power of a weapon like a sword. The reason why the ancient sword technique that Fan Xian had seen was so powerful was because he had displayed these basic skills to the extreme. Any complicated sword technique was derived from the basics. To put it bluntly, it was a return to the essence. The most ancient basic sword technique was already the strongest sword technique. Once a sword technique was used to the extreme, it would be a kind of intent. This intent was the most fundamental thing of a sword technique, and it was the goal that every move had to achieve. To put it simply, a swing of the sword conveyed the will to advance courageously and sever everything in its path. No matter how complicated the changes were, in the end, they would not be able to escape this fundamental goal. As for the sword qi, it was just a form of energy. It was the same if it was any other kind of energy. Yifan suddenly realized that he had always thought of himself as a cultivator who relied on his physical body, which was also wrong. In fact, he had also limited himself to death. Although it could be said that he was training himself, but wasn't every cell in his body a part of this boundless world? In the past, when he practiced inner force and cultivated Jinqi, it was also a part of the boundless world. Whether it was the body or the Jinqi, in the end, they were both energy aggregates made up of particles. However, he needed to find a way to release the energy in his body. This was far more difficult than releasing his Jinqi, because it was easy to separate the Jinqi from the body. It was not easy to release the energy contained in the body. However, if he could really release the energy in his body, then it would not be something that his Jinqi could compare to, because the density of the body was much higher than that of the Jinqi. The simplest example was the power of Yifan's fist, which was much stronger than the Jinqi that Yifan had punched out in the past. After thinking through this level, Yifan felt that his vision had suddenly become clear. The prospects of cultivation and fighting had entered a whole new realm. Yifan realized that he was too stupid in the past. After practicing ancient martial arts for so many years, he still didn't understand. The most fundamental thing that ancient martial arts wanted to express was the intention of the body, not the Jinqi that was released. He really thought that without Jinqi, these ancient martial arts would be useless. This was simply the biggest joke in the world. In the end, it was just that the vast majority of people did not cultivate these ancient martial arts to the extreme, did not comprehend them thoroughly, and were unable to comprehend their true essence. Lucifer, no matter what you think, do you think that with your current body, you can still fight against me? Skeleton saw Yifan's cold expression and snorted. He said with disdain, "This round of attacks, I want you to go to hell." After saying that, Skeleton summoned a dozen or so bone spears and pierced towards Yifan. Although Yifan was thinking about how to deal with the enemy, he did not let down his guard. After seeing it, he waved the bone spear sword in his hand with one hand and lifted it up diagonally. It seemed simple and unadorned, but every detail of his body was done very subtly. He had carried out the meaning of this move in the ancient sword technique. I'm going to block all of these bone spears. This sword intent is that simple. When a dozen or so bone spears arrived in front of Yifan, they were all lifted and blocked, and all of them flew away. Yifan didn't even feel that he had spent much strength. If it wasn't for the fact that his body was affected by the poison and was rather weak, this move would have broken all of these bone spears. No wonder. No wonder he was beaten up so badly by the two copper men in the ancient tomb. The true essence of the ancient sword technique was actually this sword intent that returned to its original state. Skeleton thought that he had seen wrongly, but he did not believe it. He once again summoned a large number of broken bones, which were like hundreds of blades, floating in the air. Death Bone Blade. Skeleton waved his staff, and the white bone flying daggers shot towards Yifan like a dense rain of raindrops. This time, Yifan switched to a block sword move. He eliminated all distracting thoughts in his mind and thought of a sword intent that could block everything outside of the sword. This sword slashed out horizontally as if there was a barrier in front of Yi Fan, airtight. Pa pa pa. The bone fragments were strangely blocked by something, and all fell to the ground. Skeleton was completely dumbfounded. Damn it, what kind of move is this? Yi Fan's face was cold and stern. He didn't say a word, but the flames of revenge for Su Qingxue burned brighter and brighter in his heart. Kill him, I can kill him. Yi Fan kept telling himself in his heart. Chapter 568. Even if Yi Fan's footsteps were a little slow, even if Yi Fan didn't have much physical strength left, but this time, facing a strong enemy, Yi Fan was filled with confidence like never before. He held the white bone sword in his hand, his gaze locked onto Skeleton's body. Although Skeleton didn't feel any true energy or energy fluctuations, he didn't know why, but he felt that he was being firmly watched by Yi Fan. It was as if a rabbit was being looked down at by a giant eagle in the sky, and all of its movements could be seen in its eyes. As long as he made the slightest mistake, this giant eagle would seize the opportunity to swoop down and give him a fatal blow. Skeleton didn't dare to be careless. With a wave of his staff, the ground began to ignite with dark green flames. Hellfire. This kind of undead flame could cause great damage to a person's spirit. Although the temperature wasn't high, it was very lethal. In Fan Xian's mind, all sorts of exquisite techniques of the ancient sword technique continuously flashed through. Combined with the dozens of sword techniques that he had already mastered in a short period of time, some of the most basic sword techniques were being polished in his mind to the point where they became more and more transparent. After the sword in Yi Fan's hand drew an arc of half a moon, the blade of the sword was placed flat and pressed down heavily. As this sword descended, it was as if a large hand of Buddha had pressed down heavily on a mountain of 5 fingers. Boom! The ground felt the sword intent and shook heavily. It was as if it had been covered by something. An oppressive sword intent had extinguished all the hellfire on the ground. How is this possible? What kind of sword technique is this? Skeleton cried out in alarm. He felt as if he had seen a ghost. Without any Zhen Qi or sword Qi, how did Yi Fan manage to extinguish the hellfire? Yi Fan's heart was filled with the anger of revenge. He wished that he could cut this guy into 8 pieces and grind his bones to ashes. How could he have the leisure to tell this guy that he was using the move sword pressure? Ancient sword techniques, or rather the purest things of sword techniques, were the basic moves of stabbing, chopping, hanging, pointing, collapsing, cloud wiping, piercing, and pressing. There were also footwork, jumping, balance, and spinning movements that complemented each other. Sword pressure was about the word pressure, using the characteristics of the sword to suppress the sword intent of the local attack. It sounded easy to understand, but to truly use this move to a shocking effect, the requirements were very high. The coordination of every muscle, the control of every inch of strength, and the timing of the sword strike were all very subtle. It was like an engine. Only when it was debugged in the most reasonable way could it display the greatest power and characteristics. It was like an engine. Only when it was debugged properly would it be able to display the greatest power and characteristics. The ancient martial arts were also the same. The strength of the ancient martial arts were also the same as the ancient martial arts. The strength of the ancient martial arts were the same as the ancient martial arts. The strength of the ancient martial arts were the same as the ancient martial arts. When this sword was pressed down, Yi Fan's concentration reached its peak. Borrowing the momentum of wanting to completely crush the opponent's aura, he mobilized the muscles, joints, and every nerve in his body, perfectly coordinating with each other, allowing Yi Fan to smoothly use this sword pressure in one go. Together with the sword technique itself, the sword intent that it wanted to bring along, naturally, this sword pressure was unleashed. Although Fan Xian didn't have any Zhen Qi, the power contained in his body was actually much stronger than Zhen Qi. Previously, Yi Fan was just unable to make good use of this power. He only wanted to barbarically charge forward, punch, and kick. But this time, after Yi Fan combined the sword intent with his own strength, he finally used the strength of his body on the blade. After inheriting thousands of years of ancient martial arts and the crystallization of countless ancestors' wisdom, Yi Fan had arrogantly believed that his own self-created cultivation system had already surpassed the wisdom behind these moves. He could completely break away from the ancient martial arts and form his own school. Now that he thought about it, Yi Fan felt extremely ashamed. These experts who invented ancient martial arts, their level of thought actually far exceeded Yi Fan's imagination. I don't want to believe it. Could it be that you can break through in the midst of battle? Skeleton flew into a rage out of humiliation. He waved his staff quickly and cast 3 necromancy spells in a row. Death Vortex, Corpse Poison Puppet, Netherworld Flame. The storm formed by the aura of death swept up the ground and whizzed towards Yi Fan. 3 corpse poison puppets, filled with poisonous gas, also madly rushed towards Yi Fan. A dozen or so skeletons that flickered with ghostly flames hovered in the air and fell towards Yi Fan. As long as he could avenge his woman, even if he had to go through a mountain of blades and a sea of flames, he would still charge in without hesitation. At this moment, with a sword in hand, he slashed down at the ghost-slaying god, looking at the ghostly wails and wolf howls of undead magic in front of him. He slightly retreated with 1 foot and pulled the sword back. He drew a high semicircle arc and slashed down with the sword. This sword strike was as if it had split apart a mountain range. A strong cracking sound could be heard in the air, and the menacing whirlpool of death in front of him was scattered in all directions. Yi Fan then stomped his feet, took a step forward, and swung his sword horizontally. The 3 corpse poison puppets were cut in half before they could even catch a single strand of Yi Fan's hair. At this moment, Yi Fan somersaulted in the air, and the netherworld flame that was falling from the sky just so happened to descend. The white bone sword in Yi Fan's hand swept horizontally, and all of the netherworld flames were blocked to the side, not having any effect at all. The whole set of movements only took less than a second. Yi Fan had only used the most basic footwork in swordsmanship, the most basic chopping, and wiping moves. He had used his own understanding and his own body's conditions to interpret them. Seeing that his 3 sets of consecutive moves were actually broken by Yi Fan in an instant, Skeleton was already extremely shocked. One must know that the Yi Fan just now, even if it was a whirlpool of death, would have caused a lot of trouble. Yi Fan was actually very surprised himself. When he fought with the Copper Swordsman, the ancient sword technique that the Copper Man used wasn't as strong as the one he was using now. The reason was very likely that Yi Fan's physical condition was stronger than that of the Copper Man. After all, the Copper Man was not a real person. Even if his strength was very strong, it was difficult for his muscles and joints to perfectly interpret the sword intent. Yi Fan realized one thing. It seemed that his path of cultivating his body was not wrong. It was just that he had not found a good way to truly release his strength. Even if it was disintegration, he was only using brute force to fight. He thought that he had gathered his strength, but in reality, the difference was far too great. Come to think of it, how could one person's wisdom compare to the crystallization of thousands of years of wisdom? Yi Fan made up his mind. If he could survive today, he would have to study ancient martial arts again. Of course, it didn't matter if he lived or not. Right now, there was only one thing he wanted to do the most: avenge his wife. Yi Fan turned his head and walked towards Skeleton again. Although the corpse poison wasn't enough to take his life, using ancient martial arts also required a lot of physical strength. Otherwise, pure sword intent wouldn't be able to achieve a strong enough effect. Chapter 569. Skeleton felt fear and couldn't help but start to retreat. Lucifer, you are indeed worthy of being called a legend, but you still can't defeat me. Bone Cage. After Skeleton finished speaking, he prepared to wrap himself up in the air of death once again. At the same time, long bone spikes once again emerged from the ground, directly imprisoning Yi Fan in a cage of bone spikes. However, just as the cage was built, Yi Fan fiercely struck with his sword, using the collapsed sword intent within the sword intent, causing the entire bone cage to shatter and explode. No way. How is this possible? Skeleton was about to go crazy. Yifan clearly didn't have any internal energy, nor did he disintegrate like before. How could every sword strike and every move unleash such a powerful force? It was as if there was a mysterious power that was released from every move of Yifan's sword. It was so exquisite that it was difficult for Skeleton to understand it. Skeleton flew into a rage out of humiliation. One after another, bone spears, netherworld fire, and corpse poison gas greeted Yifan. Yifan was determined to narrow the distance between the two of them. So he took a step forward and used all kinds of ancient martial arts footwork that he could think of to catch up. His footwork was like a swimming dragon, flowing like clouds and flowing water. His speed was incomparably fast. He had used the most basic footwork that the ancient sword technique could match to reach a realm that he had never thought of before. He had trained his powerful body for 3 years. Even if he didn't disintegrate, he could still use the ancient martial arts footwork that he knew before. The speed and strangeness of his movements were like that of a ghost. So that's how it is. Ancient martial arts were ancient martial arts, and inner force were inner force. So these were not the same cultivation paths at all. Yifan felt the natural and unrestrained feeling of the ancient martial arts, and was suddenly enlightened. He should have known that external techniques and internal techniques were different. Internal techniques were like magic, witchcraft, and superpowers, using external energy to strengthen oneself. In fact, from the very beginning, the various absolute arts of the ancient martial arts had been prepared for the cultivation of the human body from the very beginning. The initial birth of the ancient martial arts was actually obvious. It was definitely not for the sake of being invincible in the world or having a grand ambition. In fact, this was because the ancestors were strengthening their bodies and protecting themselves in the harsh natural environment. What did physical exercise have to do with the cultivation of true qi? Fan Xian suddenly felt that the thoughts of these ancient martial artists were truly laughable. What was even more laughable was that he had been kept in the dark before. The valiant generals of ancient times, the killing gods on the battlefield, did not cultivate inner force, but they dominated the battlefield and took the heads of the enemy generals in the midst of tens of thousands of soldiers. They relied on their strong physiques and refined outer force to the extreme. Perhaps it was because it was too difficult to practice external martial arts, or perhaps it was because the requirement for talent was higher, or perhaps it was because the era of peace had been around for a long time, and the imperial court placed more emphasis on academics than on martial arts. In short, as time passed, the idea that inner strength was the standard for experts became more and more common. This caused many people to truly believe that one must have inner strength in order to unleash the power of ancient martial arts. If Yifan hadn't been provoked and was at a critical juncture of life and death, he wouldn't have been able to figure out all of this even now when he thought of the ancient sword technique of the copper swordsman. Fortunately, at this moment, Yifan's thoughts were already incomparably clear. He was comprehending every move and every move, the meaning contained within the ancient martial arts. If it was in the past, he would definitely be happy with this epiphany. But at this moment, other than the obsession of quickly putting Skeleton to death, he had no other thoughts. Kill him and avenge the woman. This way, even if I die, I will accept it. The flames of revenge in Fan Xian's eyes were like the raging flames of hell, burning to the extreme. The sail roared, the wind stirred beneath its feet, and its body moved at will. In just a few seconds, Yifan's figure flashed past a large number of Skeleton's witchcraft. He actually magically crossed a distance of 30 to 40 meters and appeared in front of Skeleton unscathed. The black-robed mage was about to collapse. He didn't even see how Yifan did it, and he felt that he couldn't stop it at all. He had never seen such an unreasonable ancient martial art movement technique. No, to be exact, he had never seen such an abnormal ancient martial art practitioner. Yifan's face was already pale. He actually didn't have much strength left, but with his last breath, Yifan was also going to swing out a killing blow. Die! The white bone sword in Yifan's hand swung out in a 360-degree arc, heavily slashing towards Skeleton's body. Shattering his head, he could recover, piercing his chest, he would be fine. Yi Fan didn't believe that if he split him in half this time, he would still be able to survive. This was the purest sword slash. It was clearly so simple that there was nothing more to say, but from this angle, this speed and strength, relying on the perfect compatibility of Yi Fan's body, it displayed an unimaginable power. Fog Knight was far away, watching Yi Fan's series of counterattacks. It had long been dumbfounded. But when the girl saw Yi Fan's sword slash down, her entire soul trembled. With Fog Knight's realm, he still couldn't understand Yi Fan's ancient sword technique. The girl was also confused. She didn't understand why such a simple and unadorned move was so powerful and impossible to resist. However, even though they were separated by dozens of meters, Fog Knight could still feel that skeleton's heart at this moment. Despair. He couldn't dodge it. He really couldn't dodge it. Skeleton screamed miserably and released all of his death aura in an attempt to resist Yi Fan's sword. However, all of the death aura was split apart by the sword. Whoa! When the sword fell, the body split apart. Skeleton's black robe was blasted apart, and the skeleton inside shattered inch by inch. And Skeleton's true body was finally revealed. Yi Fan and Fog Knight were surprised to see that under the skeleton, there was actually an ugly old man who was only a little over a meter tall. Perhaps it was because he had suffered a large amount of backlash from cultivating necromancy. But Skeleton's body had already shrunk. He was holding onto a summoned skeleton, which created the illusion that he could not be killed. However, at this moment, there was already a bleeding wound on Skeleton's head, which had already lost all his hair. Why? Why? Skeleton's body split open and he completely lost his breath. Even to his death, this legendary skeleton wizard still didn't understand how Yi Fan had been reborn from a hopeless situation. The scene returned to calmness once again. After Yi Fan was sure that he had won, he felt a strong sense of collapse all over his body, and his consciousness started to blur. The white bone sword in his hand fell to the ground, and his body fell limply to the ground. He felt that the corpse poison in his body had already suffocated his organs. Without disintegrating, Yi Fan didn't know if he would be able to survive the invasion of the poison this time. Too much activity had already caused the poison to be very deep. When his consciousness finally dissipated, the corner of Yi Fan's mouth curled up into a smile of relief. Wife, I've avenged you. I've come to accompany you. Chapter 570. 0570 Inch Yi Fan. Hey, how could you? Don't scare me. The person who came was Xiao Xen. Originally, she had driven over, but it wasn't for any other reason. This damn Yi Fan actually ignored her for the sake of Su Qingxue. She felt that with her dignified phoenix bloodline, she couldn't lose face no matter what. She planned to ask for an explanation. If Yi Fan still didn't apologize, then she would no longer care about this man and burn down this house. Anger this bad guy to death. However, just as he drove to the vicinity, he sensed the aura of death from afar. Xiao Xian didn't think too much about it and used her movement technique to run over. However, she was still too late. Only when she arrived did she realize that the battle had already ended. When Fog Knight saw Xiao Xen, he hurriedly shouted, "Miss Xiao, quickly save my brother. Quickly save him." Xiao Xian frowned. She didn't understand why Skeleton would appear here and why he would fight with Yi Fan. Just as he was about to bend over to check Yi Fan's pulse, he suddenly saw Su Qingxue's corpse not far away and was immediately stunned. Su Qingxue? Xiao Xen looked at the spear on Su Qingxue's chest in disbelief and exclaimed, "Shit, what happened to her?" Fog Knight sobbed painfully, Sister Su, in order to help Brother Yi Fan block that attack. Killed. What? Xiao Xian's face was pale. This cruel reality left her at a loss for what to do. She had previously said that Su Qingxue wasn't worthy of Yi Fan because she had her eyes on Yi Fan's strength and wanted to borrow Yi Fan's strength to obtain benefits. But now, Su Qingxue had actually sacrificed herself for Yi Fan. Xiao Xian's heart was filled with intense regret and condemnation. She suddenly realized that she was too self-righteous, overestimating herself and underestimating Su Qingxue. Miss Xiao, Sister Su can't be saved anymore. Quickly think of a way to save Brother Yi Fan. Fog Knight stood up with difficulty and walked over. Xiao Xan came back to her senses and looked at the unconscious Yi Fan, who was on the verge of death. She said, "My phoenix dance in the 9 heavens is the nemesis of all the evil poisons in the world. I should be able to save him." With that, Xiao Xan helped Yi Fan up and placed one hand on his back. A surge of surging true energy, like a warm golden current, entered Yi Fan's body. Yi Fan's body was actually very strong. This strength was not only in the muscles, but also in every cell. It had a strong resistance to poison. The reason why he was being corroded by the poison was because he had consumed too much energy and his body couldn't recover in a short period of time. Now that Xiao Xan's phoenix dance Zhanqi had entered his body, Yi Fan's body had a helper and immediately began to expel the poison. Not long after, Yi Fan's skin color began to return to normal, and his aura also began to ease. 3 to 4 minutes later, Yi Fan woke up. Although his head was still a little heavy, it was basically fine. "Brother, are you all right?" Fog Knight exclaimed in surprise when he saw this scene. Yi Fan nodded. He didn't need to look to know who was helping him heal his injuries, because he was too familiar with this Zhanqi. "Xiao Xiner, thank you." Although Yi Fan was still unable to completely forgive Xiao Xiner's words, if Xiao Xiner didn't help him, his life might really be in danger. Thus, Yi Fan still sincerely thanked her. This was the first time Yi Fan had directly called her by her name. Although it wasn't very polite, it seemed as if the distance between them had blurred a little. I just don't want a scoundrel like you to die in the hands of others," Xiao Xiner said with an arrogant face. Yi Fan didn't pay much attention to him. He stood up with an expressionless face, but the loneliness and sorrow in his eyes were hard to conceal. He slowly walked to Su Qingxue's corpse and knelt beside the woman. He lowered his head and reached out to gently caress the woman's face. "Wife." The corner of Yi Fan's mouth curled up into a bitter smile. "I'll take you home." Saying that, Yi Fan stretched out his hand and placed it on the bone spear. Clenching his teeth, he pulled the bone spear out from Su Qingxue's chest. Black blood splattered out, as if he could feel that Su Qingxue's life was also being sucked out. Seeing the huge hole in Su Qingxue's chest, which was badly mutilated, Yi Fan's red eyes also became a little moist. In his mind, the scenes of the two of them meeting, getting to know each other, getting married, falling in love, and so on flashed before his eyes. Although the two of them had only been together for half a year, perhaps it was because of the big sister fairy he had met back then, which gave Yi Fan a familiar feeling the first time he saw Su Qingxue. At first, he thought she was an iceberg female CEO, but later on, she became a cute girl who liked to eat donuts. Sometimes, this woman was full of schemes, so unpredictable that it made people afraid. But sometimes, she was cute and pure, so silly that she would even fight with a 5-year-old girl for donuts. In fact, up until now, Yi Fan still didn't know what Su Qingxue was truly revealing and what she was deliberately performing. However, no matter which one was the real her, it didn't matter anymore. She had already used her life to tell herself that her emotions were not fake. "Brother, Sister Su died for you. Let's bury her together. You have avenged her. She will definitely be very happy to see that you are fine." Fog Knight comforted him. Yi Fan took a deep breath, calmed himself down a little, and nodded. "I'm fine. I want to bring her back to China." Just as Yi Fan was about to pick Su Qingxue up, a strange blue light suddenly flashed from Su Qingxue's body. "Huh!" Xiao Xian exclaimed in surprise. Yi Fan and Fog Knight also noticed that something strange had happened to Su Qingxue's body. A blue cold light flew out from Su Qingxue's pocket. It was the Ghost Valley ring. "Nothing to see? Isn't this thumb ring the heavens? Why is it with Su Qingxue?" Xiao Xian was puzzled. Of course, she had heard of it before, and she had also seen this thumb ring in some books. Li Fan Xian didn't have the leisure to explain, because he saw that this thumb ring actually released a strange and mysterious energy. This blue energy was bone-chilling, like a speck of starlight, emitting from the thumb ring. On Su Qingshue's body, her wounds were rapidly freezing. The crystal-clear ice had frozen her wounds. "Brother Yi Fan, what is this?" Fog Knight's face was filled with confusion. "I don't know either." Yi Fan was excited because he felt that this seemed to be a positive signal. Ghost Valley Ring, Heaven's Eye, Wordless Heavenly Book, Su family bloodline. Could it be there was some special connection? Chapter 571. 0571, an energy that could make even Xiao Exener say it was strong. Of course, it wouldn't be simple. However, thinking about it carefully, if this Ghost Valley ring really didn't have any special uses, Zhuge Tianming wouldn't have kept thinking about it. Yi Fan was pleasantly surprised to discover that there was actually a layer of blue energy at the frozen wound that was continuously repairing Su Qingshue's injuries. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the bloody hole was shrinking. The flesh and blood seemed to have been reborn, once again gaining life. This is rebirth from the ashes. How could she do it? Xiao Exiner said in astonishment. Yi Fan glanced at the woman. What rebirth from the flames? Where did you see the fire? The Phoenix girl could rely on the energy of the flames to quickly recover her injured body. As long as it wasn't an absolutely fatal injury, such as a damaged head or an organ being completely removed, under normal circumstances, even if the organ was severely damaged, it could still be recovered by the flames. This was also the power of the Phoenix bloodline. But the Su Qingxue in front of him clearly didn't have the Phoenix bloodline, and she didn't even have fire yet. So how could she be reborn from the ashes? I know it's not, but this is very similar to my rebirth from the flames. Could it be that she's reborn from the ice? Xiao Exiner thought of a name for herself. Yi Fan didn't want to study what this was. Su Qingxue had the hope of being revived, and he was so excited that he was about to jump up. However, he didn't dare to touch Su Qingshue's body and could only tightly pinch his trousers as he nervously stood guard at the side. When Xiao Exiner and Fog Knight saw the change in Yi Fan's expression and demeanor, their eyes revealed complicated expressions. Just a moment ago, the man was like a dead man, without any vitality to speak of. But now, seeing that Su Qingxue might not be dead, he actually became so excited. The two women knew very well what this meant. However, they didn't have much to say, because Su Qingxue was using her life to prove her feelings. They could no longer be envious or jealous of her. After more than 10 minutes, Su Qingxue's wound had miraculously healed. The morning sun shone brightly on the earth. The frozen ice slowly melted, revealing snow-white skin. Under the sunlight, it was as tender as a newborn baby. After the Ghost Valley ring dispersed its light, it seemed to have lost some sort of support and directly fell onto Su Qingxue's body. She seems to be fine. Xiao Exen was quiet for a long time before she finally said, "It seems like this Ghost Valley ring really does have some special function." Actually, Fan Xian didn't know what was going on, but when he heard Su Qingxue's heartbeat recover and she was breathing again, he was even happier than if he had survived. Yi Fan forcefully wiped his eyes to prevent his tears from falling. He excitedly and carefully picked up Su Qingxue and walked back to the bedroom. After placing Su Qingxue on the bed, Yi Fan took out his phone and made a call. Not long after, the call went through, and a man's respectful voice was heard. "My king, you summoned me early in the morning. What can I do for you?" However, Fan Xian didn't have the leisure to talk about this. He said, "Old Pino, I want the best hospital in Barley. Immediately arrange for the best doctor to give me a comprehensive medical examination." The other party was Pino of the Open Cloud Corporation. Hearing Yi Fan's words, he hurriedly asked, "My king, are you not feeling well?" "No, my wife wants to have a physical examination." "Oh, I'll do it for you immediately. Give me 3 minutes, and I'll send you the information." Old Pino didn't dare to ask. Not long after, Old Pino sent the address of the hospital and the doctor he had made an appointment with to Yi Fan. Xiao Exener, who was at the side, was dumbfounded. "Hey, you're not going to take Su Qingxue to have a medical examination right now, are you?" Yi Fan nodded. "Can I?" It's not that I can't, it's just that she hasn't woken up yet, and I think her physiological signs are all normal. However, Yi Fan firmly said, I have to make sure that my wife is absolutely safe. I have to use the most advanced medical tests to confirm that there are no problems. Only then can I be at ease. Xiao Xen shrugged and pointed at Fog Knight. Then why didn't you arrange for a doctor to take a look at this little sister? She's still suffering from internal injuries. Only then did Yi Fan remember that Fog Knight was also injured. He apologetically said, I'm sorry, Shang. I was too nervous just now and didn't take care of you. You should also come with us to the hospital. Fog Knight smiled in understanding and shook his head. It's fine, brother. Compared to Sister Sue, my injuries are nothing. Xiao Xen shook her head and sighed. Your good brother won't take care of you. Let me take care of you, little sister. As she said that, Xiao Xen didn't care what Fog Knight was thinking and pressed Fog Knight onto the floor, letting her sit down. Then Xiao Xen pressed her palm on Fog Knight's back and injected a wave of Phoenix Dance's Zhenqi into it. Fog Knight didn't even have the time to say anything before he felt a burst of warmth in his body. He knew that Xiao Xen wanted to help her heal her injuries and felt quite surprised and touched. After all, Fog Knight's attitude toward Xiao Xen wasn't that good before, but now Xiao Xen actually didn't care about the past. Xiao Xen's cultivation was profound, and with the fact that Phoenix Dance's Zhenqi was originally a top-grade Zhenqi for healing injuries, she quickly helped Fog Knight recover quite a bit. She only needed a rest for 2 days, and she would be fine. Yi Fan took advantage of this time to drive an SUV over from the garage and carry the unconscious Su Qingxue into the car. It was impossible for Xiao Xen and Fog Knight to stay in this house, so the four of them went to the hospital together. On the way, Yi Fan finally had time and asked, Xiao Xen, what business do you have here? What? I saved you, and you still dislike me coming here? Xiao Xen said unhappily. Yi Fan smiled bitterly. I'm just asking, what are you in such a hurry for? Didn't I already thank you? If it's not enough, do you want me to take you to a snail feast? I'm not eating, it's so disgusting. Xiao Xen snorted, looked out the window, and said, I originally wanted to burn down your house. Who told you to make me angry? However, seeing that you guys are already miserable enough today, I will be mentally balanced. Yi Fan was speechless. What kind of temper did this woman have to come to someone else's house to set fire so early in the morning? If this was an ordinary person, they would have been arrested for arson. Hey, that's right. Why did that Skeleton fight with you so early in the morning? Wasn't he killed by Sylvie? Xiao Xen asked in bewilderment. Yi Fan felt that there was nothing to hide, so he told her the whole story. After hearing this, Xiao Xen frowned. In that case, that Sylvie is indeed a bit strange. It's very likely that she was trying to silence him and hide the truth, which is why Skeleton came over. Chapter 572. 0572 Who knows, anyway. Skeleton is completely dead, so there's no way to prove anything. Yi Fan sighed. Actually, Yi Fan didn't really care what Sylvie wanted to do, and what did she have to do with the Azures Association? As long as it didn't affect the lives of Yi Fan and the people around him, Yi Fan couldn't be bothered to care. However, if the Azura was still unwilling to let him go, Yi Fan would not be a good person. At most, he would just return to the martial arts world and fight another holy war. Fog Knight asked curiously, Brother, what kind of sword technique did you use to kill Skeleton just now? It's so powerful. I thought you really had no other way. But it turns out that you were hiding such a powerful sword technique. When Yi Fan heard this, he self-deprecatingly said, What am I hiding? It's just that I didn't think of it from the start. It's just that I thought of some ancient martial arts experience on the spur of the moment. It could be considered as the heavens helping me. By chance, I was fortunate enough to see some ancient sword techniques. Ancient sword technique? Xiao Xen's interest was immediately piqued. Her eyes lit up as she said, Tell me about it. What is it like? Yi Fan patted the steering wheel. At least wait for me to send my wife to the hospital for an examination. Then I'll tell you all about this. When the two women heard this, They could understand Yi Fan's feelings, so they quieted down. A manor near Barley was filled with lush plants. The Baroque architecture was gorgeous and meticulous. In a garden pavilion supported by white pillars, a man was drinking black tea, reading a morning newspaper, and eating breakfast. "Master, Miss Sommelier is here." A meticulous black butler wearing a tuxedo walked up to the pavilion and respectfully said. The man raised his eyes, his knife-like face expressionless as he indifferently nodded. "Invite her in." Not long after the butler left, a beautiful woman wearing a white dress leisurely walked over. Congratulations, Miss Sylvie, for becoming the new president of the Sci-Te Association." When a man saw the woman coming over, his poker face immediately became incomparably warm. Sylvie also reached out and shook hands with the man. "Mr. Leibson, if you hadn't bribed the various officials of the association, everything wouldn't have gone so smoothly." This man was the firearms giant, Leibson. "I've said it before, there's nothing in this world that money can't buy. What bullsh asterisk T sentiment? What bullsh asterisk T dignity? What bullsh asterisk T belief? All of it is bullsh asterisk T. As long as the money is in place, everything will come at once." Rebus laughed arrogantly. Sylvie nodded. "I now believe that what Mr. Leibson said is indeed true." Rebus smiled and gestured for Sylvie to sit in the pavilion. He personally poured tea for Sylvie. "Miss Sylvie, now that you have become the new president of the Sci-Te Association, you must begin to fulfill your promise and consider the interests of my old friend," Leibson said meaningfully. Sylvie sipped a mouthful of black tea and said indifferently, "Of course I remember. The underground weapons markets of Syria and Yai will all be in your pocket, Mr. Leibson." Rebus narrowed his eyes. "Miss Sylvie, Rebus, do not lack money. To me, money is just a number. Why want us to enjoy the time of money?" "I know." Sylvie smiled and said, "What you want is lifespan. So you want the elixir of immortality, right? I just want to meet you and the Black Emperor's teacher, the great Armageddon Shakyamuni, and ask for advice on the way to live forever. As long as I can regain my youth and obtain longevity, I can even give you half of my family property." Sylvie replied with an, "Oh, half of the family property? That's incredible. It's enough to buy several small countries." "Our family has been in the weapons business for more than 100 years. Half of our assets are enough to buy half of Africa," Rebus said proudly. Sylvie nodded. "With such wealth and arrogance, no wonder a legend rank expert like Skeleton can only be controlled by you, Mr. Leibson." Skeleton himself had a daughter with a witch when he was young. He thought no one knew. But how could he hide it from me, Rebus? As long as I have his daughter in my hands, won't he have to listen to my orders? Not only him, as long as I have time, if I am willing, the other legend rank experts will sooner or later be caught by me. Money, weapons, it is enough to control this world. Rebus stood up, opened his arms, and said, "The only thing I can't control is my life. So I must live." Sylvie smiled faintly. "It's a pity that this time, Mr. Leibson, you didn't deal with it cleanly." "What do you mean?" Rebus asked, puzzled. "Lucifer has already suspected my identity. Our play with Skeleton has already been broken by Lucifer, which means other people might also be suspicious and wary of me," Sylvie said. Rebus waved his hand. "Don't worry. Although Lucifer is powerful, Skeleton told me last night that he has a way to kill Lucifer. I believe that it won't be long before he reports back to me, and the legendary king of hell will be dead." "Is that so?" Sylvie sneered. "But my spies told me that Lucifer, he has already killed Skeleton." Rebus suddenly turned around. "What? How is that possible? You don't believe me?" Sylvie said, "You can send someone to investigate instead of waiting for the news, because Skeleton will no longer reply to you." Rebus quickly sent a butler to verify it. In less than 10 minutes, someone replied and found that Yi Fan was still alive and well, while Skeleton had no news of him. Upon hearing this news, Rebus flew into a rage out of humiliation. He slammed his hand heavily on the table, causing the teacup to fall and shatter. "Mr. Rebus, if you want to see my teacher, there's no problem, but only if you do well and get my teacher to approve of you." Sylvie stood up gracefully and said, Lucifer is an unstable factor. He is even more terrifying than he was 5 years ago. If we don't get rid of him, even if we carry out our plan, we might only face a second holy war. I hope that you and the people of your club can discuss how to get rid of him. After all, he also obstructed your research and development of the immortal medicine, didn't he? Rebus gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, Got it, this Lucifer. I really underestimated him. Sylvie didn't say anything else and strolled out. When she was about to leave the garden, she met a blonde, blue-eyed socialite. It was Rebus' daughter, Barbara. Chapter 573. 0573, Yi-Fan drove all the way to the hospital. The director of the hospital solemnly brought a group of doctors over to serve Yi-Fan. Yi-Fan didn't stand on ceremony and told them to quickly vacate the best ward and bring Su Qingxue to do a comprehensive checkup. Until noon, all the results of the examinations came out, proving that Su Qingxue was indeed fine. Her body couldn't be any healthier, but she seemed to be very tired and needed some nutrient solution, waiting for her to wake up. Yi-Fan originally wanted to stay in the ward, but Xiao Xiner was going to fly back to China in the afternoon. She wanted to see Yi-Fan's ancient sword technique before she went back. After all, Xiao Xiner had saved him once, so Yi-Fan agreed to let her take a look and explain it to Fog Knight. Li Fanxian was never a person who hid his strength. He always believed that cultivation relied on hard work and talent. If he couldn't practice well, even if all the absolute arts in the world were taught to him, he still wouldn't be able to practice well. The three of them arrived at a small park behind the hospital. The artificial lake was quiet and undisturbed, and no one came to disturb them during lunch. Yi-Fan asked Fog Knight to borrow a katana, and then gave a simple explanation of his new understanding of ancient martial arts. Actually, external techniques are a complete set of ancient martial arts. Just like internal techniques, it's also a way to cultivate. It's just that the requirements for external techniques are more complicated, unlike internal techniques, which can be improved day by day as long as one has the sense of qi. Fanxian gave a rough explanation, and Xiao Xiner and Fog Knight also listened attentively. After hearing it, Xiao Xiner's face was filled with disappointment. I thought it was something profound. The principle of the 3,000 great Daos, all of which lead to the same destination. I understood it when I was 3 years old. However, no matter how good an external technique is, there are still many limitations. Yi-Fan shook his head. I can't explain it to you. Just watch me swing my sword and you'll know. Finished speaking, Yi-Fan calmed his heart. Facing the lake, he straightforwardly swung his sword down. Yi-Fan combed through his own insights, and now that he was using his sword intent, he was even more proficient, and every detail of his body was even more smooth and detailed. With a swing of his sword, a suppressive sword intent suddenly descended heavily. Boom! On the surface of the lake. It was as if there was a blade fiercely slicing through it, splitting the lake water apart, and causing a huge splash. Even the mud at the bottom of the 2 to 3 meters deep man-made lake was blown away by the force of the explosion. This time, Xiao Xiner and Fog Knight were stunned. They clearly didn't feel any Zhen Qi or sword Qi, but there was a surge of power that followed Yi-Fan's sword strike. What the hell? How did you do it? Xiao Xiner exclaimed. Fanxian smiled. What I can say is only the literal meaning of the move. However, some of the true insights can only be understood and cannot be conveyed with words. Fog Knight also felt that this was inconceivable. After taking back the katana from Yi-Fan's hand, he said, Brother, let me try. Yi-Fan naturally didn't have any objections. He let Fog Knight follow the move he had used and did the same thing he had done. However, Fog Knight waved several times in a row. Other than a little wind, there was no movement on the surface of the lake at all. Isn't this too strange? I clearly used the exact same move as you. So why is it that my ancient sword technique doesn't have any power at all? Fog Knight said in annoyance. Could it be that your strength is too small? Xiao Xiner asked. Even so, there shouldn't be no waves at all, right? Fog Knight said. You only did it, but you didn't do it. Yi Fan said. One had to know that before he swung this sword, the nerves, joints, and muscles of his body were all very delicate. Fog Knight could only think like this. It seems that my comprehension is too poor. Even if brother teaches me, I won't be able to learn it. Xiao Xin had a thoughtful expression on her face. Although I have heard of sword intent, this intent should be a kind of comprehension in one's heart. How could it be revealed? The fact that you can split open this lake means that there's indeed a real, tangible energy that you have unleashed. However, this energy is not Jinqi, nor is it sword qi. What exactly is it? Hearing the woman's words, Yi Fan was also a little confused. Actually, he was just thinking about it. He felt that he was using a kind of intent, but this intent seemed to be rather illusory. Could it be that he had unintentionally used an energy that he had yet to understand? Just when Yi Fan and the two women were puzzled, a doctor from the hospital came over. Mr. Yi, I've finally found you. Your wife has woken up. The doctor reported happily. When Yi Fan heard this, he didn't care about anything else and quickly ran to the ward. Xiao Xin and Fog Knight naturally wanted to see how Su Qingxue was doing, so they followed her. Arriving at the VIP ward, the window of the room was open, and the sunlight shone in, making it very bright. On the clean and tidy bed, Su Qingxue had already sat up. The woman's hair had already been washed by the nurse, and it was draped over her shoulders. She had also taken a bath and was wearing a warm patient's uniform, which made her look especially charming. Wife! When Yi Fan saw the woman who had woken up, he shouted loudly. Su Qingxue turned her head, her bright eyes sparkling as she looked at Yi Fan, Xiao Xin and Fog Knight. After 5 or 6 seconds of silence, the woman asked doubtfully, "Calling me?" The smile on Yi Fan's face stiffened. His heart skipped a beat as he forced a smile and asked, "Wife, what's wrong? Don't joke with me, you. Who are you? Why do you call me wife?" Su Qingxue frowned. She was a little displeased, and her face was ice cold. Xiao X exclaimed, "Aya, is she too heavily injured? It's affecting her brain, and she's lost her memory?" "No, it can't be, Sister Su. I'm Fog Knight. You really don't remember?" Fog Knight asked anxiously. Su Qingxue was at a loss as she shook her head. "I don't know you. Where's this place? Why am I hurt?" Yi Fan's heart was beating wildly. The fiery joy from just now had been poured with a basin of ice water. Fortunately, he had been stimulated before, so he quickly calmed down. Yi Fan smiled and said, "Wife, I am your husband. Don't worry, you have lost your memory now, but I will prove it as soon as possible. We are husband and wife. You can trust me. When did I get married? Who are you? What exactly are your intentions?" Su Qingxue's face was full of vigilance. Yi Fan took a deep breath, turned his head, and walked to the door of the ward, staring gloomily at the dean. "Didn't you say my wife is fine?" Chapter 574. 0574 Fan Xian grabbed the principal's collar and said, "You'd better give me a reasonable explanation instead of casually brushing me off and saying that there's nothing wrong with my wife." The principal nodded vigorously. "That's for sure. I can invite the best brain experts in Europe to come and give you an explanation." Li Fanxian turned around and said to Su Qingxue, "Wife, don't be anxious. I will definitely think of a way to help you recover your memories. I don't want to do any tests. Where are you? I want to go out." Su Qingxue lifted the blanket, walked out of bed barefoot, and was about to rush out of the door. Yi Fan hurriedly supported Su Qingxue's shoulders and said, "Wife, listen to me. I can prove our relationship as husband and wife. We have already received our marriage certificate." "Got the certificate?" Su Qingxue frowned. "Where is the certificate?" "At home." "Then where are we now?" "At Barley." "Why is it in Barley?" Su Qingxue asked. Yi Fan didn't know where to start, but he suddenly remembered that he could call Aunt Jiang. Thus, Yi Fan quickly took out his phone and dialed his home's overseas number. Not long after, Aunt Jiang answered the phone. It seemed to be late at night, and Aunt Jiang was also a little sleepy. "Yi Fan, why did you call back so late? Is there something urgent?" Yi Fan turned on the hands-free mode so that Su Qingxue could hear him. He said, "Aunt Jiang, Where did my wife and I put our marriage certificate? Your marriage certificate? How would I know? It should be in Mrs. Room, right? Aunt Jiang said. Su Qingxue asked doubtfully. Aunt Jiang, am I really married? Miss, what are you saying? You guys aren't here to make an old woman happy in the middle of the night, are you? We've been married for more than half a year. Aunt Jiang's tone was full of helplessness. Su Qingxue muttered, how could this be? In order to not let Aunt Jiang worry too much, Yi Fan said, Aunt Jiang, we're going back soon. You should rest. After hanging up the phone, Yi Fan gently advised, how is it, wife? Do you believe me now? I am really your husband. You are injured and have just recovered from a serious illness. You might have lost your memory for a short period of time. When Su Qingxue heard this, she was still suspicious. She pointed at Xiao Xn and asked, then who is this woman? Yi Fan said, she is Xiao Xn. What does it have to do with you? Why does she seem to like you a lot? Su Qingxue asked. What? How could I like him? Xiao Xn's face was flushed red as she said excitedly, Surname Su. Don't talk nonsense, just because you've lost your memory. I don't like this kind of ugly and fickle man. Wife, what nonsense are you talking about? I don't have anything to do with Xiao Xn. It's just that before you were injured, she just happened to come over and help me treat it. So she came to the hospital along the way. Su Qingxue frowned. She said you're a playboy. Is that true? Yi Fan was speechless. How was he supposed to open his mouth? Xiao Xin seized the opportunity and said, of course it's true. He had at least 2 lovers in Huahai. I'm reminding you out of goodwill. After all, you've lost your memories. When Su Qingxue heard this, her face immediately turned even colder. How could I marry a man like you? Did you use some special method to force me? Yi Fan wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He really regretted bringing Xiao Xin here. Wife, we'll slowly explain these things when we get back. Can you go and have a checkup first? It'll be fine when you remember. Yi Fan sincerely said, if you want to explain, then explain it now. This has nothing to do with me checking or not. What are you hiding from me? Su Qingxue's tone was as cold as ice. Li Fan Xian thought for a while with a headache, and could only say, yes, I have other women, but my wife, I truly love you. This time, you were seriously injured to save me, and almost lost your life. Our relationship has been tested by life and death. If you don't believe me, you can ask Xiao Er. Yi Fan pointed at Fog Knight, who of course nodded his head. Sister Su, my name is Fog Knight. What Brother Yi Fan said is true. Fog Knight smiled with a complicated expression. Su Qingxue felt that it was inconceivable. How is this possible? A bad man like you. Why would I die for you? This is the truth. Yi Fan spread out his hands. That won't do. I must have lost my mind. Now that I'm awake, I don't know you, let alone love you. Don't appear in front of me again in the future. Just pretend that you never got married. Su Qingxue coldly said. Yi Fan was astonished. He never thought that things would end up like this. Wife, don't call me wife. I'm not. Su Qingxue interrupted. A trace of pain flashed through Yi Fan's eyes. He took a deep breath and said, all right then, Miss Su, you don't know me. It doesn't matter, you can rest here first. I'll let them go out first. Yi Fan turned around and let everyone in the hospital leave the ward. I want my cell phone. I want to contact my people. Su Qingxue said. Yi Fan smiled and said, no problem, but your phone is not here. I will get your branches Zheng and Jia to give you your phone. Only then did Su Qingxue's expression relax a little, and she nodded. When the group of people arrived at the corridor, Xiao Xen said with a smile that was not a smile, Yi, what do you plan to do now? She forgot about you. Yi Fan frowned. He felt that this woman was clearly gloating over his misfortune. If you forget, then forget. It has nothing to do with you. Yi Fan said, of course it has nothing to do with me. Just don't cry. Xiao Xian rolled her eyes. The dean carefully asked, Mr. Yi, when are we going to do the examination? Yi Fan shook his head. There's no need to do it. Huh? The people from the hospital were very surprised. The dean asked why. No need, no need. There's no reason. After Yi Fan finished speaking, he let the people from the hospital leave. You guys should leave as well. You should also rest for a while, or go to Hua Hai and wait for us to return. Yi Fan said. Xiao Xin frowned and said, You don't need to chase me away. I was going to fly anyway. Brother, then take care of yourself. Fog Knight knew that staying behind wouldn't be of any help. After the two women left, Yi Fan turned around and returned to the ward. Seeing that he was in love, Qing Xue coldly said, Is there anything else you need? Didn't I say that marriage doesn't count? Go back and wait for my lawyer to inform you and go through with the divorce procedures. Yi Fan looked at the woman who was so cold that she seemed to be above the mortal world. She was becoming more and more similar to the fairy sister in his memories. However, he was very clear that the woman in front of him was his wife, his lover, and not some fairy. Chapter 575. 0575 Y. Don't you have other women? Can't you just look for them? Su Qingxue was very puzzled. Li Fan Xian smiled, walked to the bedside, and looked at the woman sitting there, her flawless face. There are countless women in this world, but there is only one wife. She is right in front of me. How can I bear to leave? Crazy. Su Qingxue shook her head. Don't you understand what I mean? I don't love you anymore, no matter what we had before. But now you are a stranger. One time, 2 times, strangers can also become acquaintances and can also become friends. Yi Fan said with an indifferent smile. Su Qingxue was puzzled. What are you trying to say? Nothing. I just want to tell you that I won't give up. As long as I'm still alive, I will always love you. If you don't forget me, I will pursue you again until you fall in love with me. If you lose your memory once, I will chase after you once. If you lose your memory twice, I will chase after you twice. Even if you lose your memory 100 times, 1,000 times, I will still chase after you and turn you into my woman. Yi Fan said with a burning gaze. Su Qingxue was stunned. After a while, she asked, Am I that good? Because I'm prettier than them? Of course my wife is beautiful. But the most fundamental reason is that I have decided that you are my wife, so it will never change. Yi Fan said, Do you like me that much? Su Qingxue asked, It's not that I like you, I love you. I love you very, very much. Yi Fan said word by word. Su Qingxue's eyes revealed a trace of playfulness. You love me so much, then if I let you drive away all the other women, can you do it? No. Yi Fan shook his head. I love them too. Humph. Su Qingxue said angrily. You liar. Then you still say you love me? I'm not a liar. If I were, I wouldn't admit all of this. But I am indeed very shameless, and I am indeed very greedy, but I am such a man. Yi Fan's face was calm. Su Qingxue's eyes flickered as she said, Unless you cut off all your other lovers, I won't accept you. Fan Xian smiled. It doesn't matter. I will do my best to pursue you until you can accept me. Accept my other women. I will let you know that I am the most suitable man in the world to be your husband. You are simply a scoundrel. Su Qingxue was speechless. Fan Xian remained unmoved and shrugged his shoulders. Whatever, I have plenty of patience and time anyway. Slowly, you will fall in love with me, this scoundrel, and then remarry me. I don't want to talk to you. Su Qingxue directly laid back on the bed, covered herself with the blanket, and turned around to sleep. Yi Fan looked at the side of the woman's face and smiled gently. Wife, my name is Yi Fan. Remember my name today. I don't remember. Su Qingxue replied, unhappily. Yi Fan smiled bitterly. It's all right, you can slowly remember it. I'll tell you my name every day from now on. I'm hungry and sleepy right now, and you want me to remember your name? Is there anyone who chases a girl like you? Su Qingxue said in disgust. Yi Fan listened to the woman's coquettish words and felt that it was strange. His mind moved and he asked, Wife, do you want to eat something? Unless I can eat strawberry-flavored donuts, I won't be able to remember your name, Su Qingxue said. Li Fan Xian's entire body quivered as he excitedly threw himself onto the bed and stared at the woman's side profile. Seeing the trace of mischievousness in the corner of Su Qingxue's eyes, he suddenly came to a realization. Wife, you didn't lose your memory? Yi Fan shouted. Su Qingxue frowned. You're so noisy. His ears were deafened. Are you going to give me donuts or not? Here, here, of course. Yifan laughed out loud, but then he was confused. Wife, you didn't lose your memory. Why did you pretend just now? Su Qingxue rolled her eyes at him. Who told you to be so heartless? I almost died, yet you're still hanging out with Xiao Xiner. You clearly know that I don't like her. Yifan suddenly realized that the problem was with Xiao Xiner. He had really been played by Su Qingxue until he was in a daze. In one moment, he was in hell, and in the next, he was in heaven. Wife, you're too good at acting. Pretending to have amnesia is just like the real thing. Yifan was about to cry. Can you not play like this in the future? Who told you to make me unhappy? Su Qingxue snorted lightly. This is too ruthless. You even want me to break off my relationship with other women. Wife, are you serious or are you purposely joking? Yifan asked. Su Qingxue pouted. You shameless fellow. Even if I lose my memory, you still won't let me go. What else can I do? I wanted to try and see if I could get rid of those fox spirits, but in the end, you were so shameless. You ate from the bowl and looked at the pot. Li Fanxian's forehead was sweating. This woman's tricks were too deep. Fortunately, he was sincere and held on to the bottom line. Wife, don't be angry. I have let you down, but I will treat you very well for the rest of my life. Yifan chuckled and said, Do you want to starve me to death? So much nonsense. Where's the donut I want? Su Qingxue asked as she kicked the blanket. Yifan hurriedly stood up. All right, I'll go buy it now. Wife, just you wait. He knew that Su Qingxue did not lose her memories. Although he had been tricked, Yifan was not angry. At this moment, he only wanted to pamper this woman and could not be angry at her at all. Su Qingxue looked at Yifan hurriedly running out to buy donuts. She wanted to smile, but there was a complicated expression in her eyes. There was joy, but also disappointment. Half an hour later, Yifan bought a big box of strawberry-flavored donuts for Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue sat on the hospital bed, eating donuts and drinking mocha. She was so moved that she almost cried. Yifan looked at the woman whose eyes were red and lovingly stroked her hair. Wife, why are you so excited? Is it that delicious? No, Su Qingxue faintly said. I was thinking if I died, wouldn't I not be able to eat donuts? I feel that it's really great that I didn't die. Li Fanxian almost laughed out loud. He really suspected that this girl had a split personality. One moment, she was as cold as ice, and the next moment, she was like a little girl. Come to think of it, Yifan still hadn't figured out how Su Qingxue was resurrected. Wife, do you feel anything different about your body? What did the Ghost Valley ring do to you? Yifan asked. Su Qingxue nibbled on the donut, opened her big, watery eyes, and said in a daze, How would I know? Didn't you guys save me? Chapter 576 0576 Su Qingxue touched herself and said in surprise, That's right. Why don't I have any wounds? I was worried that it would leave a scar and become very ugly. Yifan gloomily touched his forehead. This silly girl. She actually didn't notice her wound even now? In other words, from the moment she woke up until now, this girl had been pretending to have amnesia to play with him? There was no other way. Yifan could only briefly explain what had happened to Su Qingxue. After Su Qingxue heard this, she also had a strange expression on her face. She took out the Ghost Valley ring from her pocket and said with a frown, I don't feel anything special either. Did this ring really save me? I'm not sure either. Is it because of this ring, or is there some connection between your body and this ring? In short, I feel that the Su family's bloodline and this Ghost Valley ring, as well as the legendary wordless heavenly book, might all be related. Yifan said, What does it matter? Su Qingxue asked. Yifan bitterly smiled. I'm not sure about that either, but that Zhuge Tianming from the Ghost Valley seems to value this ring a lot. Although because of me, he didn't dare to openly snatch it. Moreover, he was a bookworm and wanted to save face. He wouldn't be too rough, so under normal circumstances, he wouldn't do anything. However, in the long run, we still need to find out the secret of this thumb ring, so that we can think of a countermeasure. This question is too difficult for me. I haven't even stepped through the threshold of the Xianwei scripture, and I haven't even found my qi yet. Let's talk about it when I get back. I'm so hungry right now. Su Qingxue said. Su Qingxue didn't seem to want to think too much about this and continued to eat the donuts. Although her body had recovered, the woman's appetite seemed to have improved a lot. She was so hungry that it didn't take long for her to finish the box of donuts. Seeing the woman eat happily, Yi Fan's eyes were filled with gentleness, and he couldn't move his eyes away at all. Being stared at like this, Su Qingxue's face slightly heated up, and she pouted. "What are you doing? You keep staring at me. Is your complexion very bad? Very ugly?" "Wife, there are some women in this world who don't put on makeup. Their bare faces are the most beautiful, and you are this kind of pure natural beauty," Yi Fan said. "You're getting more and more hypocritical now. I don't believe you." Su Qingxue was happy in her heart, but she didn't admit it. In fact, for a woman, it didn't matter if a man was telling the truth or not. Anyway, it was the person she liked. No matter how much she listened to his sweet words, she wouldn't get tired of it. Yi Fan couldn't help but step forward and hug his wife. "Wife, really, I feel so happy to see you eat donuts." Su Qingxue blinked her eyes and said, "Then can you satisfy one of my requests?" Just as Fan Xian wanted to say of course, he thought that something was wrong and said, "It can't be that you want me to sever my relationship with other women again, right? You're quite crafty, but no." Su Qingxue said as she picked up the empty box and said, "I want to eat another box." Fan Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Silly wife, are you going to eat like a pig?" "Oh, it seems like I'll get fat. Then I'll endure it for a while," Su Qingxue said regretfully. Yi Fan stood up and said, "It doesn't matter. At most, I'll just exercise a little more. I'll go buy it for you. The dessert shop is nearby. Besides, I'll like it even if my wife eats like a pig." Su Qingxue nodded. She thought that she would have to train hard this time. Wouldn't training help her lose weight? Just as Yi Fan was about to go out, his phone rang. Seeing that it was a call from Sally, he immediately picked it up. "Sally, are they all here?" Yi Fan asked. On the other side, Li asked with concern, "King, how are you? Are you injured?" "Oh, you got the news?" "Yes, the information has just been sent over, and I've verified it with Fog Knight." "King, I shouldn't have been on Purgatory Island at that time. I should have been by your side." As Li spoke, she became very emotional, as if she was about to cry. Yi Fan hurriedly advised, "Sally, I'm fine. You don't have to worry too much. My body is fine. This time, I survived a great calamity and even made some progress in my cultivation. This is a good thing. King, we are relieved that you are fine." Azazel and the others' plane had already arrived, and they were all very concerned. "Recently, I will pay close attention to the movements of the Saite Association and OLD-1s. If you have time, King, come back and see us." There was a hint of bitterness in Sally's words. Yi Fan smiled embarrassedly. "All right, I'll find time to go back after the new year." After hanging up, Yi Fan discovered that Su Qingxue, who was beside him, was staring at him with a pair of big black eyes. "What's wrong, wife?" "That's Sally. Does she also love you a lot?" Su Qingxue asked. Li Fan Xian was stunned for a moment, then thought for a moment and said, "I treat her like my own little sister, almost. Just like Yinner." It's useless to say anything. Su Qingxue was too lazy to ask any further. She turned around and lay on the bed. Li Fan Xian didn't know what to say, so he ran out to buy donuts. In the afternoon, the hospital found out that Su Qingxue was fine and heaved a sigh of relief. Yi Fan was in a good mood, so he asked old Pino to reward the hospital with tens of millions of red packets. The hospital was extremely grateful. After leaving the hospital, the two stayed at Barley for 2 days. Firstly, Su Qingxue still had to assign tasks to Zheng and Jie and a group of people from the branch company, as well as meet a few main partners. Secondly, Su Qingxue also wanted to bring some gift back to Aunt Jiang and some of her good friends. When choosing a gift, Su Qingxue hesitated for a moment and also bought a set of cosmetics, planning to give it to Tong Huizhen. When Yi Fan saw all of this, he also admired Su Qingxue's breadth of mind. If this was placed on an ordinary person, he would definitely not forgive Tong Huizhen for the rest of his life. 2 days later, the two finally set off for Huahai. Yi Fan remembered to bring gifts for the women, but he didn't dare to let Su Qingxue find out, so he asked Pino and his son to mail the things to the orphanage. When he returned to the orphanage to get them, he would go and give the women gifts. Thinking about it, he really did have a guilty conscience. Moreover, it was almost the spring festival, and the company had to have a New Year's Eve dinner and organize all kinds of activities. There were a lot of things to do, so she didn't have the time to care about what Yifan was doing all day. Yifan also successfully arrived at the orphanage, found Principal Li, and collected a bunch of international parcels. Of course, Yifan didn't forget to give Principal Li a set of skincare products. However, Principal Li's face was getting thinner and thinner, and Yifan felt sad when he looked at him. This elder, who was like a family member to him, was aging faster and faster. Just as Yifan was planning to bring a cart of gifts to Ning Zimo's place to give her New Year's gifts, Fog Knight called him. "Brother, the elite squad of Baphomet has finished gathering. Where should I take them to find you?" Fog Knight asked. Chapter 577. 0577. When he arrived at the Purple Leaf Tea House, he discovered that in order to welcome the Spring Festival, the tea house was also decorated with red lanterns. Yifan didn't see Fog Knight and the others at the door. Carrying a few bags of luxury goods, he arrived at the door, and little Zhao came out to welcome him. "Brother Fan, your friend are all here, waiting for you," Zhao Zhong said. Yifan realized that Fog Knight and the others had gone in, so he patted little Zhao's shoulder. "Your injuries have recovered quite well, and you're starting to be lively again?" Little Zhao chuckled and said, "Thanks to Brother Fan, this injury is nothing. Last time, the Zhu family instigated the Ning family and the Wei family to cause trouble, injuring many people from the Purple Bamboo Forest. It had been quite some time since then, and the Purple Bamboo Forest had also regained its peacefulness." Yifan walked into the tea house and asked, "You said that my friend, where is he?" Brother Fan's friend, of course he arranged for the best lake viewing hall to be entertained. Little Zhao smiled and said, "Big Sis is already making tea for them." Yifan nodded. He had been here so many times, so of course he knew which room was the lake viewing hall. It was the largest room to admire the scenery of the lake and the mountains. All of the furnishings and decorations were made of genuine pear wood, mahogany, and all kinds of antique calligraphy and paintings. Arriving at the lake viewing hall, as soon as he pushed open the door, Yifan saw Ning Zimo, who was dressed in a classic Han dress, sitting there chatting with 10 men and women. These 10 men and women were dressed very simply. They were basically sweaters, down vests, hooded jackets, windbreakers, and these were the most common winter clothes. Moreover, they were all Asian, with black hair and black eyes. They were no different from ordinary Chinese people. The key point was that these killers had been trained by Asmontis and were all experts in concealment. Their eyes, expressions, and auras could all be restrained to the point that they were no different from ordinary people. At a glance, they were all very inconspicuous, no different from passers-by. It was no exaggeration to say that if they walked on the road and suddenly took out a knife, people would think that they were cooks, not assassins. Li Fanxian was very satisfied. What he wanted was these assassins who could stay in China and not be noticed by others. Otherwise, finding a bunch of blonde and blue-eyed foreigners would be too eye-catching. Just the dragon's soul alone would annoy him to death. Seeing Yifan come in, the 10 of them immediately stood up with excitement on their faces. Yifan hurriedly coughed and waved his hand. "Sit, sit, sit." He didn't want to worship here. Firstly, it wasn't necessary. Secondly, he didn't like it. The group of assassins realized that Yifan didn't want to be too ostentatious, so they all nodded and sat down. However, when they looked at Yifan, their gazes were all filled with worship and excitement. At this time, Ning Zimo stood up and complained, "Yifan, why didn't you tell me in advance? There are so many friends coming, and I didn't have time to prepare anything. This kind of welcoming is too hasty." Fog Knight smiled and said, "It's fine, Sister Ning. We're used to sleeping in the open, so we're not particular about it." The group of assassins nodded one after another. To them, to be chosen to come to the Xia Kingdom and listen to the orders of the Sovereign King of Hell was already a great honor for them. As for what to eat and where to stay, it didn't matter. "Little Sister Fog Knight, if you don't pay attention to it, I have to pay attention to it. It's rare for Yi Fan to bring so many friends over. Although I don't really know you guys, I will definitely treat Yi Fan's friends well. Yi Fan held the woman's hand and let her sit down, saying, "It's all right, they're all on the same side, so they don't care about these things. You haven't introduced yourselves yet, right? Come, it just so happens that I also want to get to know you guys." Ning Zimo was curious. "What? You don't even know them? Aren't you friends?" Yi Fan helplessly smiled. "This is a long story. They all know me, but I have never seen them before. There are two faces that are quite familiar." Yi Fan pointed at a rather thin woman who looked to be around 30 years old. "Your name is Sun Qian, right?" Sun Qian's face was full of joy as she nodded vigorously. "Yes," Yi Fan said. "You must be an elder of Baphomet, right? I remember that when you led the team to fight in the Caribbean Sea, you were already there. Your water skills are very good. And after the ship sank, you killed 7 or 8 warriors of the Sacred Royal Court in the water." Sun Qian was so excited that tears welled up in her eyes. "It's me. I didn't expect you to remember it so clearly." Ning Zimo was surprised. What? Baphomet? Sacred Royal Court? What exactly are you talking about?" Yi Fan was not in a hurry to explain. He pointed at 3 more men, all of whom were called Song Yang, Ma Zifei, and Zhao Yidao. He also told them about his performance in the battles to the east and the west. These 10 people, other than Fog Knight, 4 of them were old backbones that Yi Fan knew. They were all from China and had been roaming overseas for many years. Some of them had joined OLD-1s when they were young and left the organization with Yi Fan, while others had joined Yi Fan later on. Hearing that Yi Fan still clearly remembered their names and some of their performances, the 4 old subordinates were very moved. The other 5 rookies were very envious, and they introduced their names and hometowns one by one. These people were basically from China and the surrounding countries, and they knew Chinese and many other languages. After they finished their introductions, Ning Zimo became more and more confused. Just as she was about to ask what was going on, she heard a knock on the door. When the door opened, little Zhao frowned and said, "Eldest miss, the Patriarch's group has arrived." Ning Zimo nodded. "I got it. Arrange for them to go to the Wind Pavilion. I'll be there in a while." "But," little Zhao said awkwardly, "they said they wanted to go directly to the lake viewing hall. I told them that Brother Fan's friends were there, and they said some unpleasant words." When Ning Zimo heard this, her expression immediately changed. What does my grandfather mean?" The Patriarch didn't say anything, but Zhao Jingshi and the others said that you, eldest miss, are disrespecting your elders and helping outsiders. "It seems like you don't want to go to other halls," little Zhao said. Yi Fan was puzzled. "What's going on? Your grandfather is here?" Ning Zimo's grandfather was naturally the Ning family's patriarch, Ning Gudao. Because Ning Hongtao was no longer around, Ning Gudao seemed to plan to hand the Ning family over to Ning Zimo to take care of. Previously, Ning Zimo had already returned to the Sword and Saber Alliance to prepare to enter the Ning family. "It's like this. My grandfather is preparing to abdicate. He plans to bring the main members of the clan and the Bloodthirsty Hall to my side to take a look before the new year. After all, they don't really understand how I manage the gang. Originally, this lake viewing hall was going to be left for them, but your friends came first, so I let them in first so that I could entertain them. I didn't expect that those guys would actually lose their temper over such a small matter." Ning Zimo's expression turned cold. Chapter 578. 0578. My cultivation isn't high, and I'm also young. They all think that I relied on you, the Dongfang family, and the Sun family to defeat Ning Hongtao. To be honest, I also feel that I still have a lot of shortcomings, but with so many brothers trusting me, I can't let them down. Making more money for them and living a better life is what I want to do. I don't care how others evaluate me. Li Fan Xian pinched the woman's hand and said, "Then you should have told me earlier. I'll help you settle such a small matter. Actually, it's nothing much. Any transfer of power will have a period of pain. I don't want to rely on you to solve everything for me." Ning Zimo forced a smile. At this moment, a man's rough voice came from outside. "What kind of esteemed guest is this? Miss Ning, why don't you introduce us to him?" In the corridor, a group of well-dressed men arrived. The one who spoke was a man in his 50s with a square face, thick eyebrows, and a big nose. His brows were filled with arrogance. Surrounded by this group of people was an old man in a gray coat with white hair on his temples. He did not appear to be anything special, but the old man's eyes were unusually bright and sharp. Little Zhao whispered into Yi Fan's ear, "Brother Fan, the person who spoke is Zhao Jingshi, the head instructor of the Bloodthirsty Hall. He is very strong. He has been in the Ning clan for more than 20 years and is deeply rooted, so other than the patriarch, no one else is in his eyes." Yi Fan nodded, but he didn't think much of this Zhao Jingshi. He was just a martial artist at the peak of the Xiantian realm, so he could only do whatever he wanted in the underground family. When Ning Zimo saw the person who came, she frowned and said, "Master Zhao, I am currently receiving an esteemed guest. You guys can go to the Wind Pavilion and wait for a while." Zhao Jingshi held a string of beads in his hand. His gaze landed on Yi Fan and the group of Baphomet killers behind him, and he chuckled. "Miss Ning, are these the distinguished guests you are welcoming? You are the future patriarch of our Ning family. How can you casually invite a group of unworthy people in and even sit in the best private room?" Ning Zimo said unhappily, "Master Zhao, these are Yi Fan's friends, who are also my friends. Please show some respect." Zhao Jingshi grinned. "Look at what they're wearing. None of their clothes add up to more than 500. Don't you think it's embarrassing for the Ning family to let such a group of people sit here?" Ning Zimo couldn't be bothered to waste words with him. She turned to the old man and said, "Grandfather, you guys must be tired from the flight. You should go to the Wind Pavilion to rest first." The head of the family, Ning Gu, who had been silent all this time, was sizing up Yi Fan and expressionlessly said, "This young man is the Yi Fan you were talking about, right?" "It's him." Ning Zimo nodded. "That's right. I've long wanted to see who forced my son to death. I finally met him." Ning Gu seemed to be quite appreciative. Yi Fan, on the other hand, was very open-minded. He laughed and said, "I'm sorry, old man. Your son wants face and can't afford to lose, so I can't do anything about it." The corner of Ning Gu's mouth twitched. "Hee, young and arrogant. A kid like you is either stupid or truly capable. I hope you are the latter." After saying that, Ning Gu waved his hand at Zhao Jingshi. "Old Zhao, why don't you go back? Let the young people sit here. How about it?" The old man's words were very good. He wasn't giving orders, he was just asking, "How is it?" The meaning was very simple. If Zhao Jingshi wasn't willing to let him go, then he could do whatever he wanted. When Zhao Jingshi heard this, he laughed and said, "Patriarch, I'm willing, but the other old brothers aren't willing either. What's going on? We came all the way from Chuan province and have long heard that this young Miss Purple Leaf Tea House can enjoy tea and the lake. How can we give this best private room to a bunch of country bumpkins?" The few backbone members of the Ning family and the Bloodthirsty Hall also started to clamor, expressing their dissatisfaction and supporting Zhao Jingshi. "Zhao Jingshi, I won't allow you to say that about Yi Fan's friends. You better keep your mouth clean." Ning Xuema's eyes revealed a cold glint. "Haha, Miss Ning, you haven't even become the patriarch yet. Could it be that you want to execute me, old Zhao? I know that your boyfriend, Yi Fan, is very strong. If you want him to deal with me, then I, old Zhao, can only admit it." "You." Ning Zimo gritted her teeth in hatred as she was constantly being stabbed in the heart. However, she couldn't really let Yi Fan deal with them. That would make it seem like she was relying on men and was useless. Fog Knight stood up and said, "Sister Ning, we're fine. If your family wants to sit in this private room, we could just give it up. We can go anywhere we want." The group of assassins also stood up. They really didn't care about this matter. They were here for Yi Fan, so they didn't really listen to what the Ning family members said. Yi Fan also felt that there was no need to fight for this bit of face, so he said, "It's time to eat. Let's go. I'll treat you guys to a meal. We'll come back later." As Yi Fan spoke, he planned to leave with his men so that Ning Zimo could deal with the people from the Ning family. Ning Zimo felt very sorry for them, so she could only say, "Is that so? Then I'll send a car to send you out. Where are you going to eat?" "No need. There are quite a few restaurants nearby." "Ninger, you're busy," Yi Fan said with a smile. Once Yi Fan left, Fog Knight, and the other assassins all planned to follow him out. When Zhao Jingshi and the others saw this, they all had complacent expressions on their faces. They were certain that if Ning Zimo wanted to be the patriarch, she would have to maintain a good relationship with them. Zhao Jingshi said, "Miss Ning, you should quickly call someone to clean it up. There's a low-grade smell in this private room. Only after cleaning it up will the patriarch be able to sit in it." Zhao Jingshi, don't go too far. Yi Fan's magnanimity is the reason why he let you. Do you really think he's afraid of you? Ning Zimo couldn't bear to listen any longer. Ah, what a joke. I, Zhao, have been in the Ning family for more than 20 years. What kind of storms and what kind of characters have I not seen? While speaking, Zhao Jingshi happened to see a woman walking past him. She was also one of Yi Fan's friends. He couldn't help but laugh evilly. This girl looks pretty good. How old is she? Where's she from? As Zhao Jingshi spoke, he touched the woman's lower body with one hand. This woman was naturally one of the elders of Baphomet, Sun Qian. Sun Qian had originally planned to leave very calmly, but when Zhao Jingshi extended his hand, her entire temperament instantly changed. It was as if a sharp blade had been unsheathed. A cold light suddenly flashed, and a sharp dagger appeared in Sun Qian's hand. Her body spun at high speed, and the dagger slashed out a white blade. Chapter 579. 0579. This scene stunned all the members of the Ning family, Ning Zimo and Zhao Zhong. Ning Gudao didn't seem to have expected such a situation. He frowned and looked at Sun Qian with a serious expression. Sun Qian stood there calmly. To the female assassin, cutting off a hand was nothing. She didn't even look at Zhao Jingshi. The group of assassins turned around to look, but didn't say a word. All of them were expressionless. Yi Fan helplessly rubbed his temples. He was already hungry, so why was there someone trying to stall for time? Zhao Jingshi looked in disbelief at his hand that had already fallen to the ground. He panted heavily and hurriedly circulated his zhanqi to seal his meridians to prevent himself from losing too much blood. Then, he angrily glared at Sun Qian. "Damn woman, I didn't expect you to be a martial artist." Sun Qian didn't say anything, but glanced at Yi Fan. The meaning in his eyes was very simple. "Can you kill?" Yi Fan shrugged his shoulders. His answer was also very simple. Whatever. The two of them didn't say anything, but Sun Qian had already received the order, so her eyes became especially cold. Zhao Jingshi circulated his inner force. He, who was at the great perfection of the Xiantian realm, gathered his zhanqi on his left hand and sent out a Vajra palm towards Sun Qian. He was originally a disciple of Shaolin, one of the four great sects. He trained in a firm and fierce inner force skill, and his Vajra palm could be considered to have reached perfection. When he struck out with his palm, the entire corridor seemed to tremble. Sun Qian did not fight him head-on. In terms of inner force cultivation, the two of them were about the same, and the female assassin would not be able to gain the upper hand. However, her combat experience and assassin skills were definitely not something an ancient martial arts instructor like Zhao Jingshi could understand. Sun Qian took a step back, tapped her toes, and her feet left the ground. Just as her body was about to hit the wall behind her, she stomped on the ground again, and her body suddenly accelerated to the side. At the same time as she dodged the Vajra palm, Sun Qian relied on the terrain to achieve an extremely fast speed and impact. The dagger left a long, bloody wound on Zhao Jingshi's arm. Zhao Jingshi's muscles and meridians were severed, and he screamed in pain. This meant that both of his hands had lost the ability to fight. However, Sun Qian did not stop there. When she came to the wall on the other side of the corridor, she supported herself with one hand and pushed with the other. Then, she turned around and spun 2 or 3 times. The dagger was like several rays of cold light, circling around Zhao Jingshi's body. Zhao Jingshi had a body full of genuine qi and brute force, but in this narrow space, it was impossible for him to capture Sun Qian's movements. When Sun Qian stopped moving and finished all of this, her breathing was very smooth. She stood in front of Zhao Jingshi and very naturally took out a piece of red cloth from her pocket and wiped the dagger. Actually, there wasn't much blood. Because the dagger was too sharp, the blood couldn't even touch it. Everyone looked at Zhao Jingshi again. The head instructor of the bloodthirsty hall, who had been insufferably arrogant just a moment ago, had more than a dozen bloody wounds on his face, neck, and body. Blood gushed out of his body like a fountain, dyeing the ground dark red. Zhao Jingshi had long since stopped breathing. His legs went limp as he knelt on the ground, completely dead. Old Zhao. A few of the Ning family's backbones and elders were terrified when they saw Zhao Jingshi die just like that. Ning Zimo also couldn't react for a moment. When she came back to her senses and looked at Sun Qian again, the look in her eyes was naturally different from before. Ning Zimo never would have thought that Yi Fan's group of seemingly ordinary friends would actually have such a terrifying side to them. Little Zhao, call someone to clean up. Ning Zimo quickly calmed down and instructed Zhao Zhong. Zhao Zhong felt great when he saw this. He held back his laughter and lowered his head in acknowledgement. Miss Ning, just who are these people? A few of the Ning family's backbones subconsciously dodged a little, not daring to stand too close to Sun Qian and the others. Without waiting for Ning Zimo to say anything, Yi Fan pointed at Sun Qian. Her name is Sun Qian. In the future, she will be a waitress at the Purple Leaf Tea House. This time, she's here to look for a job. What? The group of Ning family members all went crazy. With his skill, he was here to be a waiter? Ning Zimo was also a little surprised, but since Yi Fan said so, she wouldn't refute him. Ning Gudao chuckled and said, "What a good waiter. Yi Fan, your waiter friend, can casually kill the head instructor of my bloodthirsty hall. This old man is getting more and more confused." Yi Fan sighed. "Old man, there's nothing I can do. My friends haven't even gone to school, and they don't even have high school diplomas. Let alone a university diploma. Being a waiter or a security guard is just to make a living." The group of people from a Ning family naturally wouldn't believe Yi Fan's words. With such a powerful waiter, how good would it be to give their Ning family a train? "We don't dare to sit in this lake-gazing hall anymore. ZMO, you should entertain these friends of Yi Fan first." Ninggu shook his head and left. The group of Ning family members naturally wouldn't stay any longer. This time, they finally experienced Yi Fan's ruthlessness and had the intention to flee. Since they had already left, there was no need for Yi Fan and the others to go out to eat. In any case, the food in the Purple Leaf Tea House was pretty good. After little Zhao disposed of the corpses and blood, the group of people continued to drink tea in the lake-gazing hall, waiting for the dishes to be served. Ning Zimo's mind was filled with questions, so she naturally had to ask them clearly. "Yi Fan, what's going on? You just said that Sun Qian wants to be a waiter here?" Yi Fan smiled and asked the female assassin, "Sun Qian, are you willing?" Sun Qian lowered her head. "I'll be at your disposal at any time." Yi Fan laughed and said, "Whether you want to be a waiter or not, Ninger, you can decide for yourself. In any case, I will let Sun Qian follow you and be in charge of protecting you. If there's an emergency, you can react faster and contact me." Yi Fan told Ning Zimo about going abroad this time and encountering some trouble, and that there might be strong enemies looking for him. He gave Ning Zimo a simple explanation of his intentions. After Ning Zimo heard this, she was suddenly enlightened. Only then did she realize that these 10 people were all top assassins who had experienced hundreds of battles. All of them were in the top 100 of the world's assassin ranking, and Fog Knight was even ranked 9th. Letting Sun Qian be a waiter is too much of a waste of talent. How about this? When I go out, she will follow me and be my assistant. Right now, I am the chairman of the company, and I am lacking an assistant. When I was at the tea house, Sun Qian went to be the instructor of her gang brothers. Those elites are lacking a good instructor, and I also want to practice more combat skills, Ning Zimo said. Li Fanxian touched the woman's face. "Ninger, you're quite good at using talents. Then let's do as you say." After chatting for a while, Ning Zimo left. She still had to take care of the Ning family's emotions. After Yi Fan and a group of Baphomet assassins had a meal in the tea house, Yi Fan also arranged the work that each assassin had to be responsible for. As much as possible, These assassins would appear beside their women in a more conventional manner, maintaining contact with each other and forming a protective net at any time. Usually, they would be under the control of Fog Knight. Of course, Yifan also had to arrange this and communicate with every woman. In the afternoon, just as he was about to leave the tea house and head to the Cloud Club to look for Chu Yun Yao, he suddenly received a call from Su Qingxue. Chapter 580. 0580. Yifan was shocked, thinking to himself, could it be that this woman encountered some kind of danger? Honey, where are you? Idiot. Of course you'll come to my office when you're at work. Did you skip work again? You, even if you don't want to work hard, you should at least put on an act. Su Qingxue said angrily. Office? Yifan scratched his head. What is it? Why are you so anxious? Su Qingxue excitedly said. I think I can feel my qi. It's amazing. I feel like every cell in my body is breathing. I want you to come and see if it's real Jinqi. Yifan almost stumbled and fell to the ground. He thought that it was some kind of great danger, but it turned out that he had a sense of qi from his cultivation. Honey, you really scare me to death. Isn't venting my anger a good thing? Besides, you've been training for a while, so it's normal for you to have a sense of qi. This means that your talent is not bad. But I'm very excited. When I practiced it seriously in the past, I didn't feel any qi at all. This time, when I practiced the Xianwei Sutra casually in the office, I actually felt qi immediately. Feeling that Su Qingxue was really happy, Yifan was naturally happy for her. Wife, I'm a bit far from the company right now. It'll be the same when I go back tonight. Hearing that, Su Qingxue snorted. I interrupted you being intimate with another woman? If you have something to say, just say it. Wife, what nonsense are you talking about? It's Shower who brought Baphomet's brothers and sisters over. I'm arranging security work for them. Yifan explained. When Su Qingxue heard this, she also remembered that there was this matter. What do you plan to do? Who are you going to let in here? You and Shang'er are already familiar with each other. Just let Shang'er be with you. Yifan said. Then what should Sister Fog Knight do? Just say bodyguards? Su Qingxue asked. Yifan said, This wife, you arrange it. I'll let Shang'er go find you directly. You can look for a seat in the company. Su Qingxue thought of something and said, Why don't you let little sister Wu Yi directly be my assistant? In any case, it's the same as not having an assistant. It's such a waste to occupy an office. Shang'er as an assistant? Then what should I do? Yifan thought to himself, could it be that I have to go back to my old profession and become a game trainer and repairman? Now that he thought about it, it wasn't too bad either. Go to the security department. Lingshan isn't here, so there's a vacancy. You like to play with those male security guards anyway, don't you? Su Qingxue said. In fact, from the woman's point of view, Yifan wouldn't do a good job in any department other than the security department. However, Su Qingxue wasn't willing to let Yifan go out and be a jobless vagabond. No matter what, it had to be right under her nose. When Yifan heard this, he felt that this was indeed not bad. He quite liked to chat with Jiang Chao and the other male security guards. Of course, in the security department, there was also Hong Yu and the other female security guards. Then I'll listen to my wife's arrangements. Yifan laughed. Don't think that I don't know what you're thinking. If you dare to do anything to Hong Yu and the others, I'll fire them. Yifan hurriedly said, I don't dare. In his heart, he muttered if there really was something, he would have to sneak in. After comforting Su Qingxue, Yifan let out a sigh of relief and put his phone into his pocket. Then he looked at a man with thick eyebrows and a long face among the assassins. Zhao Yidao, the woman you want to protect, is a little special. I'll bring you there. The special woman that Yifan was talking about was, of course, Chu Yun Yao. As for Feng Yuing, Du Yin'er, Mu, and the others, as long as they arranged assassins to protect them, they wouldn't feel anything. When the time came, Yifan would just give them a simple explanation. However, Chu Yun Yao herself had quite a few bodyguards, and she was also protected by an expert from the Divine Flame sect like Liu Bingjun. Yifan brought Zhao Yidao and drove to the Cloud Club. When the manager saw that it was Yifan, he was already familiar with him. Mr. Yi, the chairman's younger brother, Mr. Chu Yunsheng, is here. He's at the horse farm at the back. The chairman asked me to bring you two directly to the horse farm. The manager politely smiled. Yifan didn't even know that there was a horse farm behind the clubhouse. It seemed like it was a place where the rich raised and trained horses. As for the matter of Chu Yunyao having a younger brother, Yifan didn't know about it before, but he didn't care about that. When he followed the manager to the horse farm at the back, he saw Chu Yunyao dressed in a riding outfit, talking and laughing with another tall man who looked rather young. However, although the two of them seemed to be laughing, their eyes were rather cold. Beside the two of them, under a parasol, sat a muscular man with dyed red hair, a height of 9 meters, and muscles bulging like rocks. It was Liu Bingjun. Liu Bingjun was holding a knitted scarf in his hand and was talking to a tall, black-haired woman like a treasure. The black-haired woman had short hair, earrings, a black leather jacket, and jeans. She was dressed very neutrally and was currently stroking Liu Bingjun's hair. When Yifan saw these two fellows, he felt a chill run down his spine. Could it be that the boyfriend that Liu Bingjun had been talking about before was this woman? However, Yifan didn't have the time to care about this strange couple, because when she saw Yifan coming over, Chu Yunyao's eyes flashed, and she suddenly revealed a sweet little woman smile. She jogged over and grabbed Yifan's arm. "Darling, you're finally back from Europe?" Yifan knew that this girl was going to act. Although he didn't know what she wanted to do, he still cooperated. He reached out to touch the woman's chin, lowered his head, and kissed her sexy red lips. "I missed you, so of course I came back." Chu Yunyao's eyes seemed to ripple like spring water as she smiled and said, "Let me introduce him to you. This is my second uncle's son. His name is Chu Yunsheng. He just came back from abroad and plans to go back to his hometown for the new year, so he came to stay with me for 2 days." Chu Yunsheng also walked over gracefully. With a graceful smile on his face, he stretched out his hand and said, "I heard that my sister found a national hero as her boyfriend, and I finally met her in person. This is the first time we've met. My name is Chu Yunsheng. Because we are about the same age, I'll call you Yifan. Do you have any objections?" Yifan simply shook hands with him, but didn't have the leisure to chat with him. Although he was Chu Yunyao's little brother, from the way this guy spoke, he could tell that the siblings were not on good terms. Because Chu Yunsheng pointed out that the two of them were about the same age. Wasn't he mocking Chu Yunyao for being an old cow eating tender grass and falling in love with a little brother? Since their relationship wasn't that good, Yifan naturally couldn't be bothered to get to know more. Chapter 581. 0581. Chu Yunsheng's face stiffened. According to the thoughts of an ordinary person, they would at least say a few words, but Yifan actually treated him like air. Chu Yunyao was slightly stunned for a moment, but then she giggled. She was very satisfied with Yifan's performance. "Darling, you don't have to be in such a hurry. We have plenty of time for the two of us later. It's rare for my little brother to come here, so he wants to give me a new horse. It just so happens that you're here. If you want to ride, I can let you ride it first." "You still ride a horse?" Yifan said in surprise. "Of course. I don't like horses. Why would I build a horse farm behind the club? This is basically a loss-making operation." Chu Yunyao said. Liu Bingjun, who was delivering the scarf, turned his head and said, "Eldest miss, didn't you say you would let me ride first?" Chu Yunyao glared at him. "My man is here. Scram to the side." Liu Bingjun snorted. "I don't even want to ride you. So what if you have a man? My boyfriend Au is also here, and he's much more handsome than your Yifan." That short-haired handsome woman hit Liu Bingjun's chest. "What nonsense are you talking about? How rude." Liu Bingjun shrunk back and pouted. "Au is more handsome than that Yifan." The woman stood up, walked in front of Yifan, and shook hands with Yifan. "Hello, my name is Chun Liangyue. You can call me Yu. I'm a disciple of the Divine Flame cult, and I usually follow young master Chu Yunsheng overseas, so I'm not very familiar with him. My girlfriend was disrespectful to you just now. I apologize on her behalf. Nice to meet you." Chun Liangyue was clearly a woman, but her tone was very masculine. Yifan could be considered to be experienced and knowledgeable, but he really couldn't handle this heavy-taste couple from the Divine Flame sect. "It's fine. You are indeed more handsome than me," Yifan said sincerely. Chun Lianghua laughed a few times and said to Chu Yunsheng, "Second master, I'll go bring the horse out. I'm afraid the horse trainer of this horse farm won't be able to lead that horse." Chu Yunsheng narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "All right, then you go." Lu Bingjun stammered, "You haven't worn the scarf I knitted for you yet." Chun Liangyue turned around and waved at Lu Bingjun handsomely. Lu Bingjun understood and threw the scarf away. A stream of true qi rolled up the scarf in the air and landed on Chun Liangyue's hand. Chun Liangyue tied the scarf around her neck and blew Lu Bingjun a kiss. Lu Bingjun put her hands on her chest and giggled shyly. When Yifan saw this scene, he felt a little unwell. "Honey, would you like some hot tea?" Chu Yin Yao picked up a cup of tea and gave it to Yifan. Yifan waved his hand and said, "I can't drink." "Why?" "A little nauseous," Yifan said. Chu Yin Yao thought for a moment, then said with a playful smile, "Oh, slowly, I'll get used to it. They're just this loving. They've known each other since they were young, and they grew up together." Taking advantage of the time, Chun Lianghua went to get the horse. Chu Yunxing smiled and said, "Sister, the horse I want to give you is definitely not one you have here. If you see it, you will definitely like it." "Oh, I have a lot of horses here. Dutch warm blood horse, Billy warm blood horse, Seal of France horse. You wouldn't give me a horse with an impure bloodline, would you? I won't keep that kind of mixed blood horse and waste my stable." Chu Yinyao said, Sister, the horse I gave you is of course a horse with a pure bloodline. Let me say it like this. If it wasn't for the fact that I happened to make a few big deals in Central Asia last year and relied on the local government's connections, I really wouldn't have been able to buy this horse." Chu Yunsheng said mysteriously. Hearing this, Chu Yunyao's eyes narrowed and said, "What do you want to give me? Could it be that it's the Yahar golden horse?" "As expected of my sister, an expert, that's right. What I want to give you is the Yahar golden horse, known as the Fergana horse." Chu Yunsheng applauded. Chu Yunyao was also very surprised and said, "There are only less than 3,000 horses left in Turkmenistan. How much did you spend to get one for you?" The Fergana horse was a famous horse with a history of more than 3,000 years. It was mighty, sturdy, strong, fast, strong, and had a violent temperament. It was very good at long-distance races. Due to the thin skin of this kind of horse, when it ran, the blood flow would accelerate, and the blood vessels would be easily seen. Therefore, it would be mistaken for blood flowing out, which was why it was called the Fergana horse. Chu Yunxing waved his hand. "Money is a small matter. It's just a few 100 million. Although I'm not as rich as you, elder sister, I'm not lacking in this bit of money." Chu Yinyao said to Yi Fan, "You really came to the right place today. I've raised horses for so many years, but I've never gotten a Fergana horse before. But do you know how to ride a horse?" Yi Fan nodded, "Yes." "Haha, that's perfect. Yi Fan, you can enjoy it later." Chu Yunxing laughed. Just as he was speaking, the loud neigh of a horse came from not far away. A carriage drove over, and inside it was a restless horse, circling back and forth. When Chu Yunyao saw this horse, her eyes lit up, and she muttered, as expected of a Fergana horse, "This figure, this fur color, it's really good looking." Li Fan Xian turned his head to look at the woman. He could feel that Chu Yunyao really liked horses. Pure-blooded horses were usually worth millions, or even tens of millions. Some were even worth hundreds of millions, and there were even rare horses that were priceless treasures. Only a rich person like Chu Yunyao could afford to play with a luxury like a horse. This was much more expensive than a luxury car. After the carriage stopped, Chun Lianghua let the horse trainers go away and opened the cage. The moment the horse was released, this tall, maroon horse rushed out. Chun Lianghua jumped onto the horse's back and pulled the reins, but the horse did not obey her orders at all. It kept swaying, and its movements were extremely large, wanting to throw Chun Lianghua off. Chun Lianghua also couldn't use her true energy to forcefully hit the horse, afraid that she would hurt this precious horse. So she jumped down and fiercely pulled on the reins. Only after pulling on the horse for a while did the horse finally stabilize. When Chun Lianghua brought the horse in front of everyone, her forehead was already covered in sweat. Lu Bingjun hurriedly took out a napkin and went up to wipe the sweat off her boyfriend. This guy is really fierce. Even those horse trainers don't dare to touch it. Chun Lianghua said. Looking at this majestic horse, Chu Yunyao frowned. This horse hasn't been tamed yet. Chu Yunsheng said with a smile. This is a wild Aharji golden horse. It wasn't easy for me to find it and give it to you, sister. Come, sister, who will go up and give it a try. Chapter 582. 0582 Chu Yunyao's face turned cold. My good little brother, are you teasing me? Chun Lianghua, a martial artist who is about to reach the body refinement stage, was thrown off by this horse. Not to mention me, no one would be able to make the horse obediently obey me. It would take a long time to train a horse. Oh, elder sister, if you don't dare, then forget it. I don't want elder sister to accidentally fall down and make a fool of herself. Chu Yunsheng sighed and said to Yi Fan, Yi Fan, you don't dare to ride anymore, right? What a pity, no. Yi Fan directly interrupted Chu Yunsheng's words and lightly said, I can ride it. Chu Yunsheng's face froze for a moment. Then he smiled and said, Oh, I remember now. You are an ancient martial artist, right? But you can't use true energy to ride a horse, and the horse can't withstand the inner strength of true energy. If something goes wrong and the horse gets injured, it will be troublesome. I don't have Jinqi, so the horse won't get hurt. Yi Fan said again. Chu Yunsheng frowned, and Chu Yunyao, who was at the side, was also quite surprised. Darling, do you really have a way to ride it? This is one of the wildest horse breeds in the world. It's very difficult to tame it in a short period of time. Chu Yunyao was really curious. She was still very interested in horsemanship. Yi Fan hugged the woman's waist, lowered his head, and said, Do you want to ride with me? This posture was very ambiguous. Their cheeks were very close to each other, and their eyes met at such a close distance. Chu Yunyao could see a hint of incomparable confidence in Yi Fan's eyes. After hesitating for a moment, Chu Yunyao decided to trust this guy, even though she didn't know what Yi Fan planned to rely on to make this Fergana horse cooperate. I'll listen to you. You have to protect me, Chu Yunyao said with the attitude of a little girl. When Chu Yunsheng heard that the two of them were actually going to ride together, he sneered in his heart, but on the surface, he applauded and said, Good. Yi Fan, you really have guts. No wonder my sister likes you. You, give the reins to Yi Fan. Chun Lianghua handed over the reins as if it had nothing to do with her. However, Yi Fan didn't even take the reins. With a princess hug, he carried Chu Yunyao horizontally and said, I don't need the reins. This time, Chu Yunyao was a little stunned. She couldn't figure out what the man was planning. Chu Yunsheng was even more surprised. Even Chun Lianghua and Lu Bingjun were curious. Are you sure? This Ma Ku is as fierce as a lion, Chun Lianghua kindly reminded. Yi Fan chuckled. Suddenly, with a light leap, he carried Chu Yunyao and directly rode onto the back of the red horse. Chun Lianghua quickly let go of the reins and protected Chu Yunsheng as she retreated. The moment the Fergana horse felt that someone was trying to ride it again, its arrogant temper erupted once again, planning to throw Yi Fan and Chu Yunyao off the horse's back. However, Yi Fan sat on top of it without getting angry, his eyes releasing a wave of pressure. Hiang Chun, to say it, Hi Chun Fan to I Fong Fan Yi Chun Chun. He, I, you, I. Yin animals are more sensitive than humans, especially when it comes to dangerous auras in the natural world. Animals are actually more likely to feel them than humans due to their protective instincts. When Yi Fan took off the mask of his urban life and revealed his true temperament, his entire aura and feeling changed. This arrogant wild horse had already regarded Yi Fan as the most terrifying creature. Chi-chi. The Fergana horse snorted twice. Its hooves lightly tapped the ground, but it did not make any excited movements. Chu Yunsheng, Chun Lianghua, and Lu Bingjun all felt a cold aura, making them feel uncomfortable. However, what surprised them even more was that this horse really didn't resist Yi Fan. Yi Fan used his leg to clamp the horse's stomach, and the Fergana horse obediently began to walk forward. Yi Fan leaned to the side, and the horse understood and turned its head to the track, very obedient. Chu Yunyao, who was in Yi Fan's arms, also felt that it was strange at first, but as smart as she was, she gradually understood from the change in Yi Fan's aura. She raised her head to look at the man, and the corner of her mouth curled into a charming smile. "You're quite amazing. How many people have you killed?" Yi Fan dispersed the pressure and let the woman sit in front of him. He put his hand around her waist and said, "If you don't have any ability, would you be willing to follow me?" Chu Yunyao narrowed her eyes and playfully smiled. "That's hard to say. Maybe I really fell in love with you, so I can only marry a chicken and follow a dog." "Do you have true love? Do you have true love?" Yi Fan asked. Chu Yunyao's expression did not change. She moved closer to the man's ear and said, "Actually, you should ask yourself, in your heart, do you really care about my feelings, my love? Actually, when you faced me, you didn't expect to have true feelings from the very beginning. It was just that I had something you needed. It was like a hermit crab looking for a shell, but when the shell was not enough to hold it, or when it found a better shell, it would naturally change to another shell. If I'm just a shell that you need to use during the transition period, why do you care if I have feelings or not?" Li Fanxian was stunned for a moment. Looking at the woman's unfathomable eyes, he didn't know how to reply, because he had to admit that when he first had sex with Chu Yunyao on Luchun Island, he had never thought of falling in love with this woman. If it wasn't for Chu Yunyao scheming against him and provoking the Wang family, he wouldn't have made Chu Yunyao pay the price in a fit of anger. But that time on Luchun Island, after Liu Bingjun was injured, Chu Yunyao's concern made Yi Fan feel that Chu Yunyao actually had a chance to regain her emotions. After a period of time together and facing some troubles together, Chu Yunyao had already left a mark in Yi Fan's heart. Right now, Yi Fan didn't know what kind of feelings he had for Chu Yunyao. Chu Yunyao saw that Yi Fan didn't reply, but she giggled. She turned around and said to Chu Yunsheng, whose expression was already ugly, "Thank you, my dear little brother. This Fergana horse is indeed different from riding it. Big sister will kindly accept it." Chu Yunsheng forced a smile and waved his hand, indicating that it was nothing. Li Fanxian rode his horse and brought Chu Yunyao to a seat far away from the crowd. Only then did Chu Yunyao say, "You said that you would help me enter the Chu family. Is that true?" Li Fanxian was thinking about the woman's words just now, but when he heard Chu Yunyao say this, he couldn't help but sigh. "What do you want to say?" "This Chu Yunsheng is my biggest competitor. Although I have done a lot of things for the country, to the Chu family, my contributions are only mine. The Chu family will not be able to obtain any benefits. On the other hand, this Chu Yunsheng has helped the Chu family open up a lot of overseas markets. Moreover, that group of old fellows who favor men over women almost all support Chu Yunsheng." Chu Yunyao coldly said, "Kill Chu Yunsheng for me. Don't let anyone find out that it's me." Chapter 583. 0583 inch in any power struggle within a large family. There is no such thing as family love. You might not be too naive. My parents are dead, and in the family, I am alone. If I still want to establish myself, then I must be the patriarch." Chu Yunyao said resolutely. Yi Fan asked curiously, "Why do you insist on being the Chu family's patriarch?" "With your intelligence, even if you don't become the Chu family's patriarch, you will still be able to occupy a pivotal position in the scientific research world of China. And with how important you are, Chu Yunqing wouldn't dare to do anything to you. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a great loss to the country?" Chu Yunyao sneered. "Is your brain only the size of a walnut? Hey, Chu Yunyao, don't think that just because you're my woman, I won't dare to teach you a lesson. If you continue to talk like that, be careful that I spank you. Am I wrong?" Yi Fan frowned. I said that your brain is the size of a walnut, so I've let you down. Have you ever thought about how dangerous my current situation is?" Chu Yunyao asked. "What do you mean?" Yi Fan didn't understand. Chu Yunyao's expression was cold as she said, "Do you think that just because I can study the Earth's axis, I'm really a death exemption gold medallion? Let me tell you, our country has at least one. 5 billion people. Do you really think that it would be that difficult to find another Chu Yunyao from more than 1 billion people and find another person who can decipher the information above? It's not that they can't find it, but that they have me now and don't need to find anyone else for the time being, because the fewer people who know about secrets, the better. Even if I die, they can just look for me again. If they can't find me in 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, they can always find my successor. In front of the national machine, in the eyes of the leaders other than the national interest, everyone else was just a chess piece. When necessary, everything could be sacrificed. I am indeed in an important position now, but the more I am in an important position, the more I know, the tighter I will be bound one day when they find out that my existence is a threat to the entire country. What do you think they will do to me? Yi Fan's heart trembled. He thought for a moment and said, "You mean you are already like a nuclear weapon?" "Although it's not all, it's more or less the same." Chu Yinyao said, "There are only 2 paths I can take. First, become the head of the Chu clan, become the face of the Chu clan, and stand on the stage. The second option is to hide behind the scenes and serve the country as a prisoner who has lost his freedom." Yi Fan sucked in a breath of cold air. After being analyzed by Chu Yinyao, he finally realized that he had underestimated Chu Yunyao's situation. Indeed, talents were like weapons. They were double-edged swords. The more powerful they were, the more they would be feared. If Chu Yunyao couldn't become the Chu family's patriarch, then the Cloud Peak group in her hands would sooner or later be taken back by the new patriarch of the Chu family. After all, this was the Chu family's property, and Chu Yunyao wasn't the only one who had the final say. Once Chu Yunyao lost her identity as the chairman of the Cloud Peak group, she would become the director of a military research institute. In that case, Chu Yunyao would have no reason to go out in public and could only obediently spend her life in the research institute. If I can't become the head of the Chu family, then I will have no place in the Chu family. Chu Yunsheng knows my ability, and he can't tolerate me in his eyes, because my existence can endanger his position at any time. At that time, I can only sell my freedom and let the country protect me. As for taking the money and flying far away, go to live the rest of my life in peace, it's all bullshit. No one can let me go." Chu Yinyao sneered. Yi Fan looked at the woman with a complicated gaze for a while, but still shook his head. "I won't help you kill your brother." "Why? Didn't you say you wanted me to become the head of the Chu family?" Chu Yinyao was puzzled. "Because if I do, you will never understand what human emotions are," Yi Fan said. Chu Yinyao was startled and coldly snorted. "You still have quite a bit of confidence in me. Do you still expect me to have blood and tears? Unfortunately, before I understand, I will lose my freedom." "Impossible. I won't let this happen." Yi Fan flatly rejected. "How do you know? Are you going to fight against the country for me?" "Huh, come on. Don't say if you have the ability. Are you willing? Right now, I still have a decent appearance and a figure. In another 10 years, when I'm in my 40s, you won't care who I fall into." Chu Yinyao disdainful. Leaf, however, Fan Xian's eyes were burning, and he said with an irresistible tone, "Chu Yinyao, from now on, you only need to consider one thing." "What is it?" Chu Yinyao revealed a doubtful look. Yi Fan pointed at his own heart. "Let me fall in love with you." Chu Yinyao was stunned for a moment, as if she didn't expect Yi Fan to say such a thing. "As long as it's a woman that I, Yi Fan, truly love, even if I have to become enemies with the entire world for her, I will not hesitate. No one can take away my woman. No one." Chu Yinyao looked at Yi Fan's aggressive gaze, swallowed her throat, and became silent, no longer saying anything. After walking around the track, the horse returned to its starting point. When the two of them dismounted, Chu Yunxing applauded and said, "Amazing. This is the first time I've seen such a strong horse taming technique." Li Fanxian glanced at him and said, "I don't know how to train horses. I just made it feel fear. This horse is quite smart. It knows that it should be afraid. It should be afraid." Actually, people are the same. Many people think that they are fearless, but in reality, it's just that they are too stupid. Chu Yunxing's eyes flickered as he laughed out loud. Well said, people should have a heart of reverence. I can be considered to have broadened my horizons. As expected of brother Yi Fan, who killed the eldest grandson of the Wang family and was still able to live freely. Courage is really different. Li Fanxian almost reminded him, but stopped there. He turned to Chu Yunyao and said, "Let's go. Find a quiet place. I'll introduce this brother to you. Chu Yunyao had also noticed Zhao Yidao, who had followed Yi Fan over. However, Yi Fan didn't say anything, so Zhao Yidao just stood there like a wooden stake, not making a sound at all. All right, then my dear little brother, I won't be accompanying you for now. Lu Bingjun, take them a play. Chu Yunyao said as she turned around and let Yi Fan and Zhao Yidao follow her. Lu Bingjun hurriedly agreed. He finally had the chance to date Chun Lianhua. Chu Yunxing looked at the backs of Yi Fan and Chu Yunyao as they walked away. His face was gloomy and his eyes were filled with thought. Li Fanxian followed Chu Yunyao to the woman's office. Before he could say anything, Chu Yunyao turned around and said, "First, explain to me what happened to the research materials you gave me last time." Chapter 584. 0584 Chu Yunyao rolled her eyes and said unhappily, "Are you sure you copied all the information in his computer?" "Yeah." Yi Fan was sure that although he wasn't a computer expert, this little bit of operation wasn't a problem. Chu Yunyao sighed. If that's the case, then Song Xinghe, that guy, didn't even put his research information in the computer. Are you saying that there are no bionic humans or memory transfer techniques in the hard drive? Yi Fan was quite surprised. He had thought that Chu Yunyao had already started to study these things. Hearing this news, Yi Fan didn't know whether to be happy or worried. He was happy that Chu Yunyao didn't have such a terrifying technique, so a woman wouldn't do something crazy. What he was worried about was that Chu Yunyao was unable to crack this technique. If Song Xinghe were to make a comeback in the future, he would have to be careful. Chu Yunyao clenched her teeth. This Song Xinghe, he really does have some ability to remember all the information in his mind. This is indeed the safest way. Yi Fan said, "Don't think too much about this matter. You have the Earth axis to study, so you don't lack this bit of technology. Let me introduce you. This brother is called Zhao Yidao. Arrange a seat for him and try his best to protect you around you all day long. Just don't attract too much attention." Chu Yunyao looked at the unsmiling Zhao Yidao and said, "Why did you suddenly arrange a bodyguard for me? I have a Lu Bingjun. Although that guy is quite disgusting, could it be that this blade is stronger than Lu Bingjun?" "What blade?" "His name is Zhao Yidao." Yi Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Anyway, it's just one blade." Chu Yunyao smiled playfully. "Could it be that you care about me so much that you arranged it for me?" Yi Fan nodded. "You are my woman after all, so I have to protect your safety. I have a grudge with the Azures Association, and the strength of the Azures Association is beyond my imagination. In order to prevent any mishaps, I brought my own men to protect you in Huahai." Chu Yunyao suddenly nodded. "So that's how it is? All right, let's do it. From now on, you can follow me with Lu Bingjun, but you'd better stay away from Lu Bingjun. Don't learn from him, always stealing my cosmetics to use. It's so annoying." "Miss Chu, my name is Zhao Yidao." The killer himself also had a headache. Fan Xian touched his forehead. He knew that Chu Yunyao was purposely joking, but he still let her be. After arranging Zhao Yidao's matter, Yi Fan planned to leave. He still had Feng Yuing and Du Yun'er's gifts. Seeing that he was about to leave, Chu Yunyao hesitated for a moment before asking, "Will you attend the charity auction the day after tomorrow?" Yi Fan turned around in confusion. "What charity auction? I've never heard of it." "Su Qingxue didn't mention it to you?" Chu Yunyao asked. Yi Fan nodded. "My wife didn't say anything. What's wrong?" Chu Yunyao thought for a moment. Her beautiful eyes moved, as if she understood something, and said, "Looks like she purposely didn't mention it to you." Hearing Chu Yunyao's explanation, Yi Fan found out that at the end of every year, the Huahai Commerce would hold a charity auction. While doing charity, it could also be considered as gaining a good reputation, bringing some good social influence, and having a good image in front of the government and the public. The auction items were mainly the works of some folk artists, some artworks of some poor children in the mountainous areas, and some commemorative items prepared by some charitable foundations. These things weren't worth much in themselves. They were just going through the motions. Although it was said to be an auction, it was actually equivalent to a donation. The ones who paid were all bosses who didn't lack money. In any case, the ones who paid were a few thousand, the ones who paid were tens of thousands, and the ones who paid were no more than 100,000. Not only did it give them face, but it also didn't affect their own wealth, so this kind of auction party was very popular. Su Qingxue also participates every year. Logically speaking, since you guys are married, she should participate with you, but she didn't tell you. I think she doesn't want you to see me anymore. Chu Yunyao giggled. Yifan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That might not be the case. Maybe she didn't remember to inform me, or maybe she didn't plan to bring me there at all. Then she won't let you go with her. I'll invite you first. Do you dare to come with me? Chu Yunyao asked teasingly. Yifan had an awkward face. You don't need to provoke me. I really don't dare to do that. I knew you wouldn't dare. A trace of disappointment flashed across Chu Yunyao's eyes. She waved her hand. You can go now. I still need to deal with that guy, Chu Yunxing later. Fan Xian also didn't feel good in his heart, but it was impossible for him to really accompany Chu Yunyao to participate. Regardless of Su Qingxue, that would be too outrageous. Taking advantage of the afternoon, Yifan gave the gifts to Du Yun'er and Feng Yuing. This was the first time Du Yun'er had seen so many luxuries, but she had already accepted the car. If Yifan wanted to give her these bags, shoes, and jewelry, she had no reason to refuse, so she could only happily and shyly accept them. When he sent it to Feng Yuing, Yifan also specially told the woman that he had also brought New Year's gifts for the woman's parents, Feng Yuanxiong and Ma Liying. When Feng Yuing saw a large pile of things, she was naturally very happy. It wasn't that these things were valuable or not, but that Yifan could actually think of bringing gifts for her parents. This already fully showed the man's intentions. Feng Yuing also told Yifan that her parents would come to Huahai for 2 days during the New Year this year. They would have a reunion dinner together and asked Yifan if he had the time to meet them. Yifan thought, New Year's Eve is definitely not possible, but on the first day of the new year, we can have a meal together. When Feng Yuing heard that the man could spare some time, she was already very satisfied. Actually, her parents only came to Huahai to see Yifan. After all, it didn't seem realistic for Yifan to bring Feng Yuing back to her hometown. How could Yifan not know the thoughts of his elders? He also looked forward to the day when all the women and their relatives would become a large family. However, he still had a long way to go to achieve such a goal. Among all the women, only Mu, this little girl, Yifan did not prepare any gifts. Yifan's feelings for Mu were also very complicated. He didn't know if it was the love of a big brother for his little sister, or if there really was some kind of relationship between a man and a woman. However, Yifan did not forget this little girlfriend. Although it was not appropriate to give her some luxury goods, he still sneaked back home and started playing games with Mu. Mu was already on vacation and had been clamoring for Yifan to return to China to play with her. Now, she finally had time to play. After playing 2 rounds of games, Mu typed in the game, Yifan, I'm so bored at home. I'm tired of playing games. Can you accompany me out tomorrow? Chapter 585. 0585-inch. I heard that there's a very delicious dessert and a lot of fun things in the new city of Huahai East District. No one will accompany them. Mu sent a few crying emoticons. Yifan thought of the girl's cute appearance in front of the computer, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. Actually, putting aside the recent relationship between his boyfriend and girlfriend, he still loved this little girl quite a bit. Although he often rejected some of Mu's requests, he still agreed in the end. This time, of course, was no exception. Thus, Yifan replied, How do we go tomorrow? What time? Hee. My boyfriend is so nice. Then I'll drive and pick you up. Just wait for me at the North Ring Road subway station at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. You drive? That's right. Don't always drive me. Let me carry you too. My driving skills are very good now. Yifan felt helpless, but he also followed the girl's wishes as long as she was happy. After chatting for a while, the sound of the door opening came from downstairs. Yifan knew that Su Qingxue had returned, so he informed Mu and logged off the game. When he arrived downstairs, he heard Su Qingxue talking excitedly to Aunt Jiang in the kitchen. The woman didn't even take off her camel-colored coat and was already talking incessantly. Aunt Jiang. I've cultivated a sense of qi, so it's so comfortable to cultivate. My entire body is cold. It's like I'm breathing. And Jiang was preparing the food. When she heard Su Qingshue's words, she was both happy and a little flustered. Miss, this is great. You can be considered to have entered the Hotian realm and truly become an ancient martial artist. Old master and old madam must be holding you in their arms in heaven. And Jiang was so happy that her eyes were brimming with tears. After all, if Su Qingxue became an ancient martial arts expert, she would have a great chance of entering the Ghost Valley again. The Su family's orthodox bloodline would also be able to hold her head high. Yifan walked into the kitchen and smiled. Wife, you're only at the Hotian realm. There's still a long way to go in the future, so there's no need to be so excited. Su Qingxue rolled her eyes at him. Do you think everyone is like you, so talented? I originally thought that I would never be able to cultivate inner force in my entire life, but now that I've improved, how can I not be happy? Miss, you are so smart. You will definitely have the opportunity to become an expert. Inner force depends on talent. As long as one isn't too old, there's a chance to train it. As for the upper limit, it's hard to say, and Jiang said. Yifan walked over and stretched out his hand to check Su Qingshue's pulse. He discovered that Su Qingshue's qi and blood were more than twice as strong as before. He was quite surprised. This Xianwei true scripture is truly unfathomable. You're only at the Hotian level, but it actually made your essence qi so much stronger. Yifan said. Su Qingxue was also very proud. It seems like the martial arts passed down by our Su family's ancestors are still very powerful. Oh right, I discovered that my Jun Qi is very practical. Very practical? What do you mean? Yifan and Aunt Jiang were very confused. Su Qingxue smiled mysteriously, picked up a box of tofu on the table, and circulated her internal energy. How is this possible? When Yifan and Aunt Jiang saw the scene in front of them, they couldn't help but shout out in surprise. This was because Su Qingxue had actually released an ice-cold wave of true energy. After spending a few seconds, the water in the tofu had frozen. It looked like the tofu was about to turn into frozen tofu. How is it? You didn't expect this, did you? Su Qingxue was very pleased with herself. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she said, in the future, I can use my Jinqi to freeze strawberries and eat them in the summer. Moreover, eating ice cream won't melt. This Jinqi is too useful. Yifan and Aunt Jiang looked at each other and saw the puzzlement in each other's eyes. Wife, how did you do it? Yifan couldn't help but ask. Su Qingxue blinked her eyes. Looking at the expressions of the two of them, they seemed to be very shocked. She couldn't help but ask curiously, it's just following the method of the Xianwei Sutra, circulating the Zhen Qi into your hands and releasing it. But you're only at the Hotian level. Releasing Zhen Qi was something that could only be done at the Xiantian realm. Hotian realm martial artists can only condense Zhen Qi into their entire bodies, but it's impossible for them to be released. Yifan had never heard of any martial arts that could release Zhen Qi the day after tomorrow. And Jiang was also puzzled. Miss, this Xianwei Sutra of yours. It's different from what I, an old woman, have seen before. The Zhen Qi of the Xianwei Sutra. It's not like this. It's a kind of neutral and peaceful Zhen Qi, not such an ice-cold Zhen Qi. When Yifan heard this, he was even more certain of his guess. This didn't seem to be pure Zhen Qi cultivated from the Xianwei Sutra. This was because Su Qingshue's Zhen Qi was much stronger than the Zhen Qi of an ordinary Hotian practitioner. Only Su Qingxue was more naive. She actually wanted to use this kind of Zhen Qi to make frozen strawberries and ice cream. If she were to kill someone, she would be able to freeze them to death. The key point was, Su Qingxue herself didn't seem to be affected by this cold Zhen Qi at all. Yifan couldn't help but think of Xiao Exine. The phoenix flames of the phoenix girl and the cold air on Su Qingxue's hands were only harmful to others and harmless to himself. But Su Qingxue wasn't a phoenix girl. Could it be that Su Qingxue also had some kind of special bloodline? Or could it be that the Ghost Valley Su family had some kind of special bloodline inheritance? Shu Qingxue froze a box of tofu and put down the hard tofu in fear. She said, "You all, what do you mean by that? Could it be that I practiced wrong? Miss, are you feeling unwell?" Aunt Jiang asked with concern. Shu Qingxue shook her head. "No, I'm in good spirits. My whole body feels comfortable." Yi Fan sighed and said with a smile, "Wife, there are two possibilities now. Either that Ghost Valley ring has some effect on your body, or your body itself has some special characteristics, which is why you have this kind of Jin Qi. For the time being, we have no way of knowing what's going on. If you feel that your body is fine, then continue practicing. You might really have some special talent." Li Fanxian remembered that Shu Qingxue's wound had healed during the freezing process. He reckoned that this cold Jin Qi should be beneficial to women. When Shu Qingxue heard that she had a special talent, she heaved a sigh of relief. After all, it was her husband, a legend rank expert, who had spoken, so Shu Qingxue still trusted him. If that's really the case, then the Su family will really prosper. I'll cook 2 more dishes today to celebrate." Aunt Jiang said happily. "Aunt Jiang, you usually cook enough. There's no need to add more dishes." Shu Qingxue said speechlessly. The family was chatting happily, and the food was ready. While eating, Yi Fan remembered that he was going out to play with Mu tomorrow night, so he told Shu Qingxue in advance. After all, it wasn't good to suddenly disappear tomorrow. Chapter 586. 0586 I'm so busy with work, yet you're so carefree, even bringing a little sister to play. Anyway, I can't control you. If you want to go, then go." Su Qingxue said faintly. Seeing that his wife was unhappy, Fan Xian smiled embarrassedly and said, "Wife, why don't we go out and watch a movie after dinner?" He remembered that the two of them had never gone to the cinema together. Instead, they had accompanied Feng Yuying, Ning Zimo, and the others. Since he was going out to accompany Mu tomorrow night, he would accompany Su Qingxue for a stroll tonight. Without waiting for Su Qingxue to say anything, Auntie Jiang cheered. "That's right, miss, you guys should go watch a movie. It's so boring to always work at home at night." She had never seen a movie with a man before. In the past, she had only seen it with her classmates when she was a student. Ever since she started working at the company, she had never seen it again. "What movie are you watching?" Su Qingxue had a casual look on her face. "If there's nothing good to see, then I won't go." He took out his phone, looked at it, and said, "There's something called Descend. It seems to have a higher rating. Do you want to take a look at this?" Su Qingxue nodded. "All right then, let's go and see this." Fan Xian wanted to laugh in his heart, but he pretended to be puzzled and asked, "Wife, you didn't even ask what this is about. How do you know if it's good or not? Didn't you say that I wouldn't go if there wasn't anything good?" She realized that she had agreed too quickly, so she held in for a while and said, "I just heard the name and felt that it was okay. What can I do?" "Then don't look." "Don't. Wife, I really want to watch a movie with you," Yi Fan hurriedly said with a smile. After the meal, Su Qingxue changed into a gray casual outfit and carried an orange Prada bag on her back. She lost the dignity of the chairman of a listed company and looked more like a beautiful office worker who had just graduated from university and was dating her boyfriend. Although she didn't wear any makeup, she was a natural beauty. Her skin was soft and supple, and she had long eyelashes. Her eyes were bright like autumn water, and her black and beautiful shoulder-length hair made people want to touch her. Although her appearance and the feelings she gave off were still that of an icy goddess, it was also because of her appearance and temperament. Now that Yi Fan was familiar with his wife, he felt that Su Qingxue was quite cute and charming, and the cold feeling was much less. Walking into the garage, he saw that Su Qingxue was about to go straight to her Pagani sports car. Yi Fan stopped her and said, "Wife, there's no need to drive a supercar to watch a movie, right? Just get a normal car. The parking spaces in the underground parking lots of the movie malls are small, so it's not easy to park a supercar." Su Qingxue replied with an "oh," and chose a Mercedes-Benz S65. Although this car also cost more than $3 million, to Su Qingxue, it was already low-key enough. Fan Xian drove to a nearby shopping mall. After parking the car, he walked in the shopping mall and began to use his phone to buy tickets and choose a seat. Su Qingxue looked at it curiously. She had never used her phone to buy a movie ticket before. Wifey, this movie theater has a couple seat. Shall we sit in a couple seat? Yi Fan pointed to the double seat at the back of the theater. Shu Qingxue was puzzled. What are lovers like? It's independent, just the two of us. Yi Fan blinked and smiled. Shu Qingxue's pretty face was slightly hot. Do you want to do dirty things again? Yi Fan was speechless. Wife, when a couple watches a movie, they have to hold hands and kiss each other, right? Is this also called dirty? Huh. Hearing that, Shu Qingxue hurriedly shook her head. Then I won't watch a movie with you. You're such a bad person. Yi Fan was at his wit's end. His husband's wife was also called bad. He could only say, all right, then we won't sit in the couple's seat. I won't kiss you. I won't touch you, okay? Shu Qingxue stammered for a while, then said in a low voice, just choose the couple's seat, I want to give it a try. Yi Fan almost spat out a mouthful of blood. A woman's thoughts were really hard to guess. Finally, she bought the ticket and arrived at the entrance of the theater. Shu Qingxue saw that the shop was selling drinks and popcorn, so she jogged over. There were also some drink cups on the shelf. The cups were shaped like zombies in the Plants vs. Zombies game. The lid was the zombie's head, the shape of an exposed brain. Yi Fan was puzzled. Who would use such a disgusting cup to hold a drink? He heard Shu Qingxue ask, how much is that cup? Beauty, that's $25, plus a drink discount of $30, the salesman said. Give me one. I want a strawberry-flavored drink. Shu Qingxue quickly took out her money. Yi Fan was dumbfounded. Wife, that cup is so disgusting. Why do you want to buy that thing? Of course not. I think it's pretty cute. Shu Qingxue remembered that there was still a man around, so she asked, what do you want to drink? I'll treat you. Can I not use that cup? Yi Fan smiled awkwardly. Who wants to buy you that cup? It's so cute. I'll just keep it for myself. Shu Qingxue was in a good mood. Her face was brimming with a smile, causing her long face to seem so beautiful that it was glowing, like an angel. The people around her couldn't help but look at her. In the end, Shu Qingxue didn't buy a strawberry-flavored drink. Fortunately, she bought a cup of red soda, which could be considered as strawberry in color. Yi Fan, on the other hand, bought a cup of cola. The two of them walked into the cinema and went to the couple's seat. It seemed that because the movie had been playing for a long time, and it was almost the new year, the large number of outsiders in Hua Hai had decreased sharply. The cinema was a little deserted, so there weren't many people in the cinema, and there were only the two of them in the couple's seat. Not long after, the movie started. Yi Fan looked at Shu Qingxue, who was slowly drinking her drink, and reached out a hand to hug her shoulder. Shu Qingxue trembled slightly. Slowly, she followed the man's intentions and leaned on his shoulder. The two of them didn't say anything. They drank their drinks and watched the plot of the movie develop. Gradually, Shu Qingxue seemed to feel uncomfortable leaning on him. She moved her head and tilted her body towards Yi Fan. Yi Fan smelled the fragrance of the woman's hair and couldn't help but reach out to touch Shu Qingxue's hair. Yi Fan lowered his head and kissed the woman's head. He didn't have the slightest desire. It was just a pure display of intimacy. Shu Qingxue raised her head. She didn't know what the man meant. Her eyes blinked, and her face was filled with confusion. Looking at the woman's innocent expression, Yi Fan wanted to ruthlessly bully her, so he pinched Shu Qingxue's chin and lowered his head to kiss her red lips. Shu Qingxue let out a woo sound and weakly hit the man's thigh with one hand, but she still gave up resisting. Chapter 587 0587 7-inch no. Su Qingxue let out a delicate cry and opened her eyes. She suddenly remembered that she was in the cinema. This made Yi Fan feel awkward. Because the woman's voice was loud, there were people in the first few rows who turned around to look at them. Su Qingxue also blushed. Fortunately, she was in the dark, otherwise she would be even more shameless. Yi Fan cleared his throat, smiled, and waved to the people in front of him to apologize. I'm sorry, when the feeling is strong. You guys understand. Most of the people in the cinema were couples, so they naturally understood and smiled. One of them even gave Yi Fan a thumbs up and said, Brother, steady. After a sweet and awkward interlude, Su Qingxue quickly separated from Yi Fan and hugged her clothes tightly as if she was guarding against a thief. Yi Fan curled his lips and said helplessly, "Wife, is there a need for that? We are already husband and wife who have experienced the test of life and death. No, you haven't proposed to me, and you haven't officially held a wedding. What if you have a child? I don't even have the face to see anyone." Su Qingxue said seriously. Yi Fan almost burst out laughing. This girl was really thinking too far ahead. She even considered having a child. "I'll just touch it. It's not like I'll get pregnant," Yi Fan said. Su Qingxue was unwilling. "It's already good enough that I let you kiss me. You're pushing your luck. If you continue like this, I'll ignore you." Yi Fan could only give up, calm his heart, and continue watching the movie. Although they skip a lot of scenes, Yi Fan and Su Qingxue weren't stupid. After watching for a while, they understood. Do you think people can really predict the future? Su Qingxue couldn't help but ask when she saw that the female lead in the movie knew what would happen in the future. Yi Fan thought for a moment. "I think so. After all, the knowledge we know is too small. Even so, in theory, even time and space can be distorted. Then it's possible to travel through time and space, so it's not difficult to predict the future." Su Qingxue glanced at the man. "Travel through time? How? Isn't there a theory of relativity? It says that when the volume of an object with mass approaches zero, its gravitational force will reach an unimaginable level, causing space to change, causing light to be unable to escape, thus forming a distortion of space and time. Aren't black holes similar to this? That's why many scientists speculate that black holes can travel through time." "Are you for real?" Su Qingxue didn't know much about these things, so she asked curiously, "You mean the greater the mass, the greater the impact on the universe space? When it reaches a certain extent, space-time will also be affected?" Yi Fan nodded. "More or less. Wife, just think about it this way. If a piece of cloth is a universe, then if you put a heavy ball on this piece of cloth, wouldn't this piece of cloth start to cave in? At this time, if you put some small balls around the big ball because the cloth was dented, these small balls could only stay near the big ball. Isn't it because stars are massive that planets revolve around them? With a massive mass, they can naturally affect the universe." As Yi Fan spoke, a flash of inspiration suddenly flashed through his mind. In an instant, Yi Fan's words abruptly stopped. He seemed to have suddenly caught onto a thought that he had never thought of before. It was extremely important to his cultivation. Su Qingxue, on the other hand, was listening with relish. Only now did she realize that her husband was quite knowledgeable. He could open his mouth and say anything. "How do you know so much? Didn't you used to fight all over the world? Didn't you say that you didn't even go to primary school?" Su Qingxue was puzzled. Yi Fan, on the other hand, was not in the mood to listen to the woman's question. When he thought that he might have already found the crux of the problem, he was so excited that he wanted to jump up from his seat. "Wife, wait for me. I'm going out for a while." As Yi Fan spoke, he got up and was about to walk out of the screening hall. Su Qingxue was stunned. The movie wasn't over yet. Where was the man going? "You, where are you going?" Li Fanxian had already run away like a wisp of smoke. He turned around and said, "Experiment." "Do? Experiment?" Su Qingxue was astonished. She didn't know what the man meant. However, Su Qingxue was naturally not happy. She angrily picked up the drink and bit the straw. "Dead Yi Fan, stinky Yi Fan, this is the first time you accompanied me to the movies, yet you actually left me behind." Su Qingxue cursed in her heart, but she didn't know where Yi Fan went, so she could only continue watching the movie. However, Su Qingxue was also very curious. What exactly was this man so excited about? At the same time, Yi Fan ran out of the cinema and arrived at the top floor of the building where the shopping mall was located. The building had more than 40 floors. Yi Fan arrived at the roof of the building, facing the cold north wind. Standing on top of it, looking down at the tens of thousands of lights in the city, Yi Fan's mind was quickly spinning his thoughts. Massachusetts. Invisible energy. Could it be? Li Fanxian raised his right hand. His hand formed a sword finger shape and assumed the posture of an ancient sword technique. Closing his eyes, Yi Fan calmed his heart down. In his mind, he recalled the feeling he had when he was abroad and used the ancient sword technique to kill Scary, At that time, Yi Fan understood that external techniques were external techniques, swords were swords, and swordsmanship was swordsmanship. However, Yi Fan didn't understand why he, who didn't have any Zhen Qi or sword Qi, was able to release an invisible and powerful energy with his swordsmanship. Logically speaking, even if he had great strength and could cause the air to move, his power shouldn't be so ferocious. But just now, when Yi Fan was explaining to Xu Qingxue about the influence of mass in the universe, Yi Fan suddenly thought of the key to solving a possible problem. Yi Fan opened his eyes. His gaze was like a sword. He took a step forward, flipped over, and waved his sword finger forward. Boom! 20 to 30 meters away, a billboard on the top of a building was actually pierced through by a destructive force, creating a large hole. Yi Fan looked at the billboard that was emitting electric sparks, and his entire body trembled in excitement. That's right, quality. It's quality. Yi Fan laughed out loud, as if he had gone crazy. The quality he was talking about here was not his own weight, but the mass that every cell and every particle in Yi Fan's body possessed after Yi Fan's 3 years of training. The great Tao of 3,000 paths led to the same destination. Since one's inner force had been cultivated to a high level, it was said that one could rely on the cultivator's ability to shatter the void and become an immortal. One could move mountains and fill the seas, and summon the wind and summon the rain. Since they were different paths to the same destination, then why couldn't external techniques affect the power of the world? Why couldn't one become an immortal-like figure? Inner force cultivators, step by step, make their true qi purer and more powerful. In the end, what they relied on to unleash their true qi would definitely evolve to a certain degree. Chapter 588. 0588 Yi Fan thought that on that day, Fog Night, according to the posture of his ancient sword technique, he swung his sword, but there was no movement at all. At that time, Yi Fan and Xiao Exner both thought that some of the details of Fog Night were not in place, but it was just a guess. But now, the main reason Yi Fan could think of was that Fog Night's body had yet to reach its peak. Fog Night, after all, was a cultivator of inner force. Her body, compared to Yi Fan's, was 108,000 miles inferior. Yi Fan himself didn't realize that his body, unknowingly, had already cultivated to a critical point and had even broken through to a new realm. At this level, Yi Fan's body had already reached a certain level of quality, and with enough quality, Yi Fan could already affect some of the power of heaven and earth in this mysterious universe. Yi Fan actually didn't really understand why this was. Was there such a rule in the universe? Or was there some other reason? In short, Yi Fan was finally convinced that his path of cultivation was not wrong. Although he didn't have any true qi or other energy, through the purest understanding of ancient martial arts and the use of his body, he could affect the power contained in the entire world. This power of heaven and earth was endless. It was tens of thousands of times stronger than any true qi, sword qi, or magic. His cultivation had finally reached a whole new realm. In time, he would be looking forward to raising his body to a higher level and using the power of heaven and earth, moving mountains and filling seas. That was not impossible. However, when Yi Fan calmed down, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Didn't he come to watch a movie with Xu Qingxue today? Why did he suddenly come to the roof to practice? Crap, I forgot to leave the woman in the theater. Yi Fan hurriedly ran downstairs. When he arrived at the entrance of the cinema, the movie had already finished playing. Unknowingly, Yi Fan had been thinking and cultivating for nearly an hour. Yi Fan saw that Xu Qingxue, who had a sullen expression on her face, was coldly looking at him. Standing at the entrance of the theater, it was as if a woman was surrounded by cold air. Yi Fan's legs immediately went soft. He walked over with an embarrassed smile, intending to help the woman carry her bag and get a drink. Wife, I had something to do just now. Go away. You don't need to take it. Xu Qingxue snorted, turned around, and walked into the toilet. Fan Xian gloomily touched his forehead. This time, he really did something wrong, so he could only wait outside. Tonight, he planned to act like a grandson. After a few minutes, Su Qingxue walked out with her bag on her back. She ignored Yifan and walked straight outside. Yifan hurriedly followed and said with a smile, "Wife, I was really wrong. I just had a breakthrough in my cultivation, so I was too excited. I really won't be like this next time. Honey, don't pull a long face. What do I have to do for you to forgive me? How about I treat you to supper?" Su Qingxue didn't say anything at all. She took the elevator all the way to the underground garage and didn't say a word until she got on the car. Yifan muttered in his heart. Fortunately, it was much better than before. If it was like this in the past, he wouldn't even be willing to let him get on the train. He would have to take the subway and take a taxi back. When the car drove out of the shopping mall, it was very quiet in the car. Yifan didn't know what else to plead for. He had said everything he needed to say. After a long while, Su Qingxue let out a light snort and muttered in a low voice, "I'm not happy." When Yifan heard this, he realized that this was a signal from a woman. He hurriedly followed up, "Wife, it's all my fault that you're unhappy. I'll take you to eat something delicious. Consider my apology, okay? I really love you. Don't be angry at me, or else my heart will break." Su Qingxue glanced at him. "So corny. Only a ghost would believe you. I don't care. If the food you bring me to eat isn't delicious, I'll ignore you for a week." Li Fan Xian chuckled. "I'll take you to barbecue. Barbecue late at night. There just so happens to be a shop nearby." Su Qingxue nodded. She had never eaten this kind of thing before and was filled with anticipation. When the two arrived at the barbecue shop, Yifan ordered a pile of meat and internal organs, along with a vegetable platter and some lettuce. In any case, he had a big appetite, so he planned to let Su Qingxue have a try. After the food was served, Yifan busied himself with the barbecue, introducing Su Qingxue to what kind of meat and internal organs they were. Su Qingxue didn't eat much for dinner either. Now that she saw these things, her mood immediately improved. "Wife, I forgot to order a drink. What do you want to drink? If you don't drive, you can drink some wine or something." Yifan thought to himself, if the woman gets drunk, he might even be able to take advantage of her. When Su Qingxue heard the word drink, she suddenly exclaimed, my little zombie drink cup." Yifan was stunned for a moment before he remembered that it was the zombie cup whose brain was exposed. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Wife, you seem to have taken it into the cinema's toilet. Did you forget to take it out?" "That's right. You idiot. Why didn't you remind me?" Su Qingxue said sadly. "It cost me $25. Wife, you spent tens of millions to buy a car without blinking. Is there a need for a cup?" "But I really like that little zombie," Su Qingxue said gloomily. Yifan hurriedly wrapped a piece of pork belly with lettuce and placed it next to the woman's mouth. Come, eat a piece of roasted meat. Don't be unhappy." Su Qingxue took a few bites, and hurriedly spat it out. Pa. So greasy. Why did you give me such fat meat?" And the pig's coquettishness. Yifan was very innocent. How could he know what women like to eat? He felt that this pork belly was very fragrant. "Wife, I don't think it's coquettish," Yifan said. "It's not delicious. I'll do it myself." Su Qingxue picked up a lettuce leaf, got a small piece of beef, and ate it. Yifan looked at that little bit of meat and even used a large piece of lettuce leaf to wrap it up and said speechlessly, "Wife, you only have this little bit of meat. Just eat it directly, and you even wrapped it in lettuce. This is too wasteful. It doesn't even have the taste of meat." When Su Qingxue heard this, she frowned and stood up, saying, "I like it. What does it matter to you? I only used a piece of lettuce leaf, and you say I'm a waste? You even have so many requirements for eating, so you can eat by yourself. I'm not eating anymore." After saying that, Su Qingxue picked up her bag and turned to leave. Yifan's face was wooden, thinking to himself, "Why did I anger a woman again? Isn't her temper too bad? I didn't say anything. Honey, sit down. I won't say any more, all right? I was the one who talked too much." Yifan hurriedly ran over and helped the woman sit down. Su Qingxue pouted. "I'm so angry. You just said that you wanted to apologize, and now you're making me unhappy again." Yifan's head was about to explode, but he didn't do anything, so he could only say, "Wife, then how can you be happy?" Su Qingxue looked at him and said, go back to the cinema and give me my little zombie cup. Chapter 589. 0589. Su Qingxue turned her head. If you don't want to, then forget it. Eat your barbecue. Yi Fan clenched his teeth and said, All right, I'll go. Wife, wait for me for a moment. I'll rush back as soon as possible. Seeing that Yi Fan was really about to leave, Su Qingxue hurriedly grabbed Yi Fan's hand. Are you stupid? Are you really going? It's already so late. The mall you went to is closed. But my wife, you want that cup. Yi Fan was puzzled. Was she letting him go or not? Su Qingxue looked at the man and her eyes softened. I'm just joking with you. I'm not angry at you. Don't go over, it's okay. Wife, which one of your words is true and which one is false? I'm a little scared. Yi Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Su Qingxue exhaled. You are a dignified king of hell after all. Why are you so afraid of me? Do what I tell you to do. Don't you think I'm a very pretentious person? Yi Fan thought to himself, so you know it yourself. So he chuckled and said, I'm not afraid of you. I just want you to be happy because I love you. Su Qingxue pursed her lips. Then am I really very pretentious? Yi Fan was about to nod, but he quickly shook his head. No, my wife, you're not pretentious at all. I like people like you. Come on, hurry up and eat the barbecue, it's almost burnt. Su Qingxue's mood seemed to have improved again, and she told Yi Fan to sit down. Yi Fan took out the almost burnt meat and was about to eat heartily when he saw Su Qingxue looking at him with sparkling eyes. Wife, eat. Why aren't you eating? You can leave the fat to me. You can just eat the lean meat. Yi Fan said. Su Qingxue shook her head and said softly, Yi Fan, why don't you quarrel with me? Huh? Yi Fan was stunned. What kind of question was this? Every time I get angry at you, you always follow me and don't talk back to me. I'm such an unreasonable person. Why don't you quarrel with me? Don't tell me you don't want to teach me a lesson? Su Qingxue asked curiously. Yi Fan frowned and asked, Why should I teach you a lesson? Isn't my wife supposed to be pampered? Besides, you're not asking me to die. I can do whatever you want me to do. When Qingxue heard this, she bit her lower lip, and a trace of sweetness appeared at the corner of her mouth. Although you're quite a playboy, you treat me quite well. Maybe it's because of this that I can endure some things. That's right. If I had a woman outside and my family still treated you badly, then I wouldn't be a scumbag, but a scumbag. Yi Fan shook his head and said, Humph. As soon as you mention that you have a woman outside, I'm unhappy again. Why did you mention this? Su Qingxue frowned. Honey, I didn't say it. You mentioned it first. I don't care. You want to wrap meat for me to eat. I want something that's not fat. I don't want it spicy. It has to be slightly burnt. Okay. I'll do it. I'll do it for you. Although he was tormented by Su Qingxue to the point that his heart felt like it was on a roller coaster, he had finally grasped the key to cultivation and a new train of thought. The next day, when Yi Fan arrived at the company, he saw Fog Knight, who was dressed as a professional woman. When the female assistant, Chunya, found out that Yi Fan had been transferred away and another beautiful assistant had arrived, the pressure on her seemed to be even greater. Her expression was very solemn. Yi Fan instructed Fog Knight, telling her not to compete with Chunya and just to do her job as a bodyguard. After that, Yi Fan moved his things and went straight to the security department. Su Lingshan's position was empty, so he directly became the deputy head of the security department. Although his position was one level lower than Hong Yu's, no one would look at him like that. At the headquarters of the embroidery group, everyone knew that he, Yi Fan, was a capable person in front of Director Su. Ever since Yi Fan came, Su Qingxue's journey could be said to have been smooth sailing. Walking past the security department's large office, he didn't see many female security guards because most of them were patrolling and working on different floors. When Yi Fan walked into Hong Yu's office, he smelled the fragrance of a mature woman. The furnishings in the office were also quite romantic. There were many handicrafts from all over the world, as well as many photos left behind when he was adventuring. When Hong Yu saw Yi Fan come in, a charming smile appeared on her round, jade-like face. Her curly hair was simply tied up, and she wore little makeup. Her skin seemed to be much more moist than when she was a mercenary. The company had warm air conditioning, and Hong Yu was only wearing a white shirt. Recently, she had been living a good life, and the woman seemed to have become a little more plump. The buttons on her chest seemed to be a little tight. Yi Fan heard that ever since Hong Yu entered the company, many single or married men in the company had secretly pursued her. Thinking about it carefully, Hong Yu's appearance and figure were indeed very alluring. The key thing was that her appearance was very good for her husband, and her figure was very good for childbirth. When he thought about how he had once had an in-depth exchange with Hong Yu, Yi Fan couldn't help but miss the taste of this woman. "Welcome to our department, Vice Minister Yi." Hong Yu stood up and charmingly blinked her eyes. Li Fan Xian held Hong Yu's fair and tender palm and was not in a hurry to let go. "Minister Hong Yu, I'll be relying on you to take care of me in the future. Come on, Director Su is keeping a close eye on you when you come here. Who doesn't know that you're just here to take care of a pit? How could I dare to take care of you?" Hong Yu rolled her eyes at him. Yi Fan sucked in a breath of cold air. This woman who was as mature as a honey peach was indeed different. "How have you been feeling at the company recently? Are the sisters doing well?" Yi Fan asked with concern. Hong Yu was not in a hurry to answer. She looked at the two of them who were still holding hands and said, "Before we speak, Vice Minister Yi, don't you think you should let go of your hand first?" Yi Fan pretended to notice and laughed. Just as he was about to pull out his hand, Hong Yu's little finger hooked onto his palm. Yi Fan's mind stirred, and he secretly called out to the demoness. When he looked at Hong Yu's eyes again, there were clearly some dark waves surging. "I heard that Minister Hong Yu is currently the most popular lover in the company. Many of the executives want to invite you to dinner and watch a movie, but none of them are able to catch your eye?" Yi Fan asked. "The men who work in the city are all too refined. For someone like me who is used to being wild, I'm already used to having a heavy taste. It's not suitable for me." As Hong Yu spoke, she sat back down on her chair, took out a lady's cigarette, and lit it for herself. Yi Fan looked at her raised long legs and swallowed his saliva. "That's a bit difficult. There aren't any rough men in the barracks here." Chapter 590. 0590. When Yi Fan heard this, the flames in his lower abdomen rose. He couldn't wait to pounce on her, tear off this woman's shirt, and do whatever he wanted. However, when he thought about how he made Su Qingxue angry last time, Yi Fan's heart was poured with cold water. There were plenty of women. If he couldn't hold it in at Hong Yu's place, then he would have wasted the past 10 years. After all, he was in the company. He should give his wife the most basic respect. Yi Fan forced a smile and sighed. "Hong Yu, there's a man who treats you sincerely and can live a good life. Don't ask too much. Try to go on a date and have a meal. Actually, life isn't that complicated. There's only so much time in life. You should consider what I said. A woman's life is only perfect if she sets up a family." Hong Yu looked at the man in surprise. She puffed out a mouthful of smoke and nodded with a smile. "It seems that I have underestimated your mental fortitude. Am I really old and my charm has declined?" "Haha," Yi Fan waved his hand. "To be honest, if I drink a few bottles of wine, I probably won't be able to hold it in. Don't doubt your charm. As long as you open the door, there will definitely be a lot of men chasing after you," Hong Yu said regretfully. "But no matter how many men there are, there won't be another Yi Fan." Yi Fan's heart itched. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, Hong Yu would say something to provoke him. So he hurriedly said, "I'll go outside and put the things down." It was originally Lingshan's seat, right? Hong Yu nodded. "Do you have any news about Lingshan?" Yi Fan shook his head regretfully. It seemed that Hong Yu and the others, Su Lingshan's old comrades, also missed her. Yi Fan left the room, and the office was quiet for a while. Hong Yu finished smoking a cigarette and picked up the phone. Not long after, the call connected. "How is it?" It was Su Qingxue's voice that came from the other side. Hong Yu respectfully replied, "Director Su, Yi Fan passed the test. He even advised me to find a man to start a family." Su Qingxue also seemed to ease her tone. "Is that so? You did well. Continue to help me keep an eye on him in the future." "Yes, I will also keep an eye on my sisters. I won't let them have too much contact with Yi Fan," Hong Yu said. "Hong Yu, you are a sensible person. You should know that I asked you to do this for the sake of you and your sisters." As long as my husband stays at your place and doesn't cause any unpleasant things, I won't treat you unfairly. Su Qingxue said. Don't worry, CEO Su, I know what to do. Han Yu replied in a low voice and hung up. At this moment, Yi Fan, who had just left the office, didn't know that everything that happened at Han Yu's place was already arranged by Su Qingxue. Actually, even if Yi Fan knew about it, he wouldn't be able to do anything because he had indeed had an affair with Han Yu. This kind of thing, any wife would feel disgusted. Therefore, even if he was schemed against and tested once, Yi Fan could only obediently accept his fate, who told him to be unable to control what was happening below. Han Yu also understood that although she admired Yi Fan, he was a married man. This woman was the boss who gave her money and gave her a house. She couldn't possibly go against the boss, right? If Su Qingxue was really angry, Yi Fan would most likely give up on her, Han Yu, so that he could curry favor with Su Qingxue. Fortunately, Su Qingxue and Han Yu wouldn't say anything about all of this. Yi Fan didn't know either, so everything passed by peacefully. Yi Fan arrived at the office where Su Lingshan was originally located. It was a pity that she wasn't there, so he felt a little sad. He didn't know where Su Lingshan was right now, whether she was training or carrying out a mission. After putting away his things, he turned on the computer. Just as he was about to modify the computer so that he could download the game, he saw a few people walking back to the big office. Because the position of the vice minister was also in the big office, Yi Fan finally had a colleague to talk to. Brother Fan. The person who came was an old acquaintance, Jiang Chao. Behind him were a few new faces, also male security guards. I heard that, Brother Fan. You were transferred to our security department as the vice minister. I really didn't sleep all night. I didn't expect you to actually come. That's great. In the future, with Brother Fan here, our security department will rise by another level. Jiang Chao flattered very smoothly. Yi Fan smiled and said, What? There's a new member? Jiang Chao nodded happily. That's right, the company is expanding fast, and there aren't enough male security guards. Head Han Yu asked me to familiarize myself with these new people. There are actually quite a few of them, but they went back to their hometown for the new year. Yi Fan also knew that Su Qingxue's business was developing very quickly, and there were many places that needed to be guarded by security guards. He nodded in understanding. After chatting with Jiang Chao and the others for a while, they had lunch together. Yi Fan felt that this kind of life was very comfortable and enjoyable. There wasn't anyone in the security department who gave him a mission, so he just made himself a cup of tea, played games, and joked around when a female colleague came. It was quite comfortable. When it was almost time to get off work in the afternoon, Yi Fan was ready to take the subway because Moo was going to pick him up near the subway station. Just as he was about to leave, he received a call from Moo. Little girl, I was just about to leave. I didn't forget. Yi Fan thought that Moo was reminding him. However, Moo said in a sobbing voice, Yi Fan, my car crashed. What? Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly asked, Are you hurt? No. While I was backing up, I accidentally hit a lamppost by the side of the road. Moo said, feeling wronged. What should I do? Yi Fan heaved a sigh of relief. He thought it was a car accident, but it turned out to be a one-sided accident. Thus, he asked, Where are you? I can't explain it clearly. This is a convenience store on Kong Road. Then send me your location. I'll hang up first. I'll be there as soon as possible. Yi Fan hung up the phone and received a location on WeChat. At the same time, Moo sent a message. Yi Fan, are you very angry? I crashed the car you bought for me, and it's even a new car. Scold me, it's all my fault. As Yi Fan ran to the elevator, he shook his head with a smile. How could he care about such a car? As long as the girl was fine, everything was fine. Don't be silly, it's fine. Look for the insurance policy and call the insurance company. Yi Fan sent a message. Moo sent a few crying emojis. Are you really not angry at me? Yi Fan sent a smiling emoji. Silly girl, why would I lie to you? Do you think I look angry? Don't wait outside. Go to the convenience store and stay there, or else you'll catch a cold. Moo sent a dozen crying and move emojis, and then sent a few kissing emojis. Then I'll wait for you, moi. Chapter 591. 0591. When he arrived, Yifan saw a Porsche parked sideways beside a lamppost. The front passenger door of the car had already caved in. The pole of the street lamp was also slightly bent from the impact. It seemed like it had been hit hard. Yifan was a little impressed. What kind of driving skill was this to be able to make such a tricky collision? Very quickly, Yifan saw the owner of the car, Moo Moo Moo. Her black hair draped over her shoulders, and she was wearing a pink hooded top, skinny jeans, and white sneakers. This outfit, coupled with her exquisite face, made her look so youthful and beautiful that there was nothing to say. Beside Moo Moo Moo, there were 2 or 3 unfamiliar girls and a middle-aged uncle. These people were all talking at once, pointing at the part of the car that was involved in the accident. When Moo 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 saw Yifan coming over, he immediately ran over with a thud. He pouted as if he was about to cry and hugged Yifan. Yifan, ugh, you're finally here. What the hell is going on? This collision is a bit strange. Yifan said. Moo 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 stammered. I just wanted to stop the car and pull over. Who knew that I would hit the lamppost when I stepped on the accelerator? Yifan, I know you must be very angry. I broke the gift you bought me, hit me. Yifan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He reached out and patted the girl's back. Silly girl, why would I hit you? Didn't I just crash into a car? It's good that your own people are fine. Are you really not angry at me? Moo 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 asked again and again. Yifan muttered in his heart. It was only a few 100,000 yuan. Even if it was a few tens of millions of yuan, as long as this girl was fine, he wouldn't do anything. If it wasn't for this accident, Yifan wouldn't have realized that compared to money, Moo 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 was much more important in Yifan's heart. I'm not angry, I swear. Yifan smiled. Moo 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 patted his chest and pouted. You used to always cheat me of my pocket money. I was just thinking that since you like money so much, you would definitely get angry and scold me. What if you abandoned me and didn't want me anymore? So you really aren't angry. That's great. Yifan smiled. So it turned out that in the girl's heart, he was a miser. Who are these people? Yifan smiled at the 3 women and 1 man by the roadside. Moo 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 explained, Oh, these big sisters are passing by. This uncle is from the convenience store. They saw that I crashed, so they came to take a look. I was bored waiting for you, so I chatted with them. Yifan was speechless. This girl was too familiar with him. Her cheerful personality far exceeded Yifan's imagination. A woman who looked like an office worker said, Beauty, is this your warm boyfriend? Warm boyfriend? What the hell? Fan Xian muttered in his heart. Moo 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 smiled sweetly. That's right, sister. Isn't he very handsome? Haha, it's a pity that you're not my type, but you're really warm. If my boyfriend knew that I got hit by a car, he would scold me to death. You're not like your boyfriend. He didn't scold you and even told you not to catch a cold and to wait for him in the store. You're so lucky. Moo 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 giggled and looked at Yifan with an exceptionally satisfied and sweet gaze. Only then did Yifan realize that this was what they meant. However, he really didn't think that he was that outstanding. If it was his other woman who got into a car accident, the first thing he would think of would be a woman, not a car. Besides, scolding and hitting women wasn't something a man should do. Moreover, it wouldn't solve the problem. What else could he do if he bumped into them? Yifan asked, Little girl, don't laugh foolishly. Did you call the insurance company? Moo 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 nodded. I did. That loss assessor said he was almost here. After waiting for a few minutes, the passers-by left and the loss assessor arrived. After checking for a while, the loss assessor said, This car door needs to be replaced. It might even need to be cut. It can be considered a big accident. You should call the traffic police and ask for an accident report. When Moo 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 heard this, he said worriedly, does it cost a lot of money? A conservative estimate is around 20,000. So expensive. Moo 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 was depressed. How stifling. Our insurance company will pay for the money, but you don't have a certificate for this accident, so it's not good to pay for it all. I suggest that you ask for one. After the loss assessor finished speaking, he asked Moo 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 to sign a few words and then hurriedly left. Yifan sighed and called the traffic police. The traffic police found out that Moo 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 had damaged the street lamp pole, so they told Moo 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 to go to the street lamp management office first, compensate for the street lamp, and then go to the traffic police to get the certificate. Moo 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 had never encountered such a thing before. Just thinking about the steps that needed to be taken gave her a headache. Yifan looked at the car and found that it could still be driven. So he said, "Don't go play today. Let's have a meal nearby. Then I'll help you drive the car back. Tomorrow, I'll take you to go through these procedures and then go to the 4S store, okay?" When Moo 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 heard this, he excitedly asked, "Will you help me with these procedures? What else? You'll do it yourself?" Yifan asked with a smile. Moo 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 happily hugged Yifan. Regardless of whether it was on the street, she tiptoed and kissed Yifan on the mouth. Her big eyes were filled with joy and sweetness. "Yifan, you're so good to me. When you sent me a WeChat message just now, the big sister next to me was so envious of me. I'm really happy to have a boyfriend like you." Yifan couldn't help but laugh. "All right, I don't know why I can't be angry at you. Let's go eat. Hee hee, because you love me very much. If you love me, you won't be willing to say that I'm scolding me." Moo 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 had a very understanding expression on his face. Yifan pondered in his heart. Could it be that he really fell in love with Moo Moo Moo? That shouldn't be the case. Didn't he treat her as a little sister? No matter what, the two of them first went to eat a simple dinner. Then, Yifan drove home with Moo 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 Moo. The Porsche ran a little off course, but fortunately, Yifan's skills were fine, so he still drove. When they arrived at Moo Moo Moo's house, the moment they got out of the car, they saw the door open. "What's wrong? Moo Moo, how did you get into a car accident?" A charming woman walked out, looking very concerned. Just as she walked to the side of the car, she saw that the one who got off was Yifan. The woman frowned, and a look of astonishment appeared in her eyes. When Yifan saw this woman, he wasn't unfamiliar with her. This was because he had seen her in the supermarket last time. She was Mu Shuesong's mother, Moo Moo Moo's grandmother, Mu Shuesian. "Hello, old madam. We meet again." Yifan simply greeted her. Moo 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 quickly ran to Mu Shuesian's side and held on her arm. She pleaded in a tender voice, "Grandmother, can you not tell my father about this? If he knew that I had an accident, he definitely wouldn't drive for me. Grandma, Moo Moo, please." Chapter 592, 059. Moo 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 was stunned for a moment, then thought for a moment and said, "Yifan is my friend. He met me while playing games with me." Yifan thought that this girl would say that they were boyfriend and girlfriend, and was a little worried that he would be scolded by Mo Shuesian. He didn't expect that Moo 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 would purposely hide it from him. It seemed that this girl wasn't afraid of nothing. She was still quite afraid of this grandmother. "Friend," Mo Shuesian frowned and said, "You are not allowed to meet him in the future, and you are not allowed to make friends with him." "Huh?" Moo 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 said in surprise. "Grandmother, why? We're just friends." Mo Shuesian snorted. "There's no reason. Don't you know that he's a married man? You're a big girl. What's the point of playing with him? If people gossip about you, how will you marry into a good family in the future?" Yifan muttered in his heart. Mo Shuesian's words made sense. But not even ordinary friends were allowed to befriend Moo Moo Moo. This was a bit too much. Speaking of which, Mo Shuesian and the Su family must have some special connection. Yifan felt that this matter was more and more fishy. Looking at Mo Shuesian's reaction, he felt that something wasn't right. Moo 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 pouted, "No. Yifan is very important to me. I won't listen. I want to tell your father about this and have him take good care of you. I've really spoiled you. What kind of friends have you made?" Mo Shuesian then looked at Yifan unkindly. "You are a married man. How can you play with my granddaughter like this? Hurry up and leave. Don't meet again in the future. For Yuan's sake, I won't say it this time. The next time I appear by my granddaughter's side, I'll tell Director Su." Moo 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 angrily said, "Go and complain. I already know Sister Su Qingxue, and we even ate together last time. Grandma, even if you say it, I'm not afraid." "What?" Mo Shuesian's expression changed greatly. You even know Su Qingxue? How long have you known each other?" "Not long ago," Moo 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 muttered. "Then what did she tell you? Why does she want to know you?" Mo Shuesian asked anxiously. Moo 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 saw that his grandmother was very excited and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Grandma, what's wrong with you today? I know Yifan. So, isn't it normal to know Sister Su?" Besides, does it matter how long we've known each other? Mo Riverbliss's expression was somewhat flustered as she said, I'm warning you. You're not allowed to have anything to do with them in the future. Otherwise, I'll ask your dad to ground you. Don't go to school either. Grandma, Moo 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 was so angry that tears welled up in her eyes. She originally wanted to act coquettishly and ask Mo Shui Xian to help her hide it, but she didn't expect Mo Shui Xian to punish her so intensely. Woo! Moo 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 immediately cried, Grandma, you're too much. You don't love me anymore. I hate you. With that, Moo 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 turned around and ran out. Moo Moo, Moo Moo, where are you going? Come back. As Mo Riverbliss saw her granddaughter run away, she became even more worried. From beginning to end, he didn't say much because he didn't know where Mo Shui Xian's hostility towards him came from. He could only say, I'll go bring her back. After Yi Fan finished speaking, he followed Moo 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 and ran out. Yi Fan could actually forcefully bring Moo 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 home, but he still waited until he left the district before catching up to the girl. Little girl, stop running. Yi Fan grabbed Moo Moo Moo's arm and stopped her. Moo 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 turned around and threw herself into the man's arms. She said in a grieved manner, Yi Fan, why does my grandmother hate you so much? I'm so sad. Yi Fan patted the girl's back. Don't cry first. Don't you think this is very strange? Strange? Moo 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 raised his head with a puzzled expression. Yi Fan nodded. Yeah, I met your father and your grandmother at the supermarket last time. Your grandmother seems to know our old nanny, Aunt Jiang. I feel like they were hiding something from us back then. There was such a thing? How come I don't know? Moo 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 rubbed his eyes. What exactly is going on? Yi Fan shrugged. I'm not sure right now, but I'll try to check it out. I don't think your grandmother is usually like this. There must be a special reason why she refused to let you meet me. Moo 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 nodded forcefully. That's right. My grandmother loves me very much. When I was young, my father scolded me, and it was my grandmother who helped me. Moreover, my father is especially afraid of my grandmother, so my grandmother is my protector. So, there must be a special reason why your grandmother treats you like this. As for you, don't cry and don't be sad. You are her only granddaughter. How could she not love you? Be good, be obedient, go home first. Don't argue with your grandmother. Let her relax first. And when we figure out why she's so angry, won't we be able to think of a way to solve the problem? Yi Fan touched the girl's face and said. Moo 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 blinked and smiled sweetly. Yi Fan, you're treating me more and more like a boyfriend treating his girlfriend. You even touched my face. Yi Fan was stunned. He didn't realize this himself. Indeed, it seemed that he had become more intimate with Moo Moo Moo. Hee, I really like this. I knew that a cute girl like me would definitely like me too. Moo 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 hugged Yi Fan's neck tightly and hugged him for a while on the street before letting go. Yi Fan, take me to buy a cup of milk tea. Can I go back? Yi Fan thought to himself, can't I just buy milk tea and go myself? But he still couldn't bear to say that. So he nodded, all right. After accompanying the girl to buy milk tea and sending her home, Yi Fan took the subway home. As for the matter of helping Moo 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 settle the compensation for the car, because of Mu Shui Xian, he could only put it aside and let Moo 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 think of a way herself. When he was almost home, Yi Fan suddenly remembered that he didn't buy milk tea for Su Qingxue. So he ran to a nearby milk tea shop and bought a cup of Four Seasons flower tea with a milk lid and a cup of oolong latte. When he arrived home, Aunt Jiang was watching TV in the hall. Watching the melodramatic plot, Aunt Jiang was actually wiping away her tears. Seeing Yi Fan return, Aunt Jiang embarrassedly smiled and said, Yi Fan, why are you home so early? Oh, I came back after a meal. Yi Fan smiled. Is Xiao Shui in the study? That's right. She went to work after dinner. Miss really likes work. Aunt Jiang sighed with emotion. Yi Fan helplessly smiled, walked upstairs, knocked on the door of the study, and only walked in after hearing the woman call him in. Su Qingxue was reading some information when she saw Yi Fan come in. She asked curiously, You're back so early? Chapter 593. 0593. Su Qingxue blinked her eyes. What milk tea? Yi Fan walked over and took out 2 cups of milk tea, One is a cup of Four Seasons flower tea with a milk cap, and the other is an oolong latte. I don't know what flavor you like, so I'll just pick one. Su Qingxue asked, "What's a milk cap?" Yi Fan smiled and said, "Wife, this thing is very popular right now. Why are you, a girl, asking me?" Su Qingxue snorted and said unhappily, "You mean I'm behind the times, right?" No, of course not. It's mainly because my wife is too high class. My wife usually doesn't like this kind of thing that ordinary girls pursue," Yi Fan said with a smile. Su Qingxue ignored him and took out a straw. She opened both cups and took a sip. After eating the cup with the milk cap, Su Qingxue licked her lips. "So this is the milk cap. Then I want to drink it. You can drink this oolong latte by yourself." Yi Fan saw the woman happily drinking the milk tea he bought for her and couldn't help but feel incomparably warm in his heart. He felt that he was very satisfied just by quietly watching the woman drink. Su Qingxue noticed that Yi Fan was staring at her, and her face was slightly hot. She whispered, "What are you looking at me for?" "Nice. My wife is so beautiful. I just want to see more," Yi Fan said with a smile. Su Qingxue rolled her eyes at him. "I don't believe what you said anymore. I have a pimple on my face today. It's so ugly." "Where? Why didn't I see it?" Yi Fan really didn't see any acne. "You're blind, of course you can't see it." Su Qingxue shook her head speechlessly. "Aren't you going to play with Moo 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 today? Why did you eat?" Yi Fan thought about it and decided that it was fine if he said it. So he told her the truth and told her about Moo 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 Moo's car crash. Su Qingxue was quite concerned and asked Moo 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 if she was injured. When she found out that it was only the damage to the car, she felt that it didn't matter much. Speaking of Immerse, Yi Fan was very curious. "Wife, have you really never heard of Immerse?" Su Qingxue was also very curious. "I've never heard of my grandparents and Aunt Jiang before. Last time at the supermarket, I was the same as you. I felt that it was very new. So it turns out that our family had such a maid, and we even have a musician's son, Mu Shueso." Yi Fan nodded. "It seems like this is the story of the previous generation." "What? Do you care about this?" "At most, I'll just ask Aunt Jiang," Su Qingxue said. Yi Fan smiled bitterly. If Aunt Jiang was willing to tell him, she wouldn't have been so secretive and avoided talking about it. "Wife, I won't disturb you anymore. Continue with your work." Yi Fan didn't want to provoke Su Qingxue, so he turned around and left. Qingxue hesitated for a moment and said, "Come with me to a charity auction tomorrow. You could bring a male companion." If you have nothing else to do, he had actually already found out from Chu Yunyao that he thought Su Qingxue wouldn't call him, but the woman still did. Since his wife had asked, he couldn't refuse. "All right, tomorrow I'll dress decently and try not to embarrass you, my wife." Yi Fan grinned. "Come on, the dignified sovereign king of hell is accompanying me to a small charity auction. This little girl is flattered," Su Qingxue said. Yi Fan sighed with emotion. Now that Su Qingxue knew how to joke with him, it was a good thing. Taking advantage of the fact that Su Qingxue seemed to be in a good mood, Yi Fan asked, "Wife, I've been calling you wife for so long. When are you going to start calling me husband? Are you sick? Why do you keep asking me to call you by your name?" Su Qingxue said, "A lot of couples call each other by name. But I want to hear you shout once, to shout once in a while." Yi Fan chuckled. Su Qingxue snorted, sat down, and said, "I'm going to work. You can go out." Yi Fan had no choice. It seemed that women were still thin-skinned, so he could only wait a little longer. The next day, after Yi Fan spent most of the day in the company, Su Qingxue called him in the afternoon. "Wife, it's not time to go to the auction yet, right?" Yi Fan saw that it was still early. Su Qingxue said on the phone, "Accompany me to a place first, then go to the auction. Are you going to inspect outside? You're not bringing me along?" Yi Fan asked. Right now, Fog Knight was already a full-time assistant who accompanied Su Qingxue outside. Fog Knight was not interested in sitting in the office and doing clerical work. "I think it's better if you accompany me. It's not work," Su Qingxue said. Although Yi Fan was puzzled, he still went to the underground garage and waited for Su Qingxue to come down. Not long after, Su Qingxue carried 2 bags downstairs. Yi Fan looked at the bags and knew where Su Qingxue was going. After the two got into the car, Yi Fan drove directly back to the Su family's old mansion. The thing that Su Qingxue took was a gift that she bought at Barley for Tong Huizhen. It was the new year, but she didn't forget this former stepmother. After the Su family's old mansion had someone living in it again, it became a little livelier. There were many pots of flowers and plants outside, and they were all well taken care of. Because after Tong Huizhen returned, Su Qingxue told the housekeeping company to stop their service. So everything here was obviously taken care of by Tong Huizhen alone. Tong Huizhen had lived a luxurious life since she was young. But after experiencing the ups and downs of life, she seemed to have begun to calmly accept her new life. When the two of them got out of the car, they happened to see Tong Huizhen walking out of the house with a glass jar in her hands. Tong Huizhen's hair was simply tied up, and she was wearing an apron and a sleeve. She seemed to be doing housework. In a glass jar she was holding, the little turtle was lazily lying down. Seeing Yi Fan and Su Qingxue, Tong Huizhen was stunned for a moment. She was a little nervous, but also a little happy. Qingxue, Yi Fan, why are you guys here? When Su Qingxue saw the little turtle, she looked at her in surprise. You raised this? Tong Huizhen said embarrassedly. Yeah, it's boring to be alone, but I've never raised any pets before, and I'm not afraid of raising them to death. I heard that turtles are easy to raise, so I bought one on the street. I heard that I wanted to let it bask in the sun, so I brought it out to bask in the sun. Su Qingxue looked at the flowers and plants outside. Did you raise these potted plants as well? Tong Huizhen smiled awkwardly. Whatever. I have nothing to do anyway. There are a few pots that I raised to death. So these flowers and plants are also quite delicate. Yi Fan smiled and said, Did you discover that a lot of things are more difficult than you think? Yeah, recently, the more I think about it, the more I feel like I was nothing before. Tong Huizhen's face was filled with sadness. Su Qingxue took a few steps forward and picked up the 2 bags. This is for you. I went to Barley and bought a bunch of gifts. There are 2 left that no one wants, so I'll give them to you. Chapter 594. 0594 Tong Huizhen was naturally not stupid. Seeing the gift in Su Qingxue's hand, she opened her mouth. After a moment of surprise, her eyes turned red and moist. Qingxue, is this really for me? Tong Huizhen's voice trembled. If you don't like it, then throw it away. I don't have anywhere to put it anyway. Su Qingxue said indifferently. I like it. Of course I like it. Tong Huizhen nodded excitedly. She took the 2 bags and said, Come in quickly. I'll make tea for you. It's cold outside. However, Qingxue shook her head. Forget about making tea. We still have things to do, so we'll be leaving first. Hearing that, Tong Huizhen couldn't hide the disappointment on her face. She smiled bitterly and said, So it's like that? Then you guys go ahead and get busy. Qingxue turned around and planned to walk back to the car. She had only taken a few steps when Tong Huizhen shouted, Qingxue! Qingxue stopped in her tracks. Is there anything else? Tong Huizhen bit her lower lip and choked with sobs. I know it's useless to say anything now, but I still want to tell you. I'm sorry. Qingxue's delicate body trembled, and she said without turning her head, You already said it last time. Tong Huizhen smiled bitterly. That's right. But today I still want to say, thank you. Really, really thank you. I know I can't save anything in this life, but if there's a next life, I really want to be a good mother. The thing I regret the most in my life is that I didn't treat you well from the first time I saw you. Qingxue clenched her fist and released it. After taking a deep breath, she said, On the day of the New Year's Eve dinner, you can go to my place. Aunt Jiang can't do it alone. Tong Huizhen's body trembled. She thought she had heard wrongly and asked with a trembling voice, I really can. Don't misunderstand. I just don't want Aunt Jiang to be too tired. Qingxue said coldly. Good. I understand. I will definitely help. Tong Huizhen nodded happily. At this point, Qingxue didn't leave, and Tong Huizhen didn't know what to say either. The 2 of them seemed to have fallen into some kind of complicated thoughts, unable to extricate themselves. Fan Xian was silent for a while. He rubbed his nose and felt that the atmosphere was quite awkward. He rolled his eyes and was surprised to see the little turtle in the glass jar. Huh, Is this a black tortoise? Tong Huijin came back to her senses and heard Yi Fan's words. She looked at the black little turtle and said, I don't know, I just saw the old man selling it on the street. I saw that it was pretty, so I bought it. Shu Qingxue turned her head in confusion and asked, what happened to this little turtle? This is a wild black tortoise, which is relatively rare. Nowadays, many of them are farmed. However, some of the details are different. I guess that old man caught it from some ravine. It could be considered a protected animal. Yi Fan said. Shu Qingxue couldn't help but take a closer look. This little black turtle was lazily lying on a pebble. Its mung-bean eyes seemed to be too lazy to open, as if it was disdainful of people watching it. You call this protecting animals? Do you want to hand it in to the Forestry Bureau or something? Su Qingxue asked. No need, I've already raised it, so let's just raise it. Yi Fan said to Tong Huijin with a smile. If you want to be a good mother, then start by raising a turtle. Tong Huijin smiled, her eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you, I will. Yi Fan and Su Qingxue returned to the car, turned the car around, and headed towards the venue of the charity auction. On the way, Yi Fan would occasionally glance at the woman on the co-pilot with a smile on his face. Su Qingxue finally couldn't help but ask, what are you looking at? It's nothing, I just feel that my wife is getting cuter the more I look at her, so I can't help but look at her a few more times. Su Qingxue muttered in a low voice. Boring, he must be mocking me. Why are you laughing at you? Yi Fan was puzzled. Shu Qingxue blushed. You know the reason, you're just mocking me. Fan Xian sighed and said, Wife, actually, whether you hate Tong Huijin or forgive her, I can understand. However, I really admire your forgiveness towards her. If it was me, I wouldn't be able to do it. Really? Su Qingxue's eyes lit up. I'm a pig if I lie to you, Yi Fan said. Su Qingxue pursed her lips and smiled. Oomph. You're a pig to begin with. Then you're a little sow. Yi Fan chuckled. I'm not. Nonsense. Oh, right, my wife is very fragrant, so she's a little pig. Yi Fan nodded to himself. Su Qingxue angrily turned her head away. I don't want to talk to you anymore. This was just a joke. Yi Fan naturally wouldn't keep saying that Su Qingxue was a pig. That would definitely drive a woman crazy. The two of them had been together for a long time, and he realized that women cared more about their image than he had imagined. When they arrived at the Huahai auction house, the two of them got off the car and discovered that there were already over 100 luxury cars parked outside. It was obvious there was a gathering of rich people in Huahai. The entrance of the auction house was decorated with the festive atmosphere of the new year. A large number of red lanterns and flower baskets were colorful. Because it was just an auction and not a ball, everyone was dressed relatively casually. Su Qingxue's appearance attracted a lot of attention. Her identity as a beauty and a rich person was always eye-catching. There were people constantly coming up to chat with Su Qingxue, but Su Qingxue ignored them. Some of them had a high status, so women would say a few more words. However, even if those people were looked at coldly by Su Qingxue, they wouldn't be too angry. Instead, they felt that the temperament of the ice goddess made their hearts palpitate. Yi Fan couldn't help but feel proud in his heart. In the eyes of outsiders, the iceberg goddess that couldn't be played with was actually already his wife, even though he hadn't completely captured the position yet. Just as the two of them walked into the venue, a small group of people appeared and attracted Yi Fan's attention. An old lady, with a few children between the ages of 5 and 12, was also about to walk in. President Li? When Yi Fan saw the person, he shouted in surprise. Principal Li Shuhua brought along some children from the orphanage. When she saw Yi Fan, she was also quite surprised. Yi Fan, you came with Director Su? I was wondering if you guys would come, but I really guessed it right. Li Shuhua squinted her eyes and smiled, nodding at Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue, on the other hand, saw that President Li was holding the hand of the youngest girl. It was that cute little ball with a round, fleshy face. Tuan was licking a lollipop. When he saw Su Qingxue, his pair of big black eyes blinked. He actually stuck out his tongue and made a little face. Chapter 595. 0595. Su Qingxue opened her beautiful eyes and was about to go up and argue with the little lowly, but she realized that she was in a public place and many people were looking at her, so she could only pretend not to hear. Deanly, why are you here? Su Qingxue turned to ask Li Shuhua. Oh, it's like this. The leader of the Chamber of Commerce said that this time, he wants me to bring the children here to participate in the auction. Li Shuhua was rather moved as she said, After all, it's a good intention, so I brought them here to thank these big bosses. When Qingxue heard this, she frowned and said, Why haven't I heard of such a thing? Who informed you guys? At this moment, a fat, balding, middle-aged man in an Armani suit walked over with a smile. Director Su, you're late. Our friends in the Chamber of Commerce are waiting for a great beauty like you. They're waiting for us to see you. Fatty laughed. Qingxue looked at the fatty and seemed to be deep in thought. She lightly said, Director Lin, did you invite Dean Li? Yeah. Does Director Su know Dean Li? Yes, I invited him. The fatty generously admitted and said to Li Shuhua, This must be Dean Li. Hello, I'm a Lin Huan who sent you the invitation letter earlier. Lin Huan shook hands with Dean Li and looked at the children beside her. She frowned and said, Why did you only bring these few children? Dean Li was a little nervous. Oh, I was afraid that there would be too many children and would cause trouble for you, so I brought a few less. Moreover, I'm an old woman and I'm afraid that I won't be able to keep an eye on them. Some children are quite naughty. Lin Huan was a little displeased. Dean Li, you're really something. I asked you to bring the children over, and the more the better. How could there be any trouble? Sigh. Forget it. Let's just leave it like this. It's too late to bring it now. After saying that, Lin Huan immediately turned around and called out to a few well-dressed merchants not far away. Old Wang, Old Zhao, Director Zheng, all of you come over. It's time for us to take a picture. A few merchants walked over. When they saw Su Qingxue, they hurriedly greeted her. Then, a few of their assistants brought Li Shuhua and the children from the orphanage to a place where banners had been set up. On the banners were the names of these merchants and their real names, as if they were afraid that others wouldn't recognize them. Who is this Lin Huan? When Yi Fan saw this scene, his face darkened. It was obvious that these people were planning to make an issue out of the orphanage's children. They weren't really doing it out of charity or love. Yi Fan treated President Li and the children of the orphanage as his own family. Seeing such a thing, he naturally wouldn't be happy. Seeing the man's expression, Qingxue knew that Yi Fan was angry. She said, He's the Secretary General of the Chamber of Commerce. He's in the non-ferrous metal business, so his background is very strong. I know you don't like him, but there's no need to blow things up here. It's not good for the children either. Fan Xian narrowed his eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't want President Li to worry, he would have already made his move. When the children and President Li were standing properly, the businessmen swaggered over and grinned. Several reporters from the TV stations, magazines, and newspapers were already ready to take photos of them. When Lin Huan saw Su Qingxue standing there, he laughed and said, Director Su, why don't you join in as well? You don't need a banner to introduce yourself. You are the golden signboard of Huahai's business world. Su Qingxue shook her head and coldly said, I don't need it. Lin Huan and the others actually wished that Su Qingxue wouldn't participate, because once Su Qingxue went, the limelight would be snatched away by her. However, they also knew that Su Qingxue disdained to do such a thing. At this moment, an elegant and enchanting voice was heard. Why is it so lively here? Chu Yinyao, who was wearing a long black dress and wrapped in fur, leisurely walked over like a queen. This outfit immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Even Su Qingxue, who was slightly better in appearance, was suppressed by this outfit. Ayo, Chairman Chu, you're here. Do you want to take a picture as well? Lin Huan asked with a smile. Chu Yinyao giggled and said, Director Lin, the little girl in front of you is really cute. Can you let me hug her? Chu Yinyao was pointing at the group of uncles. He stood in front of a group of uncles with an unhappy expression on his face. Now that he saw Chu Yinyao, his big eyes lit up again. Big sister, you're really beautiful, he said sweetly. Chu Yinyao was overjoyed. She bent down and picked up the group. Really? Little beauty, you're also very cute. Tell big sister, what's your name? My name is Tuan Tuan. Tuan Tuan? Chu Yun Yao giggled. This name is so cute, just like a panda. Tuan Tuan is a tuan, not a panda. The little girl pouted. All right, Tuan Tuan is a little cutie, not a panda. Chu Yun Yao pinched the little girl's face. Big sister will take you to eat something delicious. All right, big sister, kiss me. He directly kissed Chu Yun Yao on the cheek. Chu Yun Yao turned around and looked at Lin Huan and the others with a smile that was not a smile. This child is so young, just let her go. Lin Huan and the others smiled awkwardly, pretending not to understand. Although they felt uncomfortable, they could only let Chu Yun Yao carry the child away. Chu Yun Yao walked in front of Yi Fan and Su Qingxue, looked at Yi Fan playfully, and said, You still came with her? I thought she really didn't intend to tell you. Li Fan Xian bitterly smiled. It was best if he didn't say anything at this moment. Su Qingxue looked at Yi Fan meaningfully, but didn't say anything. Chu Yun Yao asked, Tuan Tuan, big sister and this big sister, who is prettier? When he saw Su Qingxue, he revealed a look of disdain. Big sister, you are much prettier than this stingy big sister. You. When Su Qingxue heard this, she was so angry that she almost exploded. What was hateful was that she couldn't compete with a little lowly. Chu Yun Yao couldn't help but smile. Stingy big sister? Su Qingxue, what did you do to make them dislike you so much? However, children are the most innocent. They won't lie. I'm sorry. It seems that I still won this time. After saying that, Chu Yun Yao carried the group to the buffet. Su Qingxue gritted her teeth and stomped her feet. I hate this brat. Li Fan Xian felt a headache coming on. He rubbed the back of his head. It seemed that compared to Chu Yun Yao, Su Qingxue was still a little too tender. Why didn't you say anything? Is she really prettier than me? Su Qingxue angrily asked Yi Fan. Fan Xian hurriedly said, How could there be such a thing? There is no woman in this world who is more beautiful than you, my wife. Chapter 596. 0596 At this time, President Li finished taking the photos. Lin Huan and the other businessmen took a group photo with some of the children and then took a group photo with them. When Yi Fan saw all of this, he felt very uncomfortable in his heart. However, it was exactly what Su Qingxue had said. After President Li finished taking the photos, he brought the children and walked to Yi Fan's side. What's wrong? Why is your face so ugly? President Li asked. Yi Fan forced a smile and shook his head. Nothing. President Li's eyes revealed a hint of helplessness as he sighed and said, Silly child, I know exactly what you're thinking, but in this world, there are many things that even if you don't want to or don't like, you can't refuse. A lot of things have passed in a daze. No matter what those bosses are thinking, as long as they have money in the end, they can enter our orphanage and bring a future for these children. Isn't that what we're after? Yi Fan and Su Qingxue were both a little surprised. So it turned out that President Li knew better than anyone else the hypocrisy of Lin Huan and the others. Although the old woman had spoken very clearly, when he thought about how Principal Li had endured all sorts of hardships and endured all sorts of grievances over the years, pulling charity from all over the place to improve the lives of these children, his nose felt sour. Su Qingxue was also very impressed. She nodded and said, President Li, I rarely admire people, but you really make me admire you. President Li hurriedly shook his head. Miss Su, you're too serious. I'm old and I don't have much time left. If I can do more for these children, I will do my best. Of course, if I can find a qualified successor for the orphanage, that would be even better. This is also my greatest wish. Yi Fan looked at the old man's face, which was getting thinner and thinner, and said with a frown, Principal, is there something wrong with your body? Why do I see you getting thinner and thinner? Let me help you with your pulse. Don't be silly. How can I not be thin when I'm old? I'm still in good health. President Li refused with a smile and directly brought the children over to eat. Su Qingxue watched the old man walk away and said faintly, I wonder if the orphanage can have another person like President Li as the principal. How about we help her find one and let the principal retire early? Yi Fan was actually thinking that Du Yuner was quite suitable, but he didn't know if the girl was willing to give up her job as a teacher and go to the orphanage to be the principal. Su Qingxue met a few acquaintances and, after chatting for a while, the charity auction started. Yi Fan followed Su Qingxue and sat down, his seat quite close to the front. Not long after, a few leaders of the Chamber of Commerce and the government walked out from the high platform and said a few words, which could be considered as the opening. When the auctioneers stepped onto the stage, the auction officially began. Starting from the first auction item, they were all paintings and handicrafts made by poor children in the mountainous areas, such as bamboo weaving, wood carving, and so on. Gradually, there were also some paintings, calligraphy, embroidery, and so on donated by folk artists. However, these things were basically not expensive. There were only a few tens of thousands, at most 100,000. These bosses were also very disciplined. They only bought one item and did not want more. Anyway, they just donated some money for the sake of reputation. It was Dean Lee's turn to put up an item for auction. It was a long scroll with the palms of every child on it. The palm prints were colorful and looked like countless flowers blooming. The name of the painting was also very meaningful. It was called The Color of the Future. The host also specially invited President Lee to stand for a moment, indicating that all the money from the charity auction of this painting would be given to the Ivy League orphanage. The starting price of this painting is 1,000, and each bid must not be lower than 500. The bidding begins. As soon as the auctioneer announced, Lin Huan raised his sign and shouted, "I bid 100,000. This kind of price, to buy such a painting that strictly speaking had no artistic value, was definitely a sky-high price. Many people at the scene praised Lin Huan, saying that she was really generous and caring. Lin Huan stood up and said with a serious face, "Children are the future of our country. I, Lin, have such a small amount of money, which is actually a drop in the bucket. I can't help too many children. It can only be considered as a token of my sincerity. Everyone, don't praise me. I, Lin, can't afford it." With Lin Huan's statement, many people were too embarrassed to compete with him. After all, he had invited President Lee and the child, so he must have prepared a show. Whoever snatched this painting from him would be making things difficult for him. Moreover, in the eyes of most people, this painting was trash. Even 10,000 yuan would be wasted, let alone 100,000 yuan. Even if it was for free, these big bosses wouldn't want it. After Lin Huan finished speaking, she even walked in front of President Lee and specially asked the reporter to take pictures of them. President Lee also cooperated, smiled, and stood up, and even thanked Lin Huan. Seeing this scene and hearing these words, Yi Fan could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. He sneered and said, "After taking so many photos, you only gave me this little bit of money." Although his voice wasn't loud, in this kind of auction hall, it was enough to fall into the ears of many people. The male companion that Qingxue brought had long attracted the attention of many people. It was just that he was too embarrassed to ask. Lin Huan's face immediately stiffened, and with a fake smile, he said, "This is Director Su's male companion, right? He seems to have a lot of opinions about me, Lin. May I ask which family's young master is he?" President Lee looked at Yi Fan worriedly, feeling somewhat helpless. "I'm not some young master. I'm just a security guard," Yi Fan said calmly. "What?" Hearing that, Lin Huan's eyes immediately darkened. "A security guard actually dares to slander my good deeds? What are your intentions? Director Su, what exactly do you mean by the person you brought?" Qingxue said with a cold face. "Don't you understand what he means? You're too stingy." Lin Huan didn't know what to say for a moment, but many people couldn't help but laugh. Qingxue glanced at Yi Fan, then raised her sign and said, "I'll pay 10 million. What? Lin Huan was dumbfounded. President Lee opened his mouth in shock. Even the auctioneer on the stage thought that he had heard wrongly. "Sorry, Director Su, you just said 10 million? The auctioneer asked. Su Qingxue nodded. Yes. Li Fanxian looked at his wife playfully. This girl really understood the principle of husband singing and wife following. This money was really good to spend. The auctioneer thought that he had seen a ghost. Such a painting was actually sold for 10 million. Then, any random stone picked up by the roadside could be sold as a diamond. The reporters at the scene all crazily took pictures of Qingxue, and no one paid any attention to Lin Huan. This was big news. Lin Huan was so angry that his face turned red, but he couldn't really pay more than 10 million to compete with Qing Xue for such a piece of trash. 10 million once, 10 million twice. Just when everyone thought that Qing Xue was going to take away this painting and become the main character of the night, a woman in a black dress raised her sign. I bid 100 million. Chapter 597. 0597. The auction, which was already bustling with noise and excitement, was immediately brought to a boil by Chu Yinyao's words. It wasn't that there weren't any rich people present, and there were many who could take out 100 million to play. However, there weren't many who were willing to take out 100 million and give it to the orphanage for free. The key point was, there weren't many people competing for the other auction items. Why did two goddess-like entrepreneurs from Hua have to spend so much money on this painting? The group of people present were puzzled. In fact, as the original protagonist of this show, Lin Huan already didn't know what to say. He originally thought that Su Qing Xue, who had a cold personality, was already vexing enough to fight with him. Even the chairman of the Cloud Peak group, who he couldn't afford to offend, had come out. Lin Huan could only smile bitterly and dejectedly return her seat. She lowered her head and didn't want to bid anymore. Li Fanxian felt that something was wrong. Sure enough, when he looked at Su Qing Xue, the woman's eyes were already incomparably cold. Chu Yinyao, on the other hand, looked at Su Qing Xue with a mocking gaze, full of provocation. Qing Xue raised her sign and said, 200 million. The entire audience was shocked once again. The auctioneer felt a little dizzy. Lin Huan wiped the sweat off her forehead and didn't want to say anything. What kind of person was this? She didn't make a sound before, but when it was his turn to complete this show, she actually did this. If he couldn't take away this painting, then the photo he took with the people from the orphanage would be too shameful to be used for publicity. But for Lin Huan to take out a few 100 million for charity, he was simply not willing. 200 million once, without waiting for the auctioneer to shout a second time. Chu Yinyao raised her signboard again. 1 billion. Chu Yinyao said 1 billion was as easy as buying a pack of cigarettes for 10 yuan in a small shop. The tycoons at the scene felt like their heads were going to explode when they heard that. It was $1 billion. If it was given to them, they would be able to do a lot of things. There were even some small entrepreneurs whose net worth was less than $1 billion. Damn it, am I dreaming? Chu Yinyao really wants to spend 1 billion to buy that painting? In my entire life, only that guy down there can spit out $1 billion. Haha. The group of people bitterly laughed and commented. They were all envious of President Li. Tonight, they had come. But in reality, President Li was about to faint. She had never seen so much money in her life. She didn't even know how to spend it. Yifan didn't really care about how much Chu Yinyao had to spend. The key was that Su Qing Xue was about to explode from anger after being treated like this by a woman. Qing Xue looked coldly at Chu Yinyao, clenching her fists tightly. Suddenly, her eyes focused and revealed a determined expression. She raised her paddle and said, 10 billion. Pooh! Nobody knew who was at the scene, and nobody knew what kind of beverage they were drinking. In short, after hearing this, a few people directly spat out their drinks. The scene was dead silent. Some of the rich people's hands were shaking. They had never seen such a crazy auction in their lives. For a painting with no artistic value, they were willing to spend 10 billion. Crazy? Chu Yinyao also frowned and looked at Su Qing Xue in surprise. President Su, don't be impulsive. Even if it's you, 10 billion is too much. Yeah, Mr. Su, there's no need for that. Chairman Chu's background is different. She earns money more easily than you. It's not worth it. A few senior entrepreneurs who had a good relationship with Su Qing Xue tried to persuade her in a low voice. 10 billion. If Su Qing Xue didn't sell her shares in the embroidery group, that would be almost all of her personal assets. In other words, if she really spent 10 billion, then other than the embroidery group, Su Qing Xue would have almost nothing else. Although she didn't need to sell cars and houses, and she could earn a few 100 million a year, it was still a huge difference. Although he was very happy that the orphanage had a large sum of money, he didn't want his wife to lose so much money in a fit of pique and make her unhappy. Wife, there's no need. Chu Yinyao spent the Chu family's money. You earned it all yourself. Yi Fan said. Su Qingxue had already made up her mind. She ignored Yi Fan and silently looked at Chu Yunyao. At this moment, no one could steal Su Qingxue's limelight. The auctioneer was no longer in a hurry to shout. He took a few deep breaths and waited for Chu Yunyao's reply. Chu Yunyao squinted her eyes. After thinking for a while, she sighed and put down the sign. Although she had money, if she spent 10 billion, her family would definitely be very dissatisfied. Even for the Chu family, this was already a huge expense. When the auctioneer saw this, he shouted a few times and hammered it down. Deafening applause came from the scene. Although they all felt that Su Qingxue was crazy, they all admired a woman's courage. In the news during the new year, Su Qingxue's magnificent feat would definitely become a hot topic. Lin Huan wanted to cry, but no tears came out. What was going on? They had been tossing and turning for so long, but in the end, they couldn't even use the photos they had taken. No one was in the mood to bid for the next few items in the auction. They just casually walked around, and that was it. When it was over, the host responded to the request of the crowd and said, "Now, we invite Director Sue of the embroidery group to come on stage and tell us about her experiences. Just what kind of kindness and determination did she have to spend tens of billions to do such a good deed?" Fan Xian originally thought that the woman didn't want to speak, but he didn't expect that Su Qingxue would actually walk up gracefully. The woman's cold and calm gaze swept across everyone present and picked up the microphone. "I know," Su Qingxue said. "Most of you now think that I'm muddle-headed and that I'm doing something that I'll regret." Indeed, they all felt that Su Qingxue was being impulsive. Otherwise, who would be willing to waste so much money? If he really wanted to donate, he should at least have a bigger ceremony. This way, he could maximize his reputation. Su Qingxue suddenly pointed at Lin Huan in front of her and asked, "Director Lin, let me ask you, why can you earn so much money?" The people at the scene were stunned. They didn't expect Su Qingxue to ask Lin Huan a question. Lin Huan was currently in a bad mood. If it wasn't for Su Qingxue's interruption, he would have been the main character tonight. Hearing his enemy's question, he smiled stiffly and said, "An entrepreneur's sense of social responsibility, plus I, Lin, am still considered capable." Bullshit. Su Qingxue suddenly cursed, causing the rich people present to be shocked once again. No one expected the iceberg goddess to speak like this. Lin Huan opened his mouth and blushed, not knowing how to reply. Chapter 598. 0598. After a moment of silence, when everyone was looking at her attentively, Su Qingxue continued, "There are a lot of people here who have the ability to earn money like Director Lin. None of those who can sit here would say that they don't have the ability to earn money. But have you ever thought that there are so many things you have the ability to do? You can bark like a dog in a nightclub, you can take a bus to work, you can even strip naked and run naked on the streets like a fool." The rich people present couldn't help but laugh, but when they thought about it carefully, it was indeed the case. Could it be that earning money had nothing to do with ability? Su Qingxue said, "You guys earn so much money, not because of some lofty ideal, not because of social responsibility, and not because of your self-righteous talent. There is only one fundamental reason." Her voice suddenly stopped. Su Qingxue had raised everyone's appetite to the highest point and waited for more than 10 seconds. "The reason you can earn so much money is because earning money makes you feel good." Su Qingxue emphasized the word cool and said, "Because earning money makes you feel good, it's even more enjoyable than taking drugs. That's why you keep earning money. More and more money." The group of rich people seemed to have been enlightened, their eyes shining. "That's right. Makes sense. Director Su really hit the nail on the head. I like to see the number in my bank account keep growing. Ha, it's so F***king cool." The rich people at the scene nodded and chatted. Only then did they realize that earning money was not because of their ability, but because of their desire. The thrill of earning money satisfied their desires, and only then would they continue to earn money. Otherwise, even if they had the ability, if they didn't feel good, how could they earn money? He might as well go home and farm, find a woman to rub his back and sleep. Su Qingxue pointed at herself. In the past 5 years, other than the assets I inherited, I have earned more than 20 billion. I can tell you from the bottom of my heart, I am very happy the group of big shot side. Such a young girl was actually able to accumulate wealth at a rate of billions a year. It was simply heaven-defying. Perhaps you will wonder, since I am so happy to earn money, why do I have to spend it like this, spending 10 billion in one go? Shu Qingxue swept her gaze around and said, the reason I'm going to say now might make you feel conflicted, but what I said is the truth. That is, money, right now, makes me feel disgusted. The group of rich people started to frown. If it wasn't for the fact that the one who spoke was Su Qingxue, one of the few people who had the most money, they definitely wouldn't have been able to continue listening. Money makes people sick? Wasn't this something that only poor people would say? Saying that the grapes were sour because they couldn't eat them? Su Qingxue said, among you, how many of you can still remember the joy, satisfaction, achievement, and pleasure you felt when you first earned 1 million? Su Qingxue raised her hand, and a large group of rich people at the scene also raised their hands, their eyes filled with nostalgia. For them, the first pot of gold in their lives, the first 1 million in their accounts, was so memorable. Shu Qingxue continued, I am a junior, but I believe that in a few decades, I will be the same as all the bosses here. I will always remember the wonderful feeling of earning $1 million for the first time. However, the current you. Ask yourselves, now that you have earned 10 million or even 100 million, can you still experience the sense of accomplishment that you had when you first earned 1 million? No, you can't. You discovered that even if you earned 100 million from a single deal, you still didn't feel as good as when you earned 1 million back then. Su Qingxue's voice became more and more resolute and penetrating. All of us are like money-eating monsters, constantly accumulating wealth, constantly putting this useless money into our stomachs full of fat sausages. Shu Qingxue's voice became more and more resolute and penetrating. However, the more he ate, the hungrier he became. Mansions, luxury cars, airplanes, yachts, men looking for women, women looking for men. Everything became natural, and everything would only make people feel empty. We are beginning to become numb and sick, a strange disease of overeating on wealth and not being satisfied in any way. One by one, the rich revealed complicated expressions on their faces as they sighed with emotion. It was obvious that they had the same feeling. Especially as some of the rich got older, thinking about their own lives, they lost all passion for life. Director Su, this might be the drawbacks of wealth. Everything has its pros and cons. Wealth is a sin, a businessman said. If you think wealth is a sin, then why don't you donate all your money to the church? Shu Qingxue said loudly. You asked me why I spent 10 billion to donate to the orphanage? I'll tell you, because I'm very happy right now. Before I spent 10 billion, I never thought that I would be able to experience the satisfaction of earning 1 million again. Spending money without thinking of returns is the greatest cure for this disease. It makes me understand what I wanted in the first place. Not to let the devil of wealth devour me, but to conquer, to control this evil beast. What I want is absolute control over myself. What I want is not money, but my own life. When Shu Qingxue finished shouting her last sentence, all the rich people present were dumbfounded. They were almost all infected by Shu Qingxue's unruly words. Good. Well said. It was unknown who shouted first, but soon after, the scene erupted into enthusiastic applause. F***, I also want to donate a few $100 million to build a dozen or so primary schools and take my name. Just thinking about it makes me feel good. Yeah, thinking about it like this is much better than buying a yacht. The enthusiasm of the group of rich people was aroused. They began to think about how to spend money to do charity and find new fun in life. Shu Qingxue walked off the stage amidst the applause, and the auction was basically over. Fan Xian stood up, walked in front of the woman, and said, Wife, so you have such a unique skill in giving speeches. I thought you wouldn't even say a few words on stage. Su Qingxue rolled her eyes at him. If I don't know how to speak, then how can I communicate with my employees? How can I mobilize their enthusiasm? Don't tell me that I'll just sit there and not say a word during the company's meetings and activities. Yifan thought about it and agreed. Su Qingxue definitely knew how to speak, but she was usually too lazy to say much. However, wife, are you really planning to donate 10 billion? Wouldn't that be too much? I think President Li doesn't even know how to spend it. Yifan said. Without waiting for Su Qingxue to say anything, Chu Yunyao walked over. Fan Xian was nervous about what this woman was going to do, but he heard Chu Yunyao say with a smile that was not a smile, Su Qingxue, I admit defeat today. Thank you. Su Qingxue lightly replied. Chapter 599. 0599. When Yifan heard this, his legs immediately went soft. He really wanted to rush up and spank this woman. Wasn't this purposely trying to cause trouble for him? However, Chu Yunyao had already disappeared, leaving behind Su Qingxue, who looked at him coldly with her beautiful eyes. Yifan hurriedly explained with a bitter smile, Wife, things aren't what you think. She's purposely trying to make us disagree. Don't fall for her tricks. Go find her. She's going back to her hometown. As Su Qingxue said this, she turned around and walked over to President Li's side. President Li still had a dumbfounded expression on his face. She was caught off guard by the 10 billion that suddenly fell from the sky. Not to mention 10 billion. Even if he gave her 100 million, she wouldn't know how to take care of it. Director Su, this old woman, really don't know how to thank you for your kindness. On behalf of all the children and employees of the orphanage, I really want to kneel and kowtow to you. President Li's eyes were brimming with tears, and he was about to kneel down as he spoke. Su Qingxue hurriedly supported Li Shuhua and said, President Li, don't be like this. I just said that if I spend this money, I will feel comfortable. You have been doing good deeds all your life. I have only done this little. It's nothing. President Li trembled as he said, This is not a small matter, Miss Su. To be honest, I never thought that such a large sum of money would enter our orphanage. I don't even know how to spend this money, and you and Yifan are husband and wife. This always makes me feel like I've taken money from my own family. Su Qingxue looked at the man and said, If President Li feels that the orphanage doesn't need that much money, we can make it into a foundation to help more people. There are orphans everywhere in the country who need help. When President Li heard this, he was stunned for a moment, as if he was considering the feasibility of this matter. Yifan hurriedly supported him from the side. Principal, this is good. You could spend money to hire people to help you take care of it. When the time comes, the foundation can make investments, and you can continue to earn money and do charity, right? Wife. Yifan naturally wanted to follow Su Qingxue's words to make the woman happier. Unfortunately, Su Qingxue seemed to be really angered by Chu Yunyao. She nodded to Li Shuhua, then turned around and walked out. Fan Xian felt helpless and said to Li Shuhua, Principal, you don't have to worry about money. Don't worry about money. What trouble can there be if you have more money? You can slowly think of how to spend it. I'll be leaving first. Li Shuhua sighed and said with concern, I think Miss Su seems to be angry with you. Although it's not convenient for me to ask too much, I advise you to coax her. Women can't stand being coaxed by the man they like. Yifan hurriedly nodded and followed Su Qingxue out. Just as Yifan was about to get on the car, Su Qingxue frowned and asked, What are you doing? Wife, aren't we going home? Yifan asked. Go find Chu Yunyao. Why do you want to go back to my home? Su Qingxue said unhappily. Fan Xian was depressed. Wife, she said that on purpose. If you were really angry, she would be happy, then immediately call her right now and tell her in front of me that you will never see her again. Su Qingxue said with a cold face. Li Fan Xian immediately stiffened, thinking to himself, wasn't Chu Yunyao courting death? She had to provoke Su Qingxue in public. Normally, Su Qingxue wouldn't be like this, but today, Chu Yunyao's provocation was too obvious. If Yifan were to still help Chu Yunyao, it would be a bit unreasonable. However, Yifan couldn't really make this kind of call, so he could only scratch his hair in distress and think of a way. Right at this moment, Yifan's phone rang. Yifan looked at the number and saw that it was Fog Knight. He quickly picked it up. Son, what's wrong? Yifan asked. Fog Knight said in a serious tone, Brother, Song Yang is being entangled by a few masked experts. It seems like someone is plotting to kidnap Moo Moo Moo. One of the elders of Baphomet, Song Yang, was a bodyguard that Yi Fan had arranged to stay by Moo Moo Moo's side. If it wasn't for something big, Song Yang wouldn't have taken the initiative to contact him. Even if Moo Moo Moo's car had crashed, Song Yang wouldn't have made a move. Unless Moo Moo Moo's life was in danger, Song Yang definitely wouldn't have come out. Because of this, when Yi Fan heard Song Yang's report, his heart jumped to his throat. Where? Yi Fan immediately asked. After reporting the location, Yi Fan quickly hung up the phone, opened the car door, and sat in. Hey, what happened? What happened? Su Qingxue saw that Yi Fan's face had darkened and quickly asked. Yi Fan started the car and said, Someone wants to kidnap Moo Moo. I need to rush over now. Wife, get a driver to take you away. Hearing this, Su Qingxue followed him into the car and quickly fastened her seatbelt. Wife, what are you doing? I'm going to save someone. Yi Fan was puzzled. I want to go too. No matter who I face, no matter where I go, don't even think about leaving me alone. Su Qingxue's gaze was resolute, faintly carrying a trace of worry and fear. Li Fanxian's heart trembled. He knew that the woman was afraid that something would happen again and was worried that he would go alone. Although Yi Fan felt that there was no need, he still nodded. Stepping on the accelerator, the car was like a fierce tiger coming out of its cage as it sped along the road, causing some of the rich people nearby to be stunned. They wondered if Su Qingxue regretted donating money and lost her temper. Located near the night market on the streets of Hua High Academy, there was a long walking path beside a river, and there were a few small parks beside it. In the past, there would have been quite a few people passing by and heading to the nearby subway station. However, because it was the day before the new year, it seemed very deserted. Other than a few stray dogs and cats, there weren't many people passing by. At this moment, he saw several cold lights flashing under the street lamp. A few figures were moving back and forth at a high speed, so fast that it was impossible to see them clearly. Clang clang. A dagger blocked the slashes of the two swords. The man in black holding the dagger took a step back and turned in a half circle, avoiding the two martial artists who were waving their swords at him from both sides. The middle-aged man in black was facing four masked swordsmen in gray. Their individual strength was not as good as the man in black, but when they worked together, they trapped the man in black, making it difficult for him to escape. That was fine, but he still had to take care of a shivering girl hiding by the park. Moo 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 was so scared that she was about to cry. She was holding a bag in her hand that contained some small things that she had bought from Academy Street. However, she did not expect that on the way back to the subway, she would encounter four warriors who wanted to kidnap her. Fortunately, the man in black had appeared, so she was fine. However, the man in black told her not to run around because he wasn't sure if there was anyone else nearby who would kidnap her. Just when Moo 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 was feeling very flustered and didn't know what to do, she felt a hand on her shoulder from behind. Chapter 600, 0600. Behind the girl, an unfamiliar man had appeared out of nowhere. The man's face was pale, and his eyes were slightly sunken with red eyeshadow. His long hair was tied into a braid, and he wore a black tunic. His appearance was strange and demonic. Missimo, come with me. The man's voice was sharp like a woman's, and he grinned evilly. Just by looking at this strange person, Moo 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 was so scared that his face turned pale. Hearing this strange voice, his entire body trembled. You? And who are you? Moo 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 asked in shock. I'm just a ghost slave, not worth mentioning. Ghost? Ghost slave? Moo 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 felt a chill when he heard this name. What is a ghost slave? A ghost slave is a ghost slave. It's nothing, the ghost slave said softly. Moo 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 was confused. You all, why do you want to capture me? Gue Nu smiled and said, Gue Nu is only responsible for fulfilling the servant's responsibility and does not ask for the reason. Song Yang, who was being pestered by four swordsmen, revealed a trace of astonishment when he saw the ghost slave that had appeared out of nowhere. Miss Moo, come closer to me. Song Yang moved horizontally to avoid the two sword beams and flew towards Moo Moo Moo. Moo 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 reacted and wanted to turn around and run, but she discovered that the ghost slave had already appeared in front of her, blocking her path. So fast, Moo 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 didn't even see how this person had bypassed her and arrived in front of her. The ghost slave ignored Moo Moo Moo's surprise and looked coldly at Song Yang. Song Yang's Zhen Qi burst out from the dagger. After a somersault in the air, Song Yang quickly fell down and chopped at the ghost slave's neck as fast as lightning. The ghost slave's body moved like a ghost, avoiding Song Yang's attack. However, Song Yang had already expected this. This ghost slave's lightness skill was outstanding. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to approach him without him noticing. Therefore, Song Yang's goal was only to come to Moo Moo Moo's side and escape with the girl. This group of people seemed to only want to kidnap Moo 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 and would not act ruthlessly. He did not need to worry about Moo Moo Moo's safety. "Miss Moo, run east, don't stop. I'll bring up the rear," said Song Yang. When Moo 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 heard this, he quickly ran towards the side of the road. Although the girl's speed wasn't very fast, in order to survive, she used all her strength. The ghost slave was not in a hurry, and his face was gloomy. "You don't know what's good for you. I wanted to follow the master's instructions and kill less, but you dare to obstruct the master's great cause, so don't blame me for being merciless." With that, the ghost slave waved his hand, and the four swordsmen flanked Moo 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 from both sides of Song Yang. The ghost slave himself moved like a snake, approaching Song Yang like lightning. Song Yang wanted to protect Moo Moo Moo, but the ghost slave had split into 3 groups, making it impossible for him to care about it. Song Yang gritted his teeth and planned to deal with the ghost slave first before chasing after Moo Moo Moo. Thus, his body speed was raised to the limit. Instead of retreating, he advanced and quickly approached the ghost slave. As soon as they met, the agile figure of the ghost slave had little chance to confuse Song Yang. At such a close distance, Song Yang stepped forward and stabbed the dagger made of black gold at the throat of the ghost slave. In the face of such a fatal attack, the ghost slave did not even try to dodge. He stretched out a hand and grabbed the dagger. Clang! The sound of metal colliding was heard, and sparks flew in all directions. Song Yang was surprised to discover that one of the ghost slave's hands was made of a special kind of metal, like the claws of a malicious spirit. Was this guy a human or a ghost? Song Yang was especially fearful in his heart, but his body did not stop attacking. One of his legs fiercely lashed out at the ghost slave's waist and abdomen. The ghost slave did not dodge and was hit in the waist and abdomen. It groaned in pain, but then its left hand fiercely grabbed at Song Yang's thigh. His pants were cut open, and the sharp claws left several bloody marks on his body. Song Yang was in pain. Fortunately, the claws were not coated with poison. Otherwise, he might have died. However, after this confrontation, he also realized that although the ghost slave's movement technique was ghostly, its cultivation was actually on par with his. In addition, Song Yang's combat skills were more inclined towards actual combat. Therefore, the two of them could be said to be evenly matched, and it would be difficult to determine victory or defeat in a short period of time. Even though Song Yang was anxious to save Moo Moo Moo, he could only calm down and get rid of this ghost slave first. At the same time, Moo 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 had already been surrounded by 4 swordsmen. The girl had thought that she was done for and would definitely be kidnapped. However, just as the 4 swordsmen were about to capture her, 6 figures jumped down from the trees on both sides of the road. Each of them took out their swords and other sharp weapons and ruthlessly attacked Moo Moo Moo. The 6 masked men were all dressed in black, looking like assassins from ancient dramas. Moo 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 screamed in fright. On the other hand, the 4 swordsmen reacted. Afraid that Moo 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 would be killed, they attacked the 6 black-clothed assassins together. In an instant, the 4 gray-clothed swordsmen and the 6 masked assassins were entangled in battle, leaving Moo 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 to the side. When Song Yang heard the sounds of fighting, he was puzzled as to what had happened. He didn't want to be distracted and reveal a flaw. When the ghost slave saw that Song Yang had opened up an empty door, his claw was like an evil spirit digging out his heart, grabbing towards Song Yang's chest. Song Yang cried out in his heart, but his body was already too late to react. His feet were in the air, and he was unable to dodge. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, A figure savagely rushed out from the bushes by the roadside and slammed his shoulder into the ghost slave's body. After the ghost slave was hit by the figure that was so fast that it was hard to react, it was sent flying like a cannonball. Its body forcefully broke a tree, and it spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Seeing the cold-faced man standing there in the darkness, Song Yang was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat, and a glimmer of hope ignited in his heart. My Prince. The person who came was Yi Fan. Yi Fan drove over and found that he needed to take a detour halfway, so he let Su Qingxua drive. He ran in a straight line and arrived at the scene. Even though he had rushed over, Yi Fan was still unable to arrive at the first possible moment. Fortunately, he had saved Song Yang's life. Li Fanxian didn't pay much attention to Song Yang's shouts. He turned his head and saw the 10 figures that were engaged in a chaotic battle. He then quickly ran over. These 10 figures were locked in a fierce battle. Although the gray-clothed swordsman was stronger, he had 2 fewer people. Both sides were evenly matched. Yi Fan rushed to the scene. He didn't care who this group of people was. In his eyes, a group of Xiantian-level martial artists were no different from chickens and dogs. One punch sent one flying, one kick sent one flying. After a few clashes, this group of people were all beaten to the point that they vomited blood. 3 of them had even died on the spot. Chapter 601. 0601. Yi Fan turned his head to look at her. Seeing that the girl was scared out of her wits, he also felt his heart ache. He reached out to wipe the tears off her face. All right, it's fine now. Mu finally came back to his senses and threw himself into Yi Fan's embrace. He hugged the man tightly and cried, Yi Fan, why did you only just come? I'm so scared. Woo. Yi Fan patted her head and frowned. I'm sorry, I didn't expect such a situation to happen. In fact, Yi Fan himself was also confused because when he saw the fierce battle between the gray-clothed swordsman and the masked man, he could tell that these people's ancient martial arts actually belonged to the same lineage. Yi Fan? Who are these people? Why did they come and kidnap me? Did I offend someone? Or is it because I'm too beautiful? Who wants to capture me to be their wife? Mu asked pitifully with a confused expression. Yi Fan couldn't help but laugh. You're thinking too much. You're not the only beautiful one. There's no need to capture you. Oh, Mu's mind was also in a mess. He started to think about everything and weakly said, then did Sister Su find out about me and send someone? All right. Silly girl, what are you thinking about? I know where these people came from, but I don't know why they're looking for you. As Yi Fan was speaking, he discovered that there were a few black-clothed men and gray-clothed swordsmen behind him. They staggered to their feet, as if they were planning to escape. Song Yang! Yi Fan shouted. Song Yang, who had just rushed forward and gave him a few vicious punches and kicks, knocking them to the ground once again. Those who move without permission die. Song Yang gestured with his dagger and said coldly. After Yi Fan comforted Mu, he let the girl stand to the side while he turned around and looked at this group of people with a gloomy gaze. You were sent by Zhuge Tianming? Yi Fan's question caused Song Yang, who was at the side, to be stunned. He had never thought that this group of people would be using the martial arts of the Ghost Valley. The few black-clothed men and the gray-clothed swordsmen who were still alive all remained silent. It was obvious that they did not intend to say anything. Yi Fan sneered, It doesn't matter if you guys don't say it. I can tell your origins from your ancient martial arts and attire. If you don't say it, then I'll assume that it's the will of the entire Ghost Valley. I will naturally ask Zhuge Tianming for an explanation. Right at this moment, the ghost slave, who had been severely injured by Yi Fan's kick, slowly walked over while clutching his wound. Mr. Yi, my master has no intention of harming Miss Mu. We just want to protect Miss Mu and, at the same time, invite Miss Mu to the Ghost Valley as a guest, the ghost slave said with difficulty. Fan Xian frowned, turned around and said, You are a eunuch? Fan Xian could tell that there was something wrong with the ghost slave's voice. Moreover, the ghost slave's aura was not like that of an ordinary man. Guinu's expression was complicated. Guinu is a servant of the Zhuge family. Guinu is Guinu, Fan Xian suddenly understood. I've long heard that since ancient times, The Ghost Valley has adopted lonely boys all over the world, castrated them into eunuchs, and madly practiced ancient martial arts without any worries. However, they all became neither human nor ghost, and were only loyal to the Ghost Valley. I never thought that there would really be such a thing. Since you said that the Zhuge family is your master, then it seems that Zhuge Tianming has already grasped the power of the Ghost Valley. He has already sat in his seat so steadily, yet he still wants to provoke me. Is there a hole in his head? A hint of fierceness flashed across the ghost slave's eyes, as if he was very dissatisfied with Yi Fan humiliating Zhuge Tianming. However, he knew that he was not Yi Fan's match at all, so he could only endure his anger and say, "Mr. Yi, you should ask these black-clothed men. They're going to kill Miss Mu." Yi Fan narrowed his eyes, turned his head, and said, "I was also wondering, aren't you guys from the same organization? Why did you kidnap them and they kill them?" "Mr. Yi, they are from the Su family," the ghost slave said with a profound tone. Yi Fan was stunned. "Su family? You mean they were sent by Su Yi and his son?" That's right, the ghost slave said. A trace of doubt flashed through Yi Fan's mind. The Su family mentioned here was naturally the branch that still existed in the Ghost Valley. Su Qingshue's grandfather, Su Yuwei, lacked talent and cultivation and didn't want to be looked down upon by others in the Ghost Valley. Thus, in order to save his life, he ran to the outside world to fight. Su Yi, who was adopted by the Su family, was now the leader of the Ghost Valley's Su family. Although they were not related by blood, they were nominally Su Qingshue's grandfather. But what did the Su family have to do with Mu Mu Mu? Could it be because Mu Mu Mu's grandmother, Mo Shui Xian, had been a servant girl by Su Youwei's side? In Yi Fan's mind, he already had a faint guess, but he didn't dare to speak of this guess carelessly, because this really involved too much. Yi Fan took a deep breath and said, "Why did Su Yi send people to kill Mu Mu Mu?" Mu 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 was also dumbfounded. Although she didn't quite understand what was going on, she also wanted to know why she was being chased. "This, I don't know," the ghost slave said in a low voice. Yi Fan sneered. "You don't know, or you don't want to say it?" "The ghost slave doesn't know." The ghost slave insisted. Even if Mr. Yi kills the ghost slave still doesn't know. Li Fan Xian didn't have any intention of asking any more questions. He gave Song Yang a meaningful glance, then turned around and hugged Mu 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 in his arms, letting the girl's head lean against his chest and covering her eyes. Mu 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 was still a loss for what to do. She didn't know why the man suddenly hugged her so gently. However, in the next few seconds, she heard a blood-curdling scream from the side. After a while, Yi Fan let go of her, held Mu Mu Mu's hand, and left the scene. Mu 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 couldn't help but curiously turn her head to take a look. Her pretty face immediately paled and her hands trembled. Song Yang had already killed all the survivors, including the ghost slaves, and was throwing the corpses into the river one by one to wash them away. Don't be afraid, since you have already been involved in these matters. Then in the future, you will definitely encounter more of these things and see more dead people. Li Fan Xian turned his head to look at the girl and said with a gentle smile, "But I will protect you, and this time I won't ask for your pocket money." Mu 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 was also quite bold. Hearing the man's words, her heart gradually calmed down. She couldn't help but stick close to Yi Fan's arm and mumble, "You don't want my money. Do you want my people?" Li Fan Xian felt some kind of soft part pressing against his arm. He sighed in his heart that this girl's capital was really strong. It was good to have money and nutrition at home. This feeling of youth and sexiness was really alluring. Just as Yi Fan was about to say something, he saw a car stop at the intersection in front of him. The person who quickly ran out of the car was Su Qingxue. Chapter 602. 0602 Su Qingxue, who had a nervous expression just a moment ago, immediately clenched her fists when she saw this scene. Her eyes were bone-chilling. Yi Fan was so scared that he shivered. He hurriedly pulled his arm out of Mu Mu Mu's hand and awkwardly smiled. "Wife, it's not what you think." Mu 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 shyly shrunk back and timidly looked at Su Qingxue. "Sister Su?" "I'm not your sister," Su Qingxue reprimanded. Yi Fan sighed. "Wife, listen to my explanation. I have eyes, I don't need you to explain. Su Qingxue coldly said, I really underestimated you. So this tutor of yours is so nourishing, and you even said something about kidnapping, assassin. It seems like it's true that I disturbed your date. Li Fanxian was at a loss. Back then, when he was a substitute player, he didn't do anything to moo moo moo. This couldn't be misunderstood. Wife, it's really not what you think. It was really dangerous just now. Listen to me slowly. This matter also has something to do with you. Yi Fan felt that he should let Su Qingxue know about the Ghost Valley Su family. However, Su Qingxue was so angry that she didn't have the mood to listen to a man's explanation. No, this has nothing to do with me. You can do whatever you want. After saying that, Su Qingxue turned around and ran back to the car, driving away. Yi Fan immediately froze on the spot. He gloomily scratched his head and smiled bitterly at Moo Moo Moo. I'll send you back first. Moo 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 also felt a burst of regret. Did I make Sister Su very angry? She's angry at me, not you. Don't think too much about it. Yi Fan sighed. Yi Fan, I dislike you, but I don't want to fight with Sister Su for anything. I thought that since you have other women, she wouldn't mind me being one more. Moo 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 muttered softly. Of course, Yi Fan knew that what the girl said was true, but the situation on Su Qingxue's side was already different. After the trip to Europe, the relationship between the two had undergone a new qualitative change. In the past, Su Qingxue might not have cared much about it, but now, the jealousy of a woman was clearly getting stronger and stronger. Of course, Yi Fan wouldn't say that it wasn't good for Su Qingxue to be jealous, because that meant that Su Qingxue cared about him. However, Yi Fan himself couldn't disappear from the other women's side. He could only slowly communicate with Su Qingxue. This process would definitely be full of twists and turns, but Yi Fan believed that he would have a way to succeed. Little girl, don't say any more. I'll send you back. As Yi Fan spoke, he was about to take Moo 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 to take a taxi. However, Moo 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 shook his head and pointed at Song Yang. That uncle was sent by you to protect me, right? It's good that he's here. You should go back and find Big Sister Su. She's already left angrily, and if you send me back, she'll be even angrier. Yi Fan frowned. I don't need this much time. It's bad. Women really care about this bit of time. Moo 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 begged, just go. I'm fine now. The bad guys are all dead. Fan Xian couldn't help but beg him, and he was indeed worried about Su Qingxue's emotions. He could only turn around and tell Song Yang to escort Moo 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 back. He didn't expect Moo 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 to be so considerate of him. The more the girl was like this, the harder it was for him to reject her. Because it was getting late, Yi Fan was too lazy to take a taxi. He directly took a step forward and ran at full speed. Seeing that Yi Fan had disappeared in the blink of an eye, Moo Moo Moo's hand trembled slightly as he placed it on his chest. He turned around and asked Song Yang, Uncle, who exactly is Yi Fan? Why is he so powerful? Song Yang was silent for a moment, then said, Miss Moo, I am only responsible for protecting you. Oh, all right. Moo 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 pouted and smiled. I also hope that Yi Fan will tell me himself. All right, let's go back. Uncle, do you want to take a taxi with me? Song Yang shook his head, and with a flash, he jumped onto a tree. I will protect you in secret. Moo Moo Moo's eyes lit up. She suddenly realized that there were so many interesting people and things in this world besides playing games. In such a short period of time, she was actually not afraid of the kidnapping anymore. Moo 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 took a taxi home, but Yi Fan ran back home. When he got home, Su Qingxue had just parked the car not long ago. As soon as the woman got home, she went back to her study and locked the door. Yi Fan knew that a woman would do this, so he simply jumped onto the balcony and stood outside the transparent glass door, revealing a pitiful and honest look, looking at Su Qingxue in the room with deep affection. Su Qingxue didn't notice it at first. She sat behind the desk and sulked. Only when she caught a glimpse out of the corner of her did she realize that there was actually a person standing on the balcony. Yi Fan didn't make any movements and didn't call out to her. He was just waiting for Su Qingxue to discover him. When their gazes met, Yi Fan grinned. He didn't say anything and just quietly looked at the woman. The cold wind howled outside. Although Yi Fan's body wouldn't be cold, in Su Qingshue's eyes, she would naturally consider the matter of a man being blown by the cold wind. However, Su Qingxue was angry in her heart, so she pretended not to see it. After pouring a cup of water, she returned to her desk and began to work. Yi Fan didn't shout and continued to wait on the balcony, looking like he was silently waiting for the woman's forgiveness. After a full 20 to 30 minutes had passed, Su Qingxue realized that the man was still drinking the northwest wind. Although she was still angry, she didn't feel good. She got up, walked to the door, opened it, and coldly said, "What do you want to do? Do you think you'll be fine just by pretending to be pitiful?" Yi Fan was proud in his heart. He knew that women would be soft-hearted, but his face had a very lonely expression as he said, "Wife, I know I've let you down, and I don't expect you to listen to my explanation. I just want to silently watch you and wait for you to calm down. If you want to hit me, if you want to scold me, I'll always be by your side. Come on, you're not allowed to pretend to be pitiful. Go back to your own room." Su Qingxue frowned, but she couldn't bear it in her heart. She knew that the man was playing tricks with her, but her heart was soft-hearted. Yi Fan shook his head. "I won't leave. Wife, if you don't forgive me, I won't leave. Then stand here forever and don't leave. I'll go." After Su Qingxue finished speaking, she turned around and walked out of the study room, going downstairs. Yi Fan knew that this was the woman giving him a way out, so he naturally followed her in. He walked downstairs with the woman and entered the kitchen. At this time, Aunt Jiang was already asleep. Su Qingxue took out a box of vegetable salad from the fridge. She seemed to be planning to eat some supper, because she didn't eat much at the auction. Yi Fan hurriedly found a fork and handed it to the woman. "Wife, do you want lemonade? I'll go pour you a cup." "No, it's cold and you're still pouring ice water for me. Do you want to freeze me to death?" Yi Fan thought about it and went to pour hot water, but Su Qingxue still stopped him. Chapter 603. 0603. Su Qingshue's sharp eyes stared at Yi Fan, just like a lie detector, capturing all of Yi Fan's subtle expressions. Yi Fan swallowed his saliva and said truthfully, In any case, it really didn't reach that step. Back then at the hotel, Moo was completely naked. If he hadn't been able to hold it in at that time, he wouldn't have been able to open his mouth right now. "Does Mr. Moo know about you and Moo?" Su Qingxue asked again. "I don't think so. Otherwise, they would have come looking for trouble with me a long time ago." Yi Fan said with a bitter smile, "If you know that he will come looking for trouble with you, then you should know that she has just entered university." Su Qingxue said. Yi Fan nodded his head. Although it wasn't a big deal for a university student to fall in love these days, he was still married, and Mu Xuesong was filled with expectations for her only daughter. Su Qingxue sighed. Mu Xuesong wants to nurture this daughter into a world-class pianist. Do you think he will agree? Or could it be that you, the sovereign king of hell, intend to use force to force Mu Xuesong to agree? Fan Xian embarrassedly said, "Wife, you're thinking too much. How could I do that kind of thing? Wouldn't that be the same as bandits robbing wives? Besides, I already have such a beautiful wife. Anyway, let me tell you, I can't control Feng Yuing, Ning Zimo, and the others, but Moo hasn't entered society yet and hasn't even started university life yet. She's actually still ignorant about a lot of things, so don't be unable to control your own things just because she's pretty," Su Qingxue said angrily. Fan Xian subconsciously looked down at his lower body, thinking, if I really can't control it, can you still be a virgin? "Wife, calm down, I understand." Yi Fan smiled, planning to get through this storm first, then drag it out. Right at this moment, a call came to Yi Fan's phone. When Yi Fan saw that it was actually Fog Night again, he quickly picked it up. "Sanner, what's the situation?" "Brother, I'm sorry." When Yi Fan heard the trembling in Fog Knight's voice, he couldn't help but feel his heart rise to his throat. "Something happened again?" Fog Knight said. Song Yang protected Moo and returned home. In the end, Moo's family. There were still people ambushing him. Song Yang killed all of them, but Moo. "Girl, what's wrong?" Yi Fan asked loudly, his eyes already spewing fire. This also gave Su Qingxue a fright, and she tensed up as she looked at the man. Someone pierced her body with a tree branch, and she's seriously injured. Song Yang is taking her to the first hospital of Huahai City. Branches? Piercing through the body. Yifan's scalp went numb. Yes, there. There was a hidden expert. He ambushed Moo 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 and ran away. Fog Night was on the verge of tears. She felt that she hadn't done her duty. I'm sorry, brother. I failed in my duty, don't cry yet. Since it's a hidden expert that Song Yang can't detect, then it's not something you can change. I'll go to the hospital immediately. Yifan didn't say anything else. After hanging up the phone, he hurriedly ran out. Qingxue also heard the voice on the phone. She hesitated for a moment, then quickly put down the salad and followed Yifan out of the door. Yifan was about to drive away, but when he saw the woman get on the car, he asked, "You're going too?" Qingxue fastened her seatbelt and grabbed the handle tightly. "If it wasn't for me, you would have sent Moo 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 home tonight, and she wouldn't have been injured. I can't wait at home quietly." Yifan's heart was in a mess, and he didn't have the time to care about the woman's thoughts. He started the car and sped away. Huahai City's first hospital was already one of the best hospitals in Huahai. Even at night, there were still many outstanding doctors on duty. However, even the most experienced surgeons were at a loss when they saw Moo 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 being pushed into the emergency room. The emergency room was brightly lit, but the atmosphere was incomparably oppressive. After the girl lying on the hospital bed was sent in, she had already called several doctors over. However, a group of doctors surrounded her, unable to come up with a way to save her. Moo 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 Moo's abdomen was pierced by a tree branch. His flesh and blood were badly mutilated, and he was unconscious. His face was pale. "What are you all still standing there for? Say my daughter. Faster." Mu Shuesong was wearing a white shirt, and her suit jacket was nowhere to be seen as she roared crazily. A few nurses and paramedics pulled him away, advising him not to get too excited and to give the doctors some space to think. Behind him, Imo Shui Xian was already sobbing uncontrollably. She was sitting on a chair, covering her face and crying bitterly. Song Yang stood at the entrance of the emergency room with a face full of self-blame. The fingernails of his hands had already pierced into his flesh. At this moment, a man rushed into the emergency room. He looked at the injured girl on the stretcher and immediately shouted, "What are you all daydreaming about?" "King?" Song Yang raised his head and saw Yifan. He then lowered his head in shame. Su Qingxue and Fog Night also came in with Yifan. When the two women saw Moo 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 on the bed, they revealed expressions of deep worry. Yifan? Seeing Yifan come in, Mu Shuesong hurriedly rushed over and asked, "Did you do it? Did you get into some trouble that caused my daughter to be hunted down? Isn't that right?" Looking at Mu Shuesong, who was shouting at the top of her lungs, Yifan felt extremely uncomfortable in his heart. However, this was not the time to talk about this. He grabbed Mu Shuesong's collar and said, "If you want your daughter to live, then calm down. I want to understand the cause and effect of this matter more than you do." Mu Shuesong was intimidated by Yifan's gaze. She swallowed her saliva and took 2 steps away. "If anything happens to my daughter, I will make you pay with your life." In the eyes of this father who was about to go crazy, it must have been Yifan who brought misfortune to Moo Moo Moo. Otherwise, why would Yifan send bodyguards to protect Moo 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 Moo? Imo Shui Xian sat at the back and saw Su Qingxue at the door. Her eyes were filled with complicated pain. Yifan walked to the side of the unconscious Moo 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 and looked at the girl's injuries. After calming down the grief in his heart, he calmly thought for a moment. "She's still losing blood. Pull out the branch." Yifan made a decision and said. The doctors at the side frowned. "Who are you? Do you know the seriousness of pulling out the branch now? It could cause a lot of bleeding indirectly. If you don't pull it out, you'll just be waiting for death. If you don't have a better way to save it, then you must listen to me." Yifan glared at the group of doctors and shouted, "Listen to my command, pull out the branch, and perform a diagnostic abdominal lavage." Chapter 604 0604 Yifan sighed and coldly said, "If you delay my time to save people again, I will be the murderer. I will kill all of you." The group of medical staff were so scared by Yi Fan that they trembled all over. Hearing Yi Fan's words, they could only help Yi Fan pull out the tree branch. When we pull out the tree branch, we need a blood transfusion. Hurry up and prepare a blood bag. Normal saline, infusion tube, a needle and scalpel. As Yi Fan commanded, he heard a doctor say, "There is a blood bag, but what is the patient's blood type?" No record, said a medical staff member. Yi Fan turned around and asked Mu Shuesong, "What is this girl's blood type?" Mu Shuesong was shocked by Yi Fan's professionalism. He even knew how to perform surgery, but when he heard the question, he said blankly, I don't know. As a father, you don't even know what your daughter's blood type is?" Mu Shuesong lowered his head in shame. He was very busy with work, so he really didn't have much time to spend on his daughter. "Hurry up and test it," a doctor commanded. Not long after, the medical staff ran over and said with a conflicted expression, "This young lady, it's type B blood. We don't have this kind of blood in our hospital." What? The doctors at the scene were all shocked. Some of them had never heard of this blood type before, and their heads were filled with question marks. Type P blood was a blood type that only appeared in a very small probability. It was almost 1 in a million, and recorded type P blood was extremely rare. Without a blood bag, there's no way to transfuse blood. What should we do? Quickly check. Check if there are any hospitals with type P blood, or if there are any records of type P blood registration in this city. Several doctors hurriedly went to shout, but in fact, they could almost feel in their hearts that Mu was already hopeless. Even if there was blood in other hospitals, it would probably be too late. Mu Shuesong's face was filled with despair. Her knees went weak as she knelt on the ground and shouted, "My daughter! Hurry up and save her! Hurry up and save her!" At this moment, Mu Shuesong no longer had the arrogance of a musician. She was just a pitiful father. Li Fanxian was also about to lose control of his emotions. Feeling that Mu's life was rapidly flowing away, he could only watch helplessly as he couldn't save her. He really wanted to slap himself a few times. All of a sudden, a cold voice was heard. "I'm type P." The emergency room instantly quietened down. Yi Fan's entire body quivered as he turned around and looked at the woman. The woman looked at Mu, who was bleeding on the sickbed. Her breathing was rapid and her heartbeat quickened. She was inexplicably flustered. "Wife, are you type P?" Yi Fan wanted to confirm again. Just then, a medical staff who went to check the database shouted, "Yes. We have a woman in Huahai City called Su Qingxue. She is type P blood." This shout completely confirmed what Su Qingxue had said. It was all true. Everyone cried out in surprise. They felt that the heavens were truly unfathomable. Two women with such rare blood types had actually met in such a miraculous manner. This is God's will to save this girl. Yeah, it's too magical, a group of people said excitedly. "I've donated blood before. I checked it out. You guys can draw my blood." Su Qingxue calmed down and immediately said. Mu Shuesong was moved to tears. "Mr. Su, thank you. Thank you so much. I will never forget your great kindness. Mr. Mu, don't be like this. I'm just donating blood. Saving people is more important." Su Qingxue said. The medical staff hurriedly arranged for Su Qingxue to draw blood, and Mo Shui Xian, who had been sitting there the entire time, was already sobbing uncontrollably as she watched this scene. Her face was filled with a complicated expression. When Yi Fan saw that Su Qingxue had taken the initiative to donate blood, he felt a wave of warmth in his heart. Then, he looked at Mo Shui Xian and felt a little more confident in his previous guess. Finally, the blood bag was almost ready. Yi Fan also began to pull the branch out of Mu's abdomen. As soon as he pulled out the branch, blood gushed out. "She will die like this. There's too much blood. Even if this lady draws blood, there won't be enough blood bags," a doctor said. Su Qingxue was lying on the bed at the side. After hearing this, she said, "I'm fine. You guys draw more blood. Don't be silly. I won't let my own wife's life be in danger just to save Mu." Yi Fan said in a deep voice. Qingxue looked at the man for a while and bit her lips. Then what about you? Fan Xian turned his head and said to the group of doctors, "It's the renal artery that's broken. I'll clamp it. Then use her own blood to open a vein." Hearing Yi Fan's words, the group of doctors were unable to react. Fan Xian could only explain again. After releasing her blood, inject it back in. When the bag is full, change it again. Let her keep breathing. Is this really possible? The doctors were puzzled. Where did you learn this trick? The medical school didn't teach that. Medical school doesn't know how to teach nonsense. If you want to learn, go to the battlefield. As Yi Fan spoke, he had already begun to rescue himself. After solving the problems of blood transfusion and ischemia, the subsequent resuscitation was finally completed smoothly. When Moo's physiological signs returned to normal and he was sent to the intensive care unit, Yi Fan heaved a sigh of relief. A few doctors were full of admiration for Yi Fan's medical skills. They even hoped that Yi Fan could come to the hospital to work and give a speech at the medical school in Huahai. However, they were all pushed away by Yi Fan. Yi Fan came to the corridor outside the ward. Mu Shui Xian, Mu Shuesong, and her son, Fog Knight, Song Yang, and Su Qingxue, who had just finished drawing her blood and didn't look too good, were all sitting on chairs outside the corridor. In the middle of the night, there were not many people passing by the hospital corridor. In the silence, the atmosphere was a bit subtle. As Mu was no longer in danger, many other things began to be considered. Yi Fan looked at Mo Shui Xian's face that was filled with thoughts and said, "Madam Mu, are you really not going to tell me what exactly happened back then?" Mo Shui Xian's entire body trembled as she forced a smile and said, "Yeah. What did you say? I can understand if the Ghost Valley Su family wants to kill my wife, but Su, Yi and his son actually sent 2 groups of people to kill Mu. And the Zhuge family of the Ghost Valley wants to kidnap this girl. You dare to say that you don't know the reason?" Yi Fan narrowed his eyes. Hearing this, Su Qingxue was stunned. "What did you say? It was done by the people from the Ghost Valley?" Yi Fan nodded. "Wife, I actually wanted to explain to you just now, but I didn't have the chance." Chapter 605. 0605. Qingxue's face was filled with disbelief as she asked in confusion, "Why? Shouldn't they be dealing with me?" Halfway through her words, Qingxue seemed to have suddenly thought of something. From the first time she met Mo Shui Xian and her son in the supermarket, she talked about what happened to Mo Shui Xian and the Su family. Aunt Zhang's reaction, Mo Shui Xian's expression, and her and Mu's blood type. Qingxue quivered and looked at Mo Shui Xian in astonishment. "Madam Mu," Yi Fan said seriously, "if you don't tell us the truth, your entire family will be in danger. Do you want your son and your granddaughter to be killed by the people of the Ghost Valley, just like that? You should know that it's actually very easy for the power of the Ghost Valley to kill you. It's just that Su, Yi, and his son aren't in power, so they don't know that I've sent people to protect Mu. When they attack again, it won't be just these few people. The strength of the martial artists they send will also be strong and not weak." When Mo Shui Xian heard these words, she was finally afraid. She cried and shook her head. "No, it's not that I want to hide it from you all. It's just that I promised the old madam that I would never tell the truth in my life. There's almost no one left. Do you think you can still hide it?" Yi Fan asked loudly. "Mom, what the hell is going on? Mom, what do you know? Hurry up and say it." The more Mu Shuesong listened, the more she felt that something was wrong and asked anxiously. Mo Shui Xian trembled as she reached out to touch Mu Shuesong's face. "Son, you are not your father's biological son. Before I met your father, I was actually pregnant with you. Your biological father is Su Qingxue's grandfather, Su Yue." The moment her voice fell, Mu Shuesong was completely stunned. Su Qingxue was also so shocked that she couldn't say a single word. Li Fan Xian raised his head and sighed. Sure enough, back then, Yuan and I were both made to follow the master and the madam out of the Ghost Valley. But later on, Mo Shui Xian still found it difficult to speak and simply said, "Later on, when I had a child in my stomach, the old madam couldn't tolerate me, and the old master wanted to protect me, so I left. As a woman, I grew up in the Ghost Valley for more than 10 years, and I don't have any skills." It's not easy to survive in this world, not to mention bringing up a son. In the end, I met Shuesong's stepfather. He treated me pretty well at first, but he kept asking me to give birth to another child for him. I know that he doesn't actually like Shuesong. He just wants me, so I refused no matter what. In the end, he divorced me and died a few years later. I let Shuesong follow my surname. Mother and son depended on each other. Later, when I saw Shuesong get married and have a career, I thought I could finally enjoy a happy life. In the end, the Ghost Valley didn't let us go. Hearing these words, Mu Shuesong's shock slowly turned into grief and anger. Mom, why didn't you tell me this earlier? You suffered so much alone, but your son didn't know. Mu Shuesong hugged his mother and cried bitterly. Although she was by Shu Qin's granddaughter, and logically speaking, she should help her grandmother, but it was not easy for Mo Shui Xian either. Kick a pregnant maid out of the house, prevent her from mentioning her past, ignore her, and let the mother and son fend for themselves. Qingxue would never have thought that such a thing would be done by her own granny. No wonder Mo Shui Xian didn't have a good expression towards him and Qingxue. Although Mo Shui Xian knew that she had let Bai Shu Qin down, she still had resentment in her heart. To Mo Shui Xian, not being able to have anything to do with the Su family in this life was her greatest wish. Unfortunately, the world was a joke. The shadow of the Ghost Valley had never been erased from their heads. So you're saying, Mu is my sister, a cousin who is related by blood? Su Qingxue wiped the corner of her eyes and said these words. The woman's heart was extremely complicated. Just a few hours ago, she had told Mu not to call her elder sister. Who would have thought that it wasn't that elder sister, but a true elder sister, who was related by blood? However, it's so strange. Even if they are blood-related sisters, why do their blood types all happen to be type P? What a coincidence, said Fog Knight. Mo Shui Xian sobbed and said, I think I heard from the people of the Ghost Valley that the Su family's bloodline is very special and has great talent in cultivation. However, it has been several generations since such a person has appeared. Could it be that special bloodline is this kind of special blood type? Because I remember that the old master's blood type and Shuesong's blood type are not P, but Mu is P. That's not right either. That's not right. This is a scientific blood type. Does it have anything to do with martial arts? Brother, what do you think? Fog Knight puzzled asked Yi Fan. Yi Fan shook his head. The human body is filled with endless mysteries. Not to mention blood type, even a single cell has endless secrets. Maybe type P blood is just an appearance. And there's something else in the Su family's bloodline that is the real deal. However, type P blood should be the side that this kind of blood shows. Su Qingxue thought of her recent rapid progress in cultivation and the cold Zhen Qi she possessed, and silently nodded. Then why did the Ghost Valley want to kill Mu? Did they just find out about our background? Mu Shuesong asked curiously. They didn't kill me and my mother either. Impossible. The intelligence of the Ghost Valley is #1 in the world. They must have already known about what happened to you guys back then. The only reason they could make a move now is probably it's this bloodline. Yi Fan looked at Qingxue with a complicated gaze. The Su family bloodline in my wife's body seems to have awakened. I'm afraid they were worried that Mu would also change, so they wanted to make the first move. Zhuge Tianming said that he wanted to take Mu away, but the Su family wanted to kill Mu. Could it be? Shu Qingxue thought for a moment, then frowned and said, they want Mu to go back and be a puppet. Yi Fan looked at the woman in admiration. Wife, you thought of it too? That's right. I guess that's the reason. Su, Yi and his son are afraid that you two sisters will go back and take over their positions. Zhuge Tianming is different. He wants to rely on you guys as puppets to deal with the Elders Guild of the Ghost Valley. And at the same time, I think he also wants to use you guys to decipher the secret of the Wordless Heavenly Book. If Zhuge Tianming has already broken through the Wordless Heavenly Book, then the Su family won't matter anymore. You guys are the key to opening the Wordless Heavenly Book, so Zhuge Tianming won't kill you. He just wants to capture. Before he finished speaking, Yi Fan raised his eyebrows and suddenly turned around. Chapter 606. 0606-inch Zhuge Tianming. Li Fan Xian's eyes flickered. He didn't expect that this time, the Ghost Valley's heavenly master would personally come out. It seemed that Su Qingxue and Mu 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 were indeed extremely important to the Ghost Valley. I don't have the time, but I don't mind if I beat you up, Yi Fan coldly said. Zhuge Tianming laughed confidently and said, Haha, Brother Yi is really straightforward. Since that's the case, I will be waiting for you at the nearby tea house. The voice quickly drifted away. It was obvious that Zhuge Tianming had also gone far away. In the corridor, Mo Shui Xian's face was already deathly pale. Zhuge Tianming, isn't that the current heavenly master? Heavens, the heavenly master has come to find us. What should we do? Are we going to die? Mo Shui Xian, who had grown up in the Ghost Valley as a servant of the Su family, naturally knew the status of the Ghost Valley's heavenly master. When she found out that the godlike Ghost Valley's heavenly master had personally come here, she was so scared that she was speechless. Mom, don't get excited. What is a heavenly master? What Ghost Valley? Why have I never heard of it? Mu Xuesong supported her mother and asked anxiously. Shu Qingxue looked at Yi Fan worriedly. Don't be too impulsive. This is China. You are alone. It's impossible for you to start a war with the Ghost Valley. Yi Fan said, Wife, don't worry. He came to find me because he was afraid of me. Otherwise, he would have directly made a move. This means that he is restraining himself. I also don't want to make a big deal out of this. The Heaven's Eye isn't his class organization. It's not something that can be destroyed just like that. I need to see what his attitude is like. Unless it's absolutely necessary, it's not wise to start a war with the Heaven's Eye. Besides, you might have to go back in the future. So wouldn't that be equivalent to attacking your Su family's foundation? Shu Qingxue nodded. I think so too. Otherwise, if he wanted to kill me, he could have easily killed me after so many years. So, wife, you don't have to worry too much. Here, let Ming'er protect you. I'll go out for a while. At this time, you can also tell Uncle Mu about the Ghost Valley. This Uncle Mu caused Mu Xuesong and Mo Shui Xian to have complicated expressions. After this night, two families with different surnames had become relatives. Whether they wanted to admit it or not, it was a fact. Originally, there was no conflict between Su Qingxue and Mu Xuesong. On the contrary, Mu Xuesong admired Su Qingxue's promising youth, and Su Qingxue also respected Mu Xuesong as a musician. The only thing that made them uncomfortable was the cruelty that Su Yuwei and Bai Shuqin had treated them and their son. But all of this actually didn't have much to do with Su Qingxue, because Su Qingxue herself was almost abandoned outside, and it wasn't easy for her to return to the Su family. Shu Qingxue hesitated for a moment before nodding. I understand. You can go now. Be careful. Yi Fan grinned. The one who should be careful is Zhuge Tianming. Finished speaking, Yi Fan turned around, and like a gust of wind, his body rushed out of the corridor in the blink of an eye. This gave Mu Shui Xian and her son a fright. Mu Xuesong said with a trembling voice, Who exactly is Yi Fan? Shu Qingxue sighed. Mu, Uncle, you can slowly understand who Yi Fan is in the future, but now, I think you should first understand who you are. When Mu Xuesong heard Shu Qingxue call him uncle, she felt a strange feeling in her heart. She then looked at Mo Shui Xian, who was at the side, and the woman's face was also filled with mixed feelings. Miss Su, don't you despise us? Mo Shui Xian asked nervously. Why should I despise you? Madame Mu, you didn't do anything wrong. On the contrary, it was my grandfather and grandmother who let you and your mother down. Moreover, my mother and I were also abandoned outside back then. I can understand your feelings very well. Shu Qingxue said faintly. The reason why Shu Qingxue didn't feel any resistance after finding out the truth was because of her experiences when she was young. In the depths of her heart, she also longed for the warmth and affection of her family. In the past year, her family had left her one by one. Towards the sudden appearance of her uncle and sister who were related by blood, Shu Qingxue naturally wouldn't reject them. The only thing that made her uncomfortable was the relationship between Mu 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 and Yi Fan. Hearing this, Mo Shui Xian exclaimed, What? You. You and your mother. Also, Shu Qingxue bitterly nodded her head and said, so, you don't need to call me miss, you can just call me by my name. After all, you gave birth to my grandfather's child, so you are the same as my grandmother in terms of seniority. But I can only call you Madame Mu, because my grandmother treated me very well when she was alive. I understand. Mo, Shui Xian's eyes sparkled. Then I'll call you Qingxue. You can just call me Annie Mu. You should be calling A Yuan Annie Jiang. Actually, A Yuan and I are both servants of the Su family in the Ghost Valley. A Yuan has talent in ancient martial arts and has practiced a good set of martial arts, while I am just an ordinary errand girl. Back then, when the old madam kicked me out of the house, she didn't ask me to abort the child, which was already a great kindness at the end of the day, although Mo, Shui Xian hated Su Yue, and by Shu Qin in her heart, how could there not be worry and longing within this hatred? After all, since young, she and Jiang Yuan had been trained to be Su You's maidservants. Deep in their bones, they would serve their master with all their might for the rest of their lives. After being kicked out of the Su family midway, half of the pain in her heart was self-blame. She could no longer accompany her master. Now, Su Qingxue was actually willing to accept them as a family. Mo Shui Xian was naturally overjoyed. To her, the current Su Qingxue was the new master of the Su family. Her being able to return to her roots was the greatest fortune in her later years. Although Mu Xuesong didn't feel very comfortable in her heart, seeing her mother so happy, she didn't dare to object. Moreover, Su Qingxue was richer than him, had a higher status than him, and had a husband like Yi Fan. If he, Mu Xuesong, didn't want face, then he wouldn't have any EQ. All right, I'll call you Annie Mu. Su Qingxue said, the current situation is very subtle. Let me tell you about it. In the future, we will have to face the people from the Ghost Valley together. In the hospital, Qingxue told Mo Shui Xian and her son about everything that had happened before, as well as how by Shu Qin entrusted Yi Fan to help them stop the Ghost Valley and so on. On the other side, Yi Fan followed the clues that Zhuge Tianming had deliberately left behind and arrived at a nearby tea house. This small tea house sold tea, leaves downstairs, and there were a few small seats upstairs. Actually, the owner of the tea house had already returned to his hometown for the new year, but as the Ghost Valley's heavenly master, Zhuge Tianming was naturally proficient in the art of Qi Min Dun Jia. He used the skill of unlocking the door, turned on the light, and sipped his tea alone. Li Fanxian walked up the creaking wooden stairs and arrived at the second floor. He narrowed his eyes when he saw the leisurely-looking scholar sipping tea while looking at the moon. Chapter 607. 0607 on the table in front of Zhuge Tianming. There was an item wrapped in black plastic paper. Brother Yi, this is a gift for you. Zhuge Tianming turned around and said with a smile. Yi Fan walked over and silently opened the black plastic bag. Inside, there was a head that had been chopped off. Who is this? Yi Fan didn't know this man. His name is Zhou Biao, and he is a member of the Su family in the Ghost Valley. He was the one who injured Mu Mu Mu. Zhuge Tianming said, I know that Brother Yi won't let him off. In order to save Brother Yi some trouble, I have already helped you cut off his head. Seeing that Yi Fan was silent, Zhuge Tianming continued, if Brother Yi doubts what I said, you can go and verify it yourself, or let your subordinates see if the one who injured Mu 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 is this person. Yi Fan threw Zhou Biao's head on the ground and said, a dignified Ghost Valley heavenly master shouldn't lie to me about such a small matter. As Yi Fan spoke, he sat down, picked up a cup of tea that had been brewed for him, and took a sip. Although you chopped off the head of this killer for me, you sent people to kidnap Mu Mu, and the Su family sent people to assassinate him. This debt has not been settled yet. Zhuge Tianming lightly waved his fan and said, Brother Yi, I want to invite Miss Mu to the Ghost Valley for a visit. From beginning to end, I didn't hurt her, so it wasn't a kidnapping. Moreover, my people have been killed by your subordinates, and I even lost a ghost slave. To be honest, I am the one who suffered a loss. As for that Su, Yi and his son, they were already unconvinced by me in the Ghost Valley. They secretly used the Su family's position in the Elders Guild to create some trouble for me. Speaking of which, this little Ghost Valley Heavenly Master isn't easy to be. Brother Yi, you don't know how hard it is for me. If you think it's too hard, I'll let my wife go back to the Ghost Valley. She has the pure bloodline of the Su family, and once she goes, the Elders Guild will no longer support Su Yi and his son. You don't have to be this hard, Heavenly Master anymore. Zhuge Tunming squinted his eyes and chuckled. Miss Su is not ready yet, and I'm not the only one in charge of the Zhuge family, and even more so the Ghost Valley. Brother Yi, it's best not to think too much about this for the time being. Zhuge Tianming, you suddenly risked breaking off relations with the Elders Guild to kidnap Mu Mu Mu. It can't be that you just found out that Mu 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 is my wife's cousin, right? With your intelligence capabilities, you must have known that Mo Shui Xian was pregnant with a child back then. After so many years of not asking about it, you suddenly came to capture him. What is the reason? Yi Fan stared straight at the white-faced scholar's expression. Zhuge Tanming sighed lightly, as if he knew that he couldn't hide it from Yi Fan. Brother Yi, didn't you already have a conclusion in your heart? Not bad. I'm very interested in Miss Su's cultivation talent and unique bloodline. Sure enough. Do you think that Mumu also has such a bloodline in his body? I don't know yet, but according to the inheritance of the Su family's bloodline since ancient times, if there is a special bloodline, it is very likely that the same generation also possesses such a bloodline. This is very likely the key to unlocking the wordless heavenly book. This is extremely important to our Ghost Valley, Zhuge Tianming said seriously. This isn't for the Ghost Valley. It's for your Zhuge family's position, right? Yi Fan smiled and said, Since you said it so frankly, do you think I can let you succeed? Zhuge Tianming said with a smile that was not a smile. Brother Yi, forgive me for being blunt, but you know very well that if we fight, no one will benefit much. Both of us will suffer. In fact, I think our chances of winning are even higher. So what? When I fought in the Holy War back then, I didn't even have any hope of surviving. Fighting with the Ghost Valley is still easier than fighting the alliance between the old rulers and the Sacred Royal Court. What, do you think I don't dare? Yi Fan's eyes shone with a blazing light. Zhuge Tianming didn't have any intention of fighting with Yi Fan. He leisurely said, It seems that brother you must protect Miss Su and Miss Mu. These two sisters, my wife and my sister-in-law. Do you want me to give them to you so that you can study the blood flowing in their bodies and solve the mystery of your bullshit wordless heavenly book? Zhuge Tianming, you are very smart. You killed this Zhou Biao and shirk your responsibility, but that doesn't mean. I find you pleasing to the eye. Yi Fan said in a deep voice, Even if your heaven's eye really sees everything, I, Yi Fan, have never been afraid of you. Besides, you guys aren't really omniscient otherwise. Why don't you know the secret of your own family's wordless heavenly book? Huh? Zhuge Tianming was silent for a while, then suddenly laughed a few times. He took a sip of tea and sighed bitterly. Brother Yi, to be honest, I once thought that you were a reckless man who relied on your hot-bloodedness and talent to survive. But now I realize that your brain and your fearless spirit are the key to your achievements. You are one of the few men that I feel that I can't defeat. What a pity. Why do you have to stand against me? I'm not as profound as you say, and I don't have many achievements either. I'm just a reckless man. Whoever goes against me, I'll kill them. Whoever doesn't accept it, I'll beat them until they accept it. This world is sometimes very complicated, but in the end, many things are actually that simple. Whoever has the hardest fist has the final say. Yi Fan grinned and said, Scholar Sour, you can't be thinking that I only want to chat with you tonight, right? Feeling Yi Fan's gradually surging fighting spirit, Zhuge Tianming hurriedly raised his fan and said, Brother Yi, please wait. Even if Brother Yi wants to spar with me, please listen to me first. I want to make a deal with Brother Yi. A deal? That's right. I have two pieces of information here that are very important to Brother Yi. If Brother Yi is willing to cooperate, I am willing to tell you both of these pieces of information. I believe that Brother Yi will definitely be interested. Zhuge Tianming said with a mysterious expression. Oh, what is it about? Yi Fan asked. Zhuge Tianming had a confident look on his face, One of them is related to Brother Ye's life. There are people who want to kill me every minute and every second. Do you know what it has to do with me? Yi Fan lightly snorted. Then does Brother Yi want to know who poisoned your mother to death? Zhuge Tianming's eyes carried a trace of complacency. Yi Fan's heart trembled, and his entire mind tensed up. The scene of his mother dying tragically in front of him when he was young suddenly appeared in his mind. Later on, he could guess that his mother must have been poisoned, which was why she vomited blood and died. She was in so much pain, but he had no way of finding any clues, nor could he avenge his mother. Didn't your heavens I say that you don't know anything about my mother's death? Chapter 608, 0608 inch at first. We did not find out, but after our heaven's eyes analyzed and investigated some of Brother Ye's activities over the past few years, and some of the people that Brother Yi came into contact with, we already have sufficient evidence. Zhuge Tianming had a sincere look on his face. Brother Yi, you are the dignified king of hell, a legendary expert of your generation. If you can't even find your own mother's enemy and avenge your mother, can you accept it? Yi Fan's expression kept changing. His mind was filled with countless thoughts. He clenched his fists and then let go. After a long silence, Yi Fan raised his head. What do you want in exchange this time? Or is it the Ghost Valley ring? Zhuge Tianming's eyes lit up. He shook his head and said in a low voice, this piece of information, first, requires the Ghost Valley ring, and second, requires Brother Yi to let Miss Su follow me back to the Ghost Valley for a month. Oh, Yi Fan sneered. You even want to take my wife away this time? I don't want to hurt Miss Su. I just want to confirm some things. Moreover, the elders of the Ghost Valley will allow Miss Su to be hurt, so Brother Yi can rest assured. Actually, this exchange does not cause Brother Yi any substantial loss, and the Ghost Valley ring is of no use to Brother Yi. Is it? Zhuge Tianming said. Yi Fan leaned forward, placed his hand on the table, and stared straight at Zhuge Tianming. Scholar, you're not married yet, right? Zhuge Tianming frowned. I was married 8 years ago and already have 2 sons. Why do you ask? Oh, then you should be the arranged marriage of the Ghost Valley. You and your wife should only be a matchmaker's words, right? Yi Fan asked with a smile. Zhuge Tianming lightly said, the Zhuge family is very strict, and I'm also busy with my affairs. Moreover, the matters between men and women are mostly burdened by the mortal world. Spending pointless time on romance and talking about those illusory marriages was not something a man should consider. I've been married to my wife for 8 years, and we're still as respectful as ever. There's nothing wrong with her giving birth to children for me. Even if it's an arranged marriage, what's wrong with that? You think it's good? I have no objections, but people like you are unable to understand. To me, what does my wife mean? Yi Fan's face gradually darkened. You actually want to ask me to borrow my wife for a month, and you even said it so naturally. Just based on your words, you deserve to die. Before he finished his sentence, the table between the two of them exploded with a loud boom. Yi Fan's fist was like a cannonball. Without any warning, it shattered the wooden board on the table and struck towards Zhuge Tianming's chest. After all, Zhuge Tianming was a legend rank expert. Moreover, he had been on guard against Yi Fan with all his might. Now that he felt that something was wrong, he immediately reacted. His body retreated and somersaulted several times. With a wave of his fan, he sent out a surge of Jinqi, jolting open the anti-burglar window and flying out of it. If it was so easy to kill the Ghost Valley's heavenly master, then the Ghost Valley wouldn't be considered an S-rank organization. Turning around, Yi Fan flew out of the window and chased after him. Under the night sky, Zhuge Tianming floated backwards and landed on the roof of another building. He said, Brother Yi, don't you want to know who poisoned your CI to death? Even if I want to know, I will find out myself. Not selling my wife in exchange for information. Yi Fan's foot touched the ground, and like an arrow leaving the bow, he once again rushed in front of Zhuge Tianming. Zhuge Tianming frowned. He didn't know what was wrong with his words, but he felt that Yi Fan was really unreasonable. Naturally, he was angry in his heart. Brother Yi is so overbearing, then this little one will accompany you for a few rounds so that you can calm down. Zhuge Tianming stood on top of the building, facing the incoming Yi Fan. His entire body erupted with a grayish-white energy, as if there was a gray sun that suddenly exploded under the night sky. Zhuge Tianming's strength had long since reached the large success stage of spirit condensation. What he released was already stronger than the true spirit qi, the spiritual energy that he had cultivated from the world. He had already cultivated the ghost valleys, heaven and earth's supreme qi, to the acme of perfection. He didn't even need to spend time fusing the yin and yang qi. Once he used it, it would be an explosive spiritual energy move that was filled with violent power. Seeing that Yi Fan was attacking him, Zhuge Tianming waved his fan, and a gale of Qinkuan energy whistled towards Yi Fan. Boom! With an explosion, Yi Fan felt a highly explosive bomb explode in front of him. A shockwave sent his body flying backwards. If it wasn't for Yi Fan's astonishing physical fitness, an ordinary person would have been blown to pieces long ago. What a powerful Qinkuan energy! Yi Fan looked at the torn clothes on his chest and directly tore them off, revealing his strong upper body. Brother Yi is also amazing. As expected of an expert who cultivates in external techniques, he was actually able to eat my Qinkuan energy. Zhuge Tianming's eyes were sharp as he gently waved his fan. His fan was obviously made of special materials, which was why it was able to withstand the pressure of his Qinkuan energy. Yi Fan could feel that if he didn't disintegrate, his cultivation would probably not be as good as Zhuge Tianming's. But fortunately, he had recently made a breakthrough in his cultivation and comprehended the connection between the ancient martial arts and the power of heaven and earth. At this moment, he could use Zhuge Tianming as his opponent and have a good fight to see if he could defeat him. Yi Fan calmed his heart, and after thinking about the ultimate moves he could grasp, he put on the most basic long fist stance. Long fist was the most basic ancient martial arts fist technique. It had a large stance and paid attention to both hands and feet. It couldn't be said to be very profound, but to hit every punch and kick just right, it was a test of a martial artist's basic skills. Yi Fan wanted to make the ancient martial arts and the power of heaven and earth perfectly fit together. He wanted to borrow the power of heaven and earth to defeat his opponent. He didn't need anything too complicated or fancy. As long as he could unleash the profound meaning of the ancient martial arts, it would be enough. The more basic a fist technique like the long fist was, the closer it was to the most primitive of ancient martial arts. It was extremely suitable. Yi Fan bent his leg, lowered his center of gravity, calmed his heart, and took a big step forward, followed by a punch. When this punch was thrown, Yi Fan's mind did not have any other thoughts. It was just a pure thought to destroy his opponent. Zhuge Tianming was puzzled as to why Yi Fan would use such a basic long fist to fight him. He felt that Yi Fan had underestimated him, but he discovered that the moment Yi Fan's fist was thrown out, there was a sharp and indescribable force, as if it wanted to pierce through his body. What is this? Zhuge Tianming was shocked. He hurriedly waved his fan and released a stream of Qinkuan energy, colliding with this invisible force. Bam! With an explosive sound, the Qinkuan energy exploded,